out, because we've already had somebody pull up here.
Yes.
We've already got people pulling up that have already heard about it. So that's what we're just trying to prevent anything else from getting out so we can do a proper investigation.
They weren't suspects, not the way Jared was, sitting in the back of the police cruiser with his hands cuffed. He knew the cop who came to talk to him already.
Jared, would you mind giving me the passcode to your phone? It's supposed to be a 6-digit code.
For now, they just needed procedural details, like Angie's date of birth and an ID for her body. And these cops, who knew the Dykuses so well, were still shell-shocked by what they'd found.
But when I heard possible VOA at 2060 Collab,
Do you like saving money?
Yes. Like the brother that's sitting up front of the carport.
Well, let's say this is you.
Hello.
And this is you with $468. Woohoo! Drivers who switch to all
knitting needles or yarn in your hands before. Now, who am I? My name is Norman. I live here in beautiful Germany. I've been knitting for well over 30 years now, the fast and efficient continental style. I've been designing my own patterns for just as long. I run a successful knitting blog and I own way too much yarn. With this video, I really tried to create a resource I wish I would have had when I started knitting. All the basics, but also these easy little twists that are super simple to implement, but make all the difference. And my second focus will be on showing you techniques that will be able to last you a lifetime and not shortcuts that may seem simple at first, but you'll spend a lifetime trying to unlearn. So let's dive right into it, but before, like this video right now to support my work, and for my subscribers and more experienced knitters watching, maybe comment with some encouraging stories how you learned to knit and what helped you the most. I'm sure the beginners will love to read through that. You will need 4 essential tools to knit: yarn, knitting needles, a sharp tapestry needle, and a pair of scissors. There are many other tools out there, but as a start you don't need to buy anything else. You will find links to all the items I am using in the description below. And if you are wondering which yarn and which needles are best for beginners, then there is another link in the description that explains this in greater detail as well. Once you have all these tools together, I can show you how to knit. So find yourself a comfortable chair where you have good lighting, grab yourself a cup of tea or coffee or hot chocolate, and we can dive right into it. Before you can actually start knitting, you need to create a row of loops around your knitting needle as a base. Think of it as the fundament you need to build a house. This process is known as cast on or casting on, and here's how to do that. Place the ball to the left and a sizable tail to the right. The tail should be 3 to 4 times as long as your project will be wide. I will show you the technique first and then I'll show it to you one more time in slow motion. So listen and watch first and then knit along. First, wrap the yarn around the pinky finger of your left hand 2 times clockwise, once and twice. And now bring the yarn across the back of your hand and then wrap the yarn around your thumb clockwise once, and then secure the tail between your ring and pinky finger. Now, pick up both knitting needles and hold them parallel. Next, insert both knitting needles into the loop around your thumb, coming from below. Grab the yarn towards your index finger from behind. Pull the yarn through, remove the thumb, and tighten up by spreading your fingers. From here, you need to pull the needles and your first stitch there towards you to create what many say looks a bit like a slingshot. And from here you need to repeat these motions over and over again. So insert your knitting needle into the loop around your thumb coming from below. Grab the yarn towards your index finger from behind, pull through, remove your thumb and tighten up. Create another slingshot. Then insert your knitting needles into the loop around your thumb. Grab the yarn towards the index finger, pull through, remove your thumb and tighten up. One last time. Create a slingshot, insert, grab the yarn towards your index finger, pull through, and now make sure that you tighten up slowly. You want that stitch to sit right next to the previous one and not on top of it or too far away. Let's do it a couple of more times in slow motion. Each little loop you created around your knitting needles is called a stitch. Now, how many stitches should you cast on in this manner? Up to you. For my little practice piece here, I'm going to cast on 20 stitches, and I recommend you to do the same for now. So repeat these motions until you count altogether 20 stitches or 20 loops around your 2 needles. This way to start knitting, this cast on is called the long tail cast on because it requires a long tail. It is by far the most versatile method to begin your knitting, and even I use this technique more or less on a daily basis. You can also do it with just one knitting needle or around a needle 1 or 2 sizes bigger if you need a less stretchy edge. So keep that in mind for future projects. Lesson 2. Learn how to knit the knit stitch. Now that we cast on our 20 stitches, it's time to start knitting, or rather, time to start learning the knit stitch. In knitting, there are many different ways to create a loop around your needles, and the most basic way is called the knit stitch. You already learned the cast on stitch, and now it's time for the most versatile stitch. So, here's how to knit. Turn your needles around.
Make a decision. Well,
Well, what?
what's with the hat?
Oh, it's nothing.
It's the loudest nothing I ever saw.
Boy, you just came mosey in here with a brand new hat. Like you're not wearing a brand new hat.
Look, I'm trying something new, okay? Just take it easy.
He's right, guys. Come on, let's not go down this path. It's ugly. Kind of like that.
I got this from a nice store.
What store? The one before you exit the Al Capone Museum? What's up, Gregory? Did you just finish bling ring in Bruno Mars's closet?
I'm being brave, okay? You guys are sheep. You may want to take a long, hard look in the mirror.
Better us than you. You look like a park ranger from a cartoon, boo-boo.
Do you think the hat looks bad?
Me. I wouldn't say it's bad. Like, I think it's just different. Like something you'd wear in Indiana. Jones in the Temple of Bad Hats.
Secure the stitches with your fingers and remove one needle carefully, like this. And now it's time to pick up the yarn, and you can do it almost exactly the way we just did. There should be a little tail and you can ignore it. Just focus on the yarn connected to your ball. And then wrap the yarn around your pinky finger once or 2 times, whatever you prefer. And then bring the yarn across the back of your hand and pick up your knitting needles a bit like you would, well, I don't know, hold a knife or so. This part here should be nice and tight. If it isn't, you can always pull on the tail to tighten things up or move your finger a bit up and down. The yarn here connected to the ball is called the working yarn. I'll show you how to knit the knit stitch first, and then we'll talk about alternative ways to hold the yarn and needles. So next, pick up the second needle. Again, a bit like you would, well, hold a knife, I guess. This is how I hold my right needle. This needle here is called the working needle as you work the stitches with it. So, to knit the knit stitch, bring the stitches here to the tip of the needle. The yarn should be held in back, so not like this. And now, insert your right needle, your working needle, into the first stitch, coming from left to right. From left to right. And now you need to wrap the working yarn around the needle counterclockwise. So go in from behind and grab the yarn like this. And now you need to pull the yarn through the first loop. So use your index finger as a guide and guide it through. There is your first stitch. And now you can drop the first loop of the left needle. First knit stitch. Let's do it one more time. So insert from left to right. Wrap the yarn around counterclockwise. Guide the yarn through. And drop the stitch. One more time. So, insert, wrap around counterclockwise, pull through, and drop the stitch. Let's do it a couple of more times in slow motion. Now we knit altogether 6 stitches here. All the stitches on your knitting needles are called one row, and you can knit the exact same stitch into each and every loop of the first row. But before you do that, I want to show you a couple of important pointers. First of all, let's talk about tension. I just showed you to wrap the yarn around your pinky finger 2 times. But you can also do it just once. The yarn should flow freely across your knitting needles, and as you pick it up, when you knit a stitch, then you should be able to pull out more yarn by simply moving your finger a bit in this direction, so you can gather more yarn. If that is too hard, then just wrap it around your pinky finger once. But it shouldn't, the yarn shouldn't be so loose, because if it's too loose, you won't be able to grab the yarn. So it needs to be nice and tight. You can also wrap the yarn around your index finger like this, and then knit. That's not my preferred method, but maybe it works for you. You can also weave in the yarn through your fingers like this.
At Vanguard, we believe that with goals, balance, low costs, and discipline, everything you've invested over time will change your financial future.
And clench them together a bit like this, and then knit. For this little practice piece, I recommend trying out a couple of different ways to hold the yarn. So, as I said, I hold the yarn like this, and then I knit. But maybe a different way to hold the yarn is easier for you. Maybe it's more comfortable for you if the index finger is much closer to your needle, or maybe you enjoy knitting the way I do, with the finger a bit farther apart. And then just knit across and practice. So it's always the exact same stitch across every row. So insert from left to right, wrap counterclockwise, and so on. And once you are at the end of the row, so you knit every single loop of that first row, you can simply turn your work around. Pick it up the exact same way you just did, so like this. And now you need to make sure that the working yarn is in the back, so not like this, like this. And then you can continue knitting. So insert your knitting needles from left to right and wrap around counterclockwise. Pull through and drop the stitches. I know this might feel a bit awkward the first couple of stitches and even rows, and you will battle with your knitting needles, holding the yarn and doing all those little things together. I mean, it's just not one thing you have to do. You have to insert, you have to hold the needles, the yarn is probably slipping away, and so on. So be patient with yourself. Your mind and your muscles, they need to learn the new motions. So give it time. This is just your practice piece, and there's no need for it to be perfect. Get accustomed to the new motions and be patient with yourself. As you progress, you may want to try picking the yarn instead of all this wrapping. So this is how I do it. My index finger here acts as a guide. So it's right at the tip of the knitting needle, and the yarn rests here on top of the tip of my index finger. And then, as I knit the knit stitch, I stretch the loop out towards the right like this. And then, I hope you can see this, and then I can pick the yarn through. Drop the stitch. So extend to the side, pick through, extend, pick through, extend, pick through. And you can go rather fast. I'm not trying to here, but you can go rather fast with this technique. And I have a full tutorial on how to knit faster here on my channel. I'll link it to you up in here. But as you start, I would probably put the focus on getting things right and look neat and uniform, and not so much on speed. Speed will come later on and with practice. But this brings me to my second important tip, the position of your fingers. Now, I want to stress that I'm not a doctor, and I'm just sharing general observations here. So kindly consult a professional if that's a topic you're interested in, or you have arthritis or chronic tendonitis or those kind of problems. That being said, there are a couple of things I personally avoid. I keep my hands in a very relaxed position that does not stress any of my joints or sinews overly much. This means my left index finger here, isn't hyperflexed or stretched, and it forms, as I knit, it forms one line with my arm. But I specifically don't stretch it, or any of the other fingers. And the same can be said about my thumb. So I don't hyperflex it like this and press it against the needle. It's very, very relaxed. And I don't bend my wrists like this or like this. So it's one straight line here as I knit. Think about it like this. You will be holding your fingers in the same position for quite a long time as you knit. So I personally want to avoid any unnatural positions that put too much stress on my hands. And obviously this applies to both hands. So again, don't flex your thumb too much and so on. And this brings me to my last point. Don't grip your needles like you're holding for dear life and you're already shaking. My needles, they rest rather lightly. So I don't actually apply a lot of force to my needles. They rest very, very lightly in my hands. Now I know in the beginning this will be all new to you, and your mind and your muscles, they need to get used to the new motions. So you will probably hold things way too tight and possibly even cramp them up. And that is somewhat normal. Still, I want you to take away that once you get used to the motions, consciously try to loosen up. Watch the position of your fingers, your wrists, your hands, and so on. And also, as you practice, take breaks. Knitting should never ever cause you pain, so don't try it with brute force. Now, I got this from a user, but it definitely has the ring of truth. A good night's sleep will give your brain the chance to process the new skills, and things will be much easier in the morning when you can start with fresh energies. And even later on, you should remember to take frequent breaks. Knitting for 4 hours straight is never a good idea. Also, think of your posture. If you're knitting for longer periods, remember to stick to all the sound advice any office worker will be able to give you. So don't slouch, keep dynamic, stretch out ever so often, and so on. This is very important. Now, back to knitting. There are 3 things I want to address before we move on to the next section. First of all,
Peacock is the streaming home of Wicked.
They'll never bring us down.
Wicked, rated PG, streaming now, only on Peacock.
We made USAA for homeowners who like being ready. That's why we have safety tips for things like fires, home security, and USAA insurance, just in case. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
if you knit across all rows, as I just showed you, you will produce a fabric or knitting stitch pattern called garter stitch. It's very stretchy and quite cuddly. If you want to create neater edges, you may want to consider slipping the first stitch of every row like this. So, I told you to keep the yarn in back, but now bring the yarn to the front and slip the first stitch, so point to point without knitting it. Then bring the yarn to the back and continue knitting. And then knit across the whole row as normal. Then turn the work around. Keep the yarn in front and slip the first stitch. Bring the yarn to the back and knit across. If you continue doing this, you will create this really neat edge. Note this selvage stitch, this self-finished edge works only for garter stitch, so don't keep on doing this if you learn how to knit more difficult knitting stitch patterns, but as you start out, this is quite great. The second thing, at one point or another you may run out of yarn, or you may want to add a new color. In this case, simply finish knitting one row and then pick up the tail of the new color and tie a simple knot here around the old yarn like this. Leave a little tail and then slide this knot here all the way to the base of your last stitch and then pick up the new color and start knitting the way we did before. Later on, we will have to weave in the tails. I'll show you how to do that in a minute or two. I have a full tutorial on how to change yarns with 10 amazing techniques you may want to check out just in case. And the third thing I want to address, if you want to know how many rows you have knitted, simply count those ridges. So the tail should be on the right side and then count the ridges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ridges. And each of these little ridges stands for 2 rows. So this means we have altogether 12 rows. If your working yarn is here on the left side, this means you have 1 unfinished row. So count the ridges and then add +1. Lesson number 3. Now you may want to spice things up a bit. Garter stitch is nice, but there's one more knitting stitch you may want to learn right in the beginning. It's called the purl stitch, and it's nothing else but a mirror inverted knit stitch. And this means you knit it exactly the other way round. If you know these 2 stitches, the knit stitch and the purl stitch, you can probably access 30% of all knitting stitch patterns, so it's very useful. So let's dive right into it, but before, remember, taking breaks is important. So maybe shake out your hands and legs a bit, bring out the garbage or do the dishes and give your body the time to relax a bit. For a purl stitch, the yarn needs to be in front. Remember, before the yarn always had to be in the back, except for the edge stitches, and now it needs to be in front. Before we entered the stitches from left to right, and now you need to do it exactly the other way around, so from right to left. The only thing that stays the same is you need to wrap the yarn around the needle counterclockwise. If you want to learn how to knit the continental way, then you can remember that no matter which stitch you knit, you always wrap the yarn around the needle counterclockwise. Think of the needle as the center of a clock, and then you wrap the yarn counterclockwise. If you knit the yarn clockwise, then you will end up with twisted stitches, and that's probably not what you want. Now back to the purl stitch. So yarn is in front, you enter from right to left, and now you wrap the yarn around counterclockwise. Next, you need to pull the yarn through, and you will quickly notice that this is much more difficult than for the knit stitch. So what I do is I push the working yarn forward with my index finger like this. And then you will notice that it's much easier to pull the yarn through. Let's do that one more time. So for the purl stitch, yarn is in front, insert from right to left, wrap around counterclockwise, push the yarn forward and pull through. Again, insert, wrap, push, pull through. Let's do that a couple of more times in slow motion. If you tension the yarn around your index finger, you can of course also bring your index finger to the front. It's the exact same thing. I have also seen people do it with their thumb. I find this is a bit awkward for me, but maybe that's something that works for you. Now, if you alternate between knitting one row and purling one row, you create a pattern that is called stockinette stitch or stocking stitch. So here at the end of my purl row, I turn around and then I knit across one row. And then I turn the work around again and I purl across one row. And after repeating these 2 rows for a couple of more times, this is what it will look like now. If you ever bought a sweater in a store, then this is the exact same pattern. Again, it's called stockinette stitch.
With bugs, the struggle is real. That's why you need Zevo traps. Zevo attracts and traps bugs 24/7 using a blue and UV light with no odor and no mess for effortless protection. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Typically, this side here is called the right side, and this side here with these little bumps is called the wrong side. And actually, this is the way you can read your knitting. If your stitch has a little V here at its base, then it's a knit stitch. And if it has this little bump here at its base, then it's a purl stitch. But remember, when you turn your work around, every stitch will appear exactly the other way around. So here it looks like a knit stitch. And here it looks like a purl stitch with this little bump here. Knit and purl stitches are mirror inverted stitches. For garter stitch, both sides look the same, and that's why you call it a reversible pattern. But you can still tell which side is the right side, because here we have our little cast-on tail, and it hangs down on the right side, and this means this side is the right side. If it hangs down on the left side, it means it is the wrong side. And you can see how the color transition here doesn't look as neat on the wrong side as it looks on the right side. Now, a stockinette stitch is very neat, but I have to tell you that it will curl in here on the edges. So it's not the best choice for a scarf. You can prevent that by adding a selvage stitch of 3 stitches in garter stitch on each side. So on the right side, so the smooth side, you knit across all stitches just the way you did before. Nothing special here. Knit across all stitches. You only need to change the wrong side a bit. So let me get there. And here on the wrong side, you don't start with purl stitch. Instead, you bring the yarn to the back, and then you knit 3 stitches, and only then bring the yarn to the front and start purling. Purling across all the row. Purl across the whole row. And 3 stitches before the end of your row, you knit those 3 stitches again. And if you continue repeating these rows, meaning you always knit the right side, and on the wrong side, the purl rows, you knit the first 3 and the last 3 stitches, you will create this edge here, and this will prevent your knitting from curling, and it won't look like this. Now, I have a full video on how to prevent knitting from curling here on my channel with quite a lot of other techniques you may want to check out. I'll link it to you up in here. Lesson number 4, how to bind off. Now, let's recap. You should know how to knit, how to purl, how to add a new yarn, and you already know the 2 most important knitting stitch patterns as well. So what's left? Well, you need to learn how to finish knitting. This process is called bind off or cast off. Both terms mean the exact same thing. The problem about knitting is if you just pull out your knitting needles like this, then a simple pull will unravel things. And that's probably not what you want. All that hard work would be for nothing. Now, it's still something you should keep in mind if you are not satisfied with your first little practice piece here. You can always pull out everything, unravel it to reuse the yarn for your first real little project. But let's suppose you want to use this little swatch here. Well, then you need to secure the stitches to keep them from unraveling. So here's how to bind off. On the right side, meaning the smooth side, start by knitting 2 stitches as normal. And then you should have 2 stitches here on the right needle, and then simply pass the second stitch over the first one. There you go, you bound off 1 stitch. From here, knit 1 more stitch, 1 more stitch, and then pass the new second stitch over the first one. Again, knit 1 stitch, and pass over. Let's do that a couple of more times in slow motion. Continue binding off in that manner until you reach the very end of the row. So it's always knit 1.
Colgate Optic White's unique technology gives you a visibly brighter smile in just 3 days.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just like that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce.
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Insurance.
Get more with Geico.
Pass over. And here at the last stitch, bind it off in the same way. And now you can pull out this stitch, break the yarn, so cut it, pull out that stitch, and there you go. You bound off all stitches. For an even neater edge, you can slip this stitch and then pick up this left loop here and knit it together with this stitch, and then pass over, and pull the yarn through, and this will prevent a little ear or hole here. It's probably a technique for more advanced knitters. Still, I wanted to mention it right here and now, so you have heard of it and you can come back to it later on. Anyway, as you can see, your stitches are all secure and you have a neat little edge. Weaving in tails. There is one little thing left to do. You need to weave in those 2 tails, or maybe you have some tails here in the middle. They aren't pretty and you cannot cut them away. If you do that, the stitches will eventually come loose and things would unravel. Not what you want. Instead, you need to weave them in. So, thread the tail on a sharp tapestry needle. And then go through the stitches here between 2 of those garter stitch ridges. Go right through the stitches. So, for, I don't know, 5, 6 to 10 stitches, like that. Pull the yarn through. Stretch out your knitting a bit. Stretch it out. And then you can cut away the tail, like this. There you go. The tail is gone. For stockinette stitch, I always weave in the tails on the wrong side. Garter stitch is a reversible fabric. I mean, if you just plan to use one side, then please weave in the tail on the wrong side. But for stockinette stitch, which is not a reversible pattern, I always do it on the wrong side like this. And I go, in this case, I go diagonally. So I do it like this. Stretch out my knitting, and then I maybe go a couple of more stitches in a different direction, like so. Oh, 2 more. Then I pull through. And again, I stretch out my knitting, stretch it out, and then I cut away the tails. There you go. You just finished knitting your first little swatch. Congratulations. You should really be proud on your work. It may look a bit wonky here and there, but that is nothing to worry about. You just started to learn knitting, and that's quite normal. One last little tip here. You can improve the look and feel of your finished project by washing it gently in lukewarm water, then wring it out gently and pin it to a soft surface without overstretching it, and then you let it dry. So, because here my little swatch, it went through quite a lot while filming this video, and I redid a lot of sections because, well, sometimes you need to film things twice because things are not in focus, and obviously this will be visible. And here you go, I blocked my swatch, and this is how it looks like now. So much prettier than before. And if you maybe skip back a couple of seconds, then you will see what a huge difference blocking can make. Lesson number 6. Fixing mistakes. One more thing, you should know that you can fix mistakes, for example, with a crochet hook. So maybe you dropped a stitch and things unraveled a bit. Well, you can use your crochet hook and ladder all the way up using simple chain stitches all the way back to the top. There you go. You fixed that dropped stitch. Now, I have a full video on how to fix mistakes here on YouTube, so I want to keep things short. Right here and now, I just want you to be aware of the possibility. Just because you made a mistake or there's a tiny flaw in your knitting doesn't mean you need to unravel everything. I'll link you my video up in here. Now, you learned how to knit the basics. We are back in my living room, and maybe you are wondering what you should do from here on. I really urge you to practice these essential techniques a bit. If you go to my blog or search through the videos here on my YouTube channel, you will find free patterns for coasters, scarves, dishcloths, and so on that only use the techniques you learned in this video. So cast on, knit, stitch, purl, stitch, and bind off. So maybe go to your local yarn store, find some nice yarn, and start one of these easy projects. Don't over-challenge yourself and start on a sweater right away. You can leave all that for later. I'd start with small projects that won't take too long. Right here and now, I think the most important thing is that you familiarize yourself with these easy stitches. And once you're satisfied with them, you can move on. And as I said, there are already so many projects you can finish with these basic techniques. But I also want to challenge you. I showed you how to knit, but maybe you remember that I called it the continental style. But this is not the only way to knit. There's also English throwing, where you hold the yarn in your right hand. Then there's combination knitting, lever knitting, Portuguese knitting, Eastern or Russian knitting, flicking, and so on. None of these methods is better or worse, but sometimes you notice after your third or fourth project that things just don't connect. And then I want you to make the conscious effort to look for other styles. It's very, very important to give it a bit of time. At first, most styles will feel weird, especially if your fingers aren't used to these really small kinds of micro manipulations. Many people say, for example, that learning how to knit the English way is a lot easier, and it does involve less fine control, especially with your left hand. But many advanced knitters also say it's very slow and they want to make the change to continental knitting. And for them, it's often much harder because they need to unlearn years and years of practice. So please don't give up after the first 10 stitches or so, especially if you are new to the needlecrafts. Anyway, that's how to knit the continental way. I really hope I was able to introduce you to this amazing hobby and you were able to start knitting your first little project. Please like this video if you enjoyed watching, comment with your questions and your feedback, and don't forget to subscribe in case you don't want to miss any new videos. Happy knitting and enjoy the rest of your day.
What goes together better than peanut butter and jelly? Bundling home and auto insurance so you can save.
I like bundling.
When you bundle your home and auto insurance with Allstate, you could save up to 25%.
I bundled and I saved.
Save up to 25% when you bundle.
Quebec City is my favorite stop when I'm on tour. After a show, I like to relax and unwind. Enjoy life's simple pleasures. Take in the scenery.
Hey guys, it's Ryan. In this video, I'm going to be teaching you how to knit. I'm going to go over all of the basics and keep it pretty simple because, contrary to popular belief, knitting is actually pretty easy. It can seem intimidating at first, but we're going to keep it simple so you can hit the ground running. All you're going to need is yarn and 2 knitting needles, and then you're ready to go. So getting started, first thing we need to do is we actually need to get the yarn onto the needles in the first place. So you want to take the tail end of the yarn. The tail end of the yarn is the end of the yarn, and the rest of the yarn is going to be connected to this ball. You can just kind of let that be and just pull out enough yarn to be comfortable to work with. I always end up with like a pile of loose yarn here, and it sometimes becomes a tangled mess, and that's totally fine. So take the tail end of your yarn, and we can put our needles aside for now. What we're going to do is we need to make a slip knot on the end of this yarn. So to make a slip knot, you want to take the yarn like this, and with the tail end, flip it over the part that's connected to the rest of the yarn, just like this. So you make a little loop here. We're going to take 2 fingers and put it through this loop like this, and what we're going to do is grab the yarn that's connected to the rest of the yarn, so this end of the yarn. We're going to grab it with the 2 fingers and pull it through this loop that we created. So if you come up, you grab that part of the yarn and then just gently pull everything a little tight, but not too tight, just so it's snug. So you should end up with this nice little noose here that you can make tighter and looser depending on which end of the yarn you're pulling on. So with this loop, this is actually going to be your first stitch that you put on your needles. So take your needle, put it through the loop that you just made, and if you pull the end of the yarn that's connected to the rest of the yarn, everything should gently tighten. So the loop is going to tighten up on the needle. And you want to just give everything a little bit of a tug so it's nice and snug. Not too tight because you're going to be working with this. You want it to remain a little loose. It's okay if it moves around a little bit, but just make sure that it's closed up on the needle. So this first loop is actually going to be the first stitch on our project, and the number of stitches that we put on this first needle is going to determine the width of whatever it is you're knitting. So if it's a scarf and you have maybe about 20 or so stitches, then you're looking at a scarf that's going to be about this wide, and it'll kind of just grow out from there. And these needles that I'm using here are pretty short just because they're easy to maneuver for me for the video, but most knitting needles are going to give you a lot of space to create a pretty large project. To cast on more stitches, you don't need to make another slip knot. It's actually much easier than that. All you have to do is make more loops, and we're going to put those loops onto this needle. Important note that I should have mentioned at the beginning also is that I am right-handed, so all of my instructions are going to kind of cater towards right-handed people. If you're left-handed, hopefully you can make it work so it's comfortable for you, or maybe, I don't know, watch the video in a mirror or something. But hopefully it's easy to follow along as well. So to get more stitches onto the needle, what we're going to do is just gently wrap the yarn around your index finger like this. So you're holding the yarn in your left hand, wrap the yarn like this, and it naturally is going to create a little loop around your index finger like this. And what we're going to do with this loop is we're going to slip it onto this needle, or we're going to use the needle and scoop the loop off of our finger. So you have the yarn, you kind of turn it a little bit so it creates a loop, and then just take the needle and scoop the loop up through the bottom and pull it off like this. And then just kind of gently pull it tight, not too tight, you just want it to be snug on the needle. So to do that again, you just wrap the yarn around your left index finger, take the needle, come up through the bottom, and scoop the loop off onto the needle, just like that. And you keep going, doing a couple more. So each one of these is going to make your project wider and wider. As you go about this, you'll notice that you're forming a kind of ridge here where all the loops are kind of lined up. So right here, there's a nice little uniform edge of where all the loops are kind of looping over each other. So you have this nice little ridge. Feel free to space everything out to give yourself more room, and it's okay if you grab it, but just make sure that that ridge doesn't get twisted. A lot of times if you're gripping the needle or something, that ridge is going to get twisted around, so just make sure that you keep that ridge as straight and uniform as possible so you don't get anything mixed up or twisted.
Make a decision before. Well,
so I've casted on 18 stitches onto this needle, and that's about as much as I can comfortably fit onto this needle. And I'm going to kind of space them all out a little bit just so they can have a nice little room to breathe between the stitches. Once you have the number of stitches casted on that you want, what we're going to do is we're going to turn the needle around just like this, so we're on the back side of it. So we've got the front here, turn it around here. So the yarn, the tail end of the yarn is on the back or the left side of the needle, and the rest of the yarn here is right at the front of the needle. With your needle in this position, you can hold on to it with your left hand. It's okay if you touch the stitches that you just casted on. Just make sure you're not gripping it too tightly so anything gets twisted or messed up or anything like that. Just lightly hold it. And now we're going to start knitting. So this is the most complicated part, but this is the bread and butter of knitting. I mean, this is the actual knitting that we're going to do. So take your second needle that we have, and right away we're going to get into this first loop or this first stitch, and we're going to start knitting this entire row of stitches. So to knit, this is how you do it. So you want to take your first stitch here in the row. This is the yarn that's connected to the rest of it. Make sure you're not using the tail end of the yarn because that's not going to give you anything to work with. On the front of your needle, you've got the rest of the yarn and you've got this first stitch here. Slide the stitch up to the end of the needle. It doesn't need to be too close, but don't worry about it falling off or flying away or anything like that. It's okay. And what we're going to do is this. We're going to take the second needle and take it through this loop up through the back side of the left-handed needle. So take your needle and put it to the left side of this first stitch and scoop it through the loop along the back side of the left needle, just like this. So you're creating kind of an X with the two needles. So I'll do that again just real quick so you can see. You've got the loop here, take the needle, take it along the left side of the loop, stick it up through the loop, and come up along the back side of the two needles. And then once you have that X, you're going to take the yarn here. This is the yarn that's connected to everything else, the rest of the ball of yarn. And we're going to loop it around the back right needle, just like this. So slip it around the back right needle that's along the back side and pull it, not too tight, but give it a nice little tug. And it's going to be pulled between these two needles. So between the X, it's going to come up through the middle of them, come down here like through the bottom. And then you're going to take the right needle, the one that's in the right hand, we're going to come down and scoop off this remaining loop. So come down through the loop, come up along the left side like this, and pull it off the left needle completely. And if you pull everything a little tight, it should look all right. So that is knitting. It's kind of crazy. It can be really weird and intimidating, and this does not, especially since this is just our first row, it does not look like we did anything, but I promise you it's going to get much clearer and easier as we go along. So moving right along, we're going to do the second stitch now. So we've got the second stitch up to the edge of this, up to the end of this second needle on the left. Take the right-handed needle, come up through the loop along the back side, so you form a kind of X here, and then take your yarn, wrap it around the right needle in the back and go through the two needles, so it's falling between the X, and then take your right needle, go down through that loop, and we're just going to scoop it off. So we've got the right needle here, we're just going to go through the loop again and scoop it off like this. So one more time on the third stitch here, you go through the loop along the back side like this, take your yarn, and sometimes it's easy if you pinch. I've got my thumb and my middle finger holding the right needle as well. So part of this is so I can easily show you, but I mean, you can hold your needles however is comfortable for you. Eventually you'll kind of find a way that works best for you. But take the needle in the right hand, wrap it around the back needle there, go through the two needles, and then with the right needle, scoop off this remaining loop, just like this. Okay? So this is knitting. You want to do this to every single stitch on your row. You're going through that first loop, you're wrapping the yarn around, and then you're going down and looping, or pulling off that loop off the left needle. All knitting is just a series of loops. We're basically scooping the loop off the left needle, wrapping the yarn around, taking the loop off. So you're taking the loop off, and in the process, you're creating or adding one new loop onto the loop. So it's a bunch of loops, basically. So you want to do this to the end of the row. Hopefully it's clear what you're doing. Feel free to pause and yell at me or rewind and watch it again. But hopefully those first examples was clear. But you're just going to do this to the very end of the row, and eventually you're going to have a nice little buildup of rows. And once we get a couple more rows in, it'll be a lot more clearer what it is we're actually doing here. When you reach the end of the row, you'll have one last stitch. So here I am at the end of the row. I've got one last stitch here on my left-handed needle. All you do is you're just going to knit it just like you did with the other ones. So come up through the loop along, go from the left-hand side, go up through the bottom, up along the back side, and then wrap the yarn around the needle and scoop the loop off, just like you would any of the normal ones. When you're finished with that row, like I just did, you can kind of separate everything out nice and even and take a look at what we've done. So we've knit the first stitches that we casted on, we've knit those, so we've added an extra layer of loops onto those initial stitches that we casted on. So it's slightly thicker, it's slightly longer, and knitting is just growing this out. So if this is a scarf, we're just going to keep repeating this over and over again until it grows longer and longer. So with that first row finished, make sure that you have this nice uniform edge. Again, if you have a twist or something from holding it, it's going to cause you some problems. So make sure that you find the edge and all of your loops are nice and uniform and going in the same direction. You've got this nice hard edge here on the end here. What we're going to do now is jump right into the next row. So flip your work around like we did before. So now you've got your working yarn, or the yarn that's connected to the rest of the ball of yarn here, and this is what we're going to use. Make sure you don't use the tail end of the yarn on accident. That would cause you some problems. So we're going to hold the work again with our left hand, and we're going to jump right into this new stitch here that's on the end. So once again, we're going to do the same exact thing that I showed you before. Take the right needle, put it through the first loop and come up along the back side. Then take the yarn, wrap it around the right needle, and it's going to be pulled through the two needles between the X. And then take the right needle, and we're going to scoop this loop off of the left needle. So come down through the loop and pull it off. Once again, take the right needle, put it to the left of the loop on your left needle, put it through the loop and come up along the back side to create the X. And then take the yarn, wrap it around the right needle, pull it through between the X, and scoop off the loop. Go down and scoop it off. And then as you're going along, you can kind of slowly push the rest of the stitches up towards the end of the needle. That should kind of naturally happen, but in case it doesn't, you can give them a little nudge. But we're doing the exact same thing that I showed you on the first row. We're just putting the needle through, wrapping the yarn around, going down, and scooping the yarn off. Go through the loop, wrap it around, and then go down and scoop it off. Go through along the back side, wrap around, go down and through the loop. So hopefully this is becoming clear to you. If this is your first time attempting to knit, it can be confusing. It can feel very uncomfortable in your hands, and like you might be getting kind of sweaty, and then like the needles and the yarn starts to do that squeaky thing that's like really uncomfortable. But I promise eventually you'll find a way that's most comfortable for you for holding your yarn and holding your needles, and eventually you'll just be knitting your own socks pretty soon. I mean, this is really it. This is knitting. This is all you really need to know if you want to knit something. This video is actually, I guess technically, a reboot, I guess you could say, of my first video on this channel where I did a how to knit video, and that was back in 2014, so a long time ago. And I wanted to do a new video just because that video was my first video, and so I kind of didn't know what I was really doing, and I feel like now I can maybe explain things a little better, hopefully. And that first video had like an annoying background soundtrack that a lot of people didn't like. And so hopefully this new video is at least slightly a better explanation. But the cool thing is that the technique doesn't change. I mean, I'm showing you the exact same thing that I showed you in that video from a long time ago. So you can go back and watch that video. I'm showing you the exact same pattern of scooping off the loops and adding new loops to it. So when you're finished with that second row now, you can see a little bit more of what we're doing. We've built up the row a little bit more, so we've got more stitches. We've got 2 layers of stitches now, and I'm just going to keep going. So I'm going to flip my work over again. So you always want the working yarn, or the yarn that's attached to the ball of yarn. You always want that part of the yarn at the very start of your needle. So you can dive right into it and start knitting the third row. Yeah, the third row. And I'm going to now, do not be alarmed, I'm not like super fast knitting. I have pressed fast forward, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just speed through a couple more rows just so I can grow this out a little bit more and you can get a better idea of what your project should look like as you go along. So this is what I have after knitting a few more rows. I think I did maybe 5 or 6 more rows here, and hopefully this gives you a clearer picture of what it is we're doing here. So you're basically building up these rows of loops, and you should have this kind of nice uniform fabric of little bumps that are all in these nice little rows, and it should look the same on either side. So you've got the same, pretty much the same look on either side. It's okay, obviously, if you've messed up or if you've got a little bit of gap here or there. Even mine's not perfect here, like at the beginning and on the edges. It's not as clean as it totally could be, but that's totally fine. I mean, it's knitting, it's not the end of the world. It's supposed to be just a fun meditative thing that you're doing, really. So from here, I'm just going to keep doing what I was doing. I'm going to go right into my rows and keep knitting and making it longer and longer. And the more rows you do, the more this is going to grow out. And at least for mine, this could be a very skinny scarf, but it could be a scarf if I make it long enough. So you can do that. Your other option would be to finish it up if you want to learn how to cast off and actually learn how to get the project off of these needles. I've got another video up that I'll show you where I actually walk you through how to cast off the stitches, so how to end the project. You don't just slip the needles off, obviously. There is a certain way of getting the project off of your needles. So in that video, I cover that, so feel free to check that out if you want to learn how to finish up your knitting project. The other option is to learn the second stitch in knitting. So knitting is basically 2 stitches. This first stitch that you've just learned now in this video is called the knit stitch, so knitting. The second stitch to learn is called the purl stitch, P-U-R-L, and that stitch is kind of not quite the opposite of the knit stitch, but it works the yarn a different way, and when you combine that purl stitch with the knit stitch, you can create different types of fabric. So that's how you get like a ribbed sweater, or how you can make It's kind of how you can make cables or the stockinette stitch that you see in like normal t-shirts and that kind of thing. That is the combination of knitting and purling. So if you want to learn how to do that second stitch, it is a little bit more complicated than the knit stitch, but it's basically the same principles. It's just a different movement of the needles. If you want to learn the purl stitch, check out that video. If you want to learn how to finish casting off your project, check out my video on how to cast off your knitting. Otherwise, just keep on knitting until this grows into an enormous scarf. Hopefully that was helpful, and now you are a knitting master well on your way to knitting your own pair of socks or hat. Remember to like and subscribe if you found this to be particularly helpful, and also definitely check out my other videos that I have that kind of build off the basics of knitting. If you want to learn how to knit socks or a hat, I've got videos for that too. Otherwise, I will see you next time. Hey guys, it's Ryan. In this video, I'm going to be teaching you how to knit.
Are you a coach or a wellness practitioner who knows you're meant for more, but your business still isn't providing the income and the freedom?
And then we're going to start again with an invisible single crochet decrease, like so. yarn over, pull through, yarn over, pull through. So it's going to look like this. So make sure if you're looking at your ears now, is this aligned? Is the hole aligned? So look at your project and make sure it's aligned. Okay. So let's keep going. We're going to repeat what we just did. Not this part, but the one in the beginning here. So we did an invisible single crochet decrease. So now it's 1 single crochet stitch. Then it's an invisible single crochet decrease, 1 single crochet stitch, invisible single crochet decrease. So we're pretty much repeating that now into the end. 1 single crochet stitch, then a decrease. I'm just going to call it decrease now. It is the invisible single crochet decrease though. There we go. 1 single, 1 decrease, 1 single, and 1 more decrease. There we go. All right, so this is how it's looking so far. We're going to do the next round. It's going to be just decreases, okay? And then we're going to add the tail. So I'm not going to stuff it just yet. I'm going to start stuffing it about halfway through of the next round, but you can start stuffing it now if you like, okay? So we're going to start with just decreases, okay? And that includes the chain. So we're going to use these chains here to do decreases. I recommend going into the back loop though, because you're going to use that again for the tail. This is where the tail is going to go later. So instead of the front loop for this part, I'm going to use the back loop. But again, it's up to you. So here's a decrease right here. Hang on, got to pull this through. Then a single crochet stitch, and then again a decrease. No, excuse me, there's no single crochet stitch. I just realized it is just decreases, silly me. Okay, decrease. Hang on. Gonna do the decrease over here. Come on, grab my loopy loopy. Okay. The cat is so cute. I have to make it once I get back from vacation, Michelle says. Let's go. Maxine says, I'm going to get the ebook instead of the sweatshirt I wanted. Maxine, I love you, girl. I'm so happy for you. You're going to be able to use this ebook way longer than a sweatshirt. I have this feeling. Patterns are endless. Okay, so here we go. Are we at 104? We're at 104 people, you guys. Everyone loves my little kitty cat, I guess. You guys are amazing. You guys shared it that much. My polyfill just fell down. This is so excited how excited it is. Okay, let's stuff this little kitty cat before we finish this round because our hole's getting too small. We reached over 100, you guys, which means we're going to do 3 questions later. Hopefully I have them ready. I think I did them ready though. I need to double check though because I copied some questions over. I know I have 2 ready. I'm going to make sure I have 3 ready. I will make sure of it. Don't worry about it. So, looking like good. Ooh, my tension is different on this guy than I did on the other one. You guys know what happens when I film online? My tension is always different. This tension was tighter. Can you tell? It's tighter on this one because I was sitting down with my Volare pillow. And when I'm on camera, it's always going to be, less tight. It's just what it is. Okay, so we're working on the bottom now. Okay. So we're going to talk about what's coming next in a second, Edna. Yes. So let's finish up this round. I may have to stuff it a little bit more, but I have a little hole here where the tail goes in, so I can do a little bit more. We now have 109 people watching. Let's go. Keep sharing, you guys. You're amazing. All right. So I'm going to have here 1 more invisible single crochet decrease. So like so, and now we just need to close up the hole. But if you feel like there's more room to add polyfill, go for it. I'm going to grab some more here to add a little bit more in here before I close this up. Do other yarns work as well if we don't have chenille? Yes, but whether it's going to be cuddly and soft is going to be a different question. Okay, you can use Bernard blanket yarn instead if you want to use super bulky yarn. If you're using worsted, it's going to be smaller. So just that you know, as a comparison. Okay, so I highly recommend, since these are snuggly animals or let's say amigurumi, you want to make sure it's cuddly. So if you're using rough yarn, it's not going to be cuddly and people are not going to want to snuggle with it. So keep that in mind, or play with it, depending, right? So adjust your polyfill a little bit so it's cute. Oh my God, look how cute it is. Oh my God, I love it. Okay, so I'm going to close up my hole now. So let me show you how that works. You're going to cut your yarn, decent amount, so about 1 foot or so. And you can take out your stitch marker at this point. I'm just going to snip it. There we go. And I'm going to take out my yarn gently. because remember, it's chenille yarn, it can rip. So we were going to be very careful now when we're closing up this hole, okay? So you're going to pull this through, and you're going to go through every stitch and into the front loop only, okay? So front loop and pull as you go. So that way you're closing it up as you go. If you do it later, you're going to be able to, you're going to rip this yarn. So pull as you are going through the front loops. Literally after every stitch you're pulling. If you do it later, you're going to regret it. Trust me on this. Pull as you go. Find your front loops, pull as you go. It's going to close it up more and more. See that? I have one more to go right here. Right here's one more. Closing it all the way up. There we go. So now you can weave it in, and I like to weave in literally going through the polyfill, and always go back in where you came from. So over here, I'm going to go over here. I came out of here, so I'm going back in over here, going over here, going back in where I came from. I do this a few times until I feel like, okay, I think I wove it in enough. The polyfill is holding it tight inside, and then I'm going to snippy snip. This one is a fat one. This one definitely got a little fatter. So we're going to add the tail now, okay? So let me swoop around. I got to check my pattern over here. How's it going, everyone? We have 113 people now. Let's go. I didn't expect Monday to be bigger than Sunday. Okay, we're now going to add a little tail here in the back. Okay, so we're going to start with 3 single crochet stitches. I recommend keeping the corners, even though it's not per se a stitch, also there. Okay, so we want to use that too. So we're going to go into here. We're going to crochet 1 single crochet over here. Then another single crochet. Whoops. Another single crochet over here. Hang on. Make sure it's in a single crochet. There we go. Another single crochet here. And that's 3 single crochets in a row. Then we're going to do a decrease right next to it. So see if you can find like 2 loops that are resembling front loops. Then make a decrease. Then again, 3 single crochet stitches. So 1, 2, and 3. And then there should be 1 more decrease. So here there's 2 front loops right there. And a decrease. I'm going to take this guy right now and tuck it in because I don't need that. And now we're going to do 1 more round of decreases. So 1 single crochet in 2 stitches. So here's 2 stitches, a decrease like so. Make sure your stitches are nice and tight. 1 single crochet stitch and a decrease. Okay. Now we're going to add a few more rounds of just single crochet stitches. So if you feel like you want to add more stuffing, you can, okay? So I'm going to add here a hint more. If you can't get it in, use the back of your hook and kind of tuck it in. If you feel like you need to do that, you can add more as you go. And let me see, how many rounds are we doing? We're doing 4 rounds of just single crochet stitches, okay? So I'm just going to go around it. You can make more or less. It doesn't really matter. I can kind of tell after how many rounds I have done and see if it's 4 rounds. I'm pretty sure this is now 2. This is the second round. It's going to get tight, you guys. These are not a lot of stitches because you don't want a fat tail unless you want to have a fat tail. But we kind of want a skinny tail. So there's going to be a little bit tightness there. But it's doable. It's not that bad, you guys. You can do it. So if you want to keep stuffing things, you can. I'm probably not going to stuff the tail very much, if at all, because that way I can still bend it a little bit and it's going to be more playful. So here we go. I'm pretty sure I'm about to start round 4. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's going to be 6 in total. So I think this is now 5 and I have 1 more to go. So here we go. Almost there. Almost there. And I think I have 1 more. Let me double check here how many stitches I have done, or better, how many rounds. We started here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I have 1 more to go. So 1 more to go. As you can tell, I didn't use a stitch marker here because it's not super necessary as long as you have a good amount and you're good to go. So I think I'm going to stop right here. That's a good amount. It looks like this. If you want it to be bigger, you can. If you want it to be smaller, you can. It's totally up to you. I'm going to snippity snip now, and I'm going to close this up the same way as I did over here. Okay, so you're going to pull this out We have 117 now. You guys are amazing and sharing. And thank you for hitting the like button, the subscribe button, for commenting. And I really, really appreciate you guys being here for this free fun tutorial to make a no-sew kitty cat. Remember, the video will be available as a replay after as well. So if you want to watch a replay later, that's fine. But I highly recommend you stay here because otherwise you're going to miss the prices. Don't go away. We're going to have some prices later. We're going to talk more about amigurumi patterns, and then we're going to give away some prizes. Okay, so I'm just going to weave in my ends over here. If you feel like you have any holes, you can go and use your yarn to kind of guide it through it. I feel like there may be a little hole right here. It's not a big, but I'm going to weave my yarn over and see if I can get it in here and kind of grab some loops that are rounded so that I can close this up. Do you see that a little bit there? Feel like I don't like it, so there we go. Close that up and then just weave it in. See, hole's gone. Okay, so now I can snippity snip this. All right, kitty cat is almost done. Look at it, isn't it adorable? I absolutely love it. Okay, how many stitches are in the tail, Gloria is saying? You mean at the very end? You can do the math. There should be, let's see, 1, 2, 3 times 2, 6 stitches. Actually, I wrote it down in a pattern. 6 stitches at the very end per round. Okay, so I'm going to use my worsted yarn now, and we're going to add the little X there on the back. So let's start with that. I'm going to show you how I do it, okay? So we're going to add our little X first. So we're going to take our yarn and go in here somewhere on the side, and we're going to come out here right in the back below our tail, wherever you want your X to be. You can put it higher or lower. I think I'm going to put it higher. Let me look where I did it over here. Yeah, it's about where I put it, roughly. So we're going to put our little X here in the back. We're not going to talk about what it is, but you guys know what it is. Okay, let's see. We're going to do... Ooh, that one was a little high. Hang on, we're going to pull this back out. This line was a little bit low and the other one was too high. Hang on, we're going to do this again. This is a good thing when you can rip it back out, right? All right, so we're going to put our X roughly here. My nose is tickly. Okay, so we're going to go down. How about this one? I think it's going to be better if I kind of go down a hint. We want it to be even, right? Is this high? Hang on, where I'm going to put my X. I feel like this line is a little bit low. We're going to go and bring this higher. There we go. So this is better. So if I go over here and then come back out over here. Now we're talking. I think this is going to be better. There we go. And then you're going to put this down like this. Sorry, I was looking from an angle. So what I do now is I'm going to go back in and I'm going to come back out over here. Ooh, I pulled a little bit too much over here, but that's okay. I have enough over here. So once you pulled this back out over here, it's going to look like that. So let this hang here, okay? This is fine. You can adjust this here a little bit if you want it to be. So now you're going to bring this yarn to the front and we're going to add our whiskers. So bring it out somewhere and you can always go back in and figure out if this is good. So here's where we're going to adjust a little bit and see where we're going to put the whiskers. I think I'm going to put them here on the side a little bit, roughly. Let's go back in where we came from and let's see, is this gonna look good? I think I'm gonna put them here on the side. So I'm gonna add here 2 of them on this side. Let's see how it looks like. We can always pull it back out. Let's see, is that gonna look good? Let me see. I'm just gonna pull this in and come out over here. You always have to make sure if you're coming out somewhere, always go back in the same spot. Does that look cute? Yeah, that kind of looks cute. I'm gonna leave that over there. I'm going to check the comments in just a second, you guys, okay? I just want to finish my whiskers real quick. See, I went back in the exact same spot. If you don't, you're going to see your black coming out. So over here, I'm going to go back over here. Let's see, I want to make sure it's even. So I'm looking over it. So, and then go back in the same spot, roughly right here. Is that about even? You guys can tell. I feel like it is. This one is fatter than the other one. Okay, so let me see. I'm going to come back over here and just looking how it looks like. Looks pretty cute, right? So now you're going to take your yarn and you're going to come back out in the same spot where you came from. So if you can't get to it first, always go somewhere else and go back in the same spot. So right here, is where it initially came from. You see that? Let me show you. This is the exact same spot. There's no yarn in between. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a knot right here because it's not over the gray yarn. And I'm going to make a knot and I'm going to snip this and I'll show you what happens after. I'm going to take my tweezers and I'm going to tuck this in like so. I highly recommend having some tweezers close by. You can weave it in too, but tweezers can help weave it in. And there we go. Oh, kind of like it. It's super adorable. Look at it. So you can tell the difference between me crocheting on camera, right? My tension is different on camera than it is when I not crochet it on camera. Look at this. It's the same stitch count, but my tension is different. Let's see. I see a couple of comments here, so let's go back up. X marks the spot, Maxine says. That's right. Maxine says, I will get it with Nikki to see how I gift you this. Oh, someone wants to gift an ebook? You guys are amazing. Yeah, email me if you want to gift someone an ebook. Let's see. You were so fun to watch. You guys make me laugh, though. You guys have the funniest things. Emma says, I bought your ebook yesterday. Can't stop crocheting. Yay! She already made the gummy bears. Now I want to make the kitty. They're easy to follow. I'm so completely satisfied with everything. Thank you, Emma. I appreciate your comment. That makes me so happy. Look at these kitties. I kind of like the fat one more. I don't know why. I like it. Look, the whiskers are a little different and the nose is a little bit more higher. Maybe the gray one looks cuter. Who knows? What do you guys think? Is the gray one cuter? I kind of like it. No mouth. I'm not going to add a mouth. You can add a mouth if you want to, but I'm going to keep this one as mine is fat and so filled you can't see the mouth anymore. Isn't that adorable? I kind of like it. All right, guys, let me swoop around so you can see it. Look at it. It's so cute. Look at this fat one. It's fat. It is so adorable. It's the exact same pattern. My tension is different on camera than it is when I sit down with my Volare pillow. You can tell the tension is different. There's a couple of gaps in between, right? So I'm a lot tighter in tension when I sit on a sofa. But it definitely looks more like a loaf. Look at this loaf kitty. Oh my God, I love them so much. They're so cute. I'm going to put them behind me right now. Hang on. So we're going to put the loaf kitty over here. And then this one we're going to put over here. How about that? I think that looks pretty good. So let's talk about these patterns behind me. We're going to do some more live tutorials in the next few days. In case you didn't know, let me tell you guys this real quick, okay? So that way you know for sure what I'm talking about. We're going to do more live tutorials in the next few days. So today is the 21st, and we have 2 more days of live tutorials. One of them is going to be the bird, very likely tomorrow. So we're going to do the birdie right there. The last one is going to be a big question mark still. You guys have to help me decide. Is it going to be, let me move the picture to the side so you can see. Is it going to be the cupcake right there? I'll show you a better picture in a second. Is it going to be the cupcake or is it going to be the axolotl? Okay, which one am I going to teach you on Wednesday? The axolotl or the cupcake? Which one? So let's talk about all of these patterns here behind me in this ebook, and at the very end we're going to give away some prizes. Okay, so stay till the end if you want to have a chance to win something. Okay. And I just looked, I have my 3 questions ready for today. Yay! Remember, if we have the same situation tomorrow, more than 100 people, we're going to give away 3 prizes instead of just 2. So always tell your crochet besties to join us, okay? So let's do this. Let's go through some questions of why this ebook is special, and it's definitely different than any other ebook or book out there, okay? Let's talk about it. So the very first thing is, you just got introduced to these cute little kitty cats, right? And we did yesterday a fishy. You saw that over here. We made this fishy yesterday. We made this kitty cat today. And the question from me to you is, would you like to have more no-sew amigurumi patterns? If you have never made amigurumi before, or you love amigurumi, then I have this feeling you would appreciate no-sew amigurumi patterns without having to worry about where are you going to add the pieces later. Where do you have to sew sew them on, and then I have to worry about a needle, and is it gonna look good, right? Here it's absolutely no sew. There are a few different techniques to make it no sew. You just saw some of them by literally adding stitches to it, okay? And you have stitches onto it, and therefore creating limbs or ears and crocheting onto it in order to crochet, let's say, a tail, for example, right? So there's many different ways on how to turn something no sew, and I have an entire ebook here for you that has all no sew crochet patterns, right? Ad free and printer friendly. Let's talk about that in a little bit more detail. My nose is so itchy today. I don't know why. Anyways, would you like to have an ebook that has very detailed patterns with large font? I'll show you that in a second so you know what I'm talking about, okay? Actually, I might show it to you here. Look, this is the cat, okay? This is part of the cat pattern. Look how big this is. This is size 14 right here. So these patterns are very large, okay? Like you can read it easily between your crochet and the pattern. You do not have to print it out. You can have it digitally. In fact, I recommend using it digitally because it comes with video tutorials, more than 15 video tutorials. In a few months, you're gonna have all 30 video tutorials included, or all patterns we're gonna have a video tutorial. It's gonna be more than 30 in there in the end because some of them are literally like tips tutorials, okay? So you're going to get a lot more video tutorials as we go along, but for now there's more than 15 videos already included for many of these different types of patterns. So if you are more of a visual learner and you absolutely love videos like this and having fun with this, okay, and you have replays available with these live video tutorials, most of them are done as live tutorials, so we have fun here. We are excited. Anyway, so if you want all of those with video tutorials without having to search the internet and trying to find something you're looking for, have it all at the tip of your finger. You can just literally tip it, right? Tap it, tap it, tap it, because they're all clickable. You have everything instantly available. Material list, videos, everything you need is just a little click, and it's very user-friendly, very beginner-friendly and user-friendly. And as I said, even the table of content is clickable. So if you are going to go to the bookstore and just compare this list with that, you're not going to find books, even crochet books. I don't care what books there are out there. Sadly, we have to say this, that there's no books out there yet that have video tutorials. If there are any, I think I found one that was a cooking book that had a little QR codes inside and said, here are some videos that come with it. That was one book I found, and I've been going to the bookstore a lot, and I have not found one crochet book with large font that had video tutorials. None of them. This one does, okay? So if you're more of a visual learner without having to worry about, trying to find something, then that is for you. It comes with video tutorials that are clickable. The other thing that it annoys me when I go to the bookstore and find books, it really is annoying, and tell me if you feel the same, because I'm not trying to be frustrating or something, right? Or being pessimistic, but I'm trying to have a good experience. In 2025, we should be able to get the materials we're looking for instantly, right? I mean, we have short videos. Everything is a click of a button, right? We want things quickly, okay? Our food comes faster than our material list sometimes, right? So anyways, the point is, if I get a book from the bookstore, it will tell me some kind of random yarn that may not have heard before, but right? And then I have to go and Google it and figure out where I can get it, and it never gave me a picture either, so I don't even know if I'm getting the right one. So how do I know my product is going to end up the exact same way as the original pattern is, right? That can be frustrating. So here you're getting instant links and therefore know exactly what I use to make this pattern happen, therefore making it very easy and beginner friendly, right? Because it is user friendly. You just know what you're going to get. It's right there. You click it and you can move on, right? You don't have to worry about wasting your time. Now let me show you how this actually works in reality. Here's kind of a summary picture that tells you exactly what I was just talking about. You have the table of content that is clickable. It jumps you to the tutorial or the pattern, and then from there you have these blue words. Those are all clickable. It'll jump you, like, for example, to a video tutorial. That's an example, right? Or the material list. And you also have the main menu button, which is a little purple button. It says main menu, and it'll jump you back to the table of content. I'll show you how that looks like in reality. Oh, Beverly, you just got it, girl! Woohoo! I gotta put this away so I can do a better woohoo. Let's do this again. Woohoo! Who also did? Who also did? You guys tell me. If you got the ebook today, please let me know. Let's see. Shelly is saying, it might be perfect for teaching a beginner crochet class for children. Any thoughts and suggestions? I have 2 girls that want to learn amigurumi. Shelly, I would highly recommend first checking out my beginner tutorials on single crochet. That's probably the main one you're going to need. Chains, single crochet, skipped stitches, things like that. They're all free on my website as well as my YouTube channel. And if they're done ready to learn amigurumi, tell them about this, because it does come with video tutorials making it easy and beginner friendly. So if they're ready, if they know how to make a single crochet and a chain, they're ready for doing some amigurumi. But, you know, start it slowly. Okay, I think that's a good way to do that, right? So let's see. I'm just checking. Joyce is saying videos are very help to clear up some directions for placements. Very true. You saw that today when we did the kitty cat, for sure, 100%. So let me show you on my iPad how that actually looks like of what I was just talking about. Okay, so I talked about that the table of contents clickable, and I'm serious about it. I also wrote it down just that you know, because some people don't pay attention to me. That's okay. I understand. But I hope you sure read it. So once you get the ebook, this is how it's going to look like, right? This is my iPad. So this is the table of content and it's clickable, right? So once you tap it, let's go, and I'm just going to click the cat since we did that today. Actually, let me first show you what these numbers represent, okay? So we have the tips tutorials right here. There's 9 of them. They're all clickable. And then you have over here the patterns, right? And there's a number behind the 3 because chapter 3 with the numbers, 30 patterns. So if you don't know what it represents, these are the numbers right here. You just slide over, right? And you can see exactly what they represent. So for example, we're going to look for the kitty cat as number 17. Okay, then we're going to click on 17 in a second. But first I want to tell you that it is organized by category. We have different categories. We have foods, as you can see under number 7, those are food categories. Then we have non-animals, non-foods, which is number 8 through 12. Those are all, you know, regular things, right? And then we have 13 through, let's see, 20. Those are land animals, even if they don't exist anymore, like a dinosaur, right? Then we have things that fly, the bee unto the bird. So even though the chicken doesn't fly far, it does have wings. So 21 through 24 are, you know, air animals. Let's call them air animals. Is that what they call air animals? Well, the things that fly. Anyways, and then we have 25 through 30, which are water animals, okay? I don't want to call it ocean because a fishy can be anywhere, right? So we have then the water animals. So these are the categories, how they're organized, okay? So let's click on number 17, which is the loaf cat, and it'll jump you to the loaf cat, okay? So here's the loaf cat, and then you can just swipe around, right? And then there's the main menu button up there, and you can jump right back. But as you just saw, if I go back to it, let me go back to it so you can, I'm just going to go dino for a second here. You can see those are all blue, right? So do you see the blue parts over there? Those are all clickable. So the material list is clickable, and there's a video tutorial also. Now, I have all the videos also within your account. So you're going to see when you log in after you purchase the ebook, you're going to have one area that says, here's the ebook. And then one of it says, here's the video tutorials. So if you don't want to click here, let's say you want to print it out the way I did, you can go just log in and you see all the video tutorials listed in order. Okay, so that way you can just click on whichever one you want to look for. In fact, the OWL has 2 video tutorials. They're only in that library because I don't have a link directly and it has to be embedded. Okay, so they're going to be just in there. So you're going to have to get used to that video library, which is very helpful to have. You have them all in a row. You don't have to like click around or anything. Super user friendly. And you have all the video tutorials in one location, right? And I keep adding more and more as I teach you more. They're all going to be added in there in the end. So you're going to see them all. And by Wednesday, I have this ebook updated with all the links included as well. Okay, for any videos that I'm doing in the next few days, they're going to be added into the video, into the ebook as well, just that you know. Okay, so that is how the iPad looks like. So what do you think? Is this something for you? Let me show you all the patterns a little bit more up close, because I know sometimes when you see just the little tiny pictures, it might be hard to see. So let me show them up close a little bit. So here would be the first 10 of them, okay? Remember, there's 30 in here. So we have the owl, which is very popular. There's two video tutorials I got with it. Okay, so the owl, the snowy winter owl, apparently looks like the one from Harry Potter. So if you're a Harry Potter fan, or you know someone who's a Harry Potter fan, this works for you. I've never watched Harry Potter, I never read Harry Potter, so I didn't know. It was requested by my TCC members. The membership in the people in my membership wanted a snowy winter owl. I had no idea it was because it looks similar to Harry Potter. So I just made it, and everyone's like, oh my god, it looks like the one for Harry Potter. I was like, oh, is that what you were thinking? Anyways, and this is one of my favorites. The elephant, eventually we'll have a video tutorial for that as well. The same is true for the whale. Love those. Aren't they so cute? We just did the kitty cat. You have the dino video already available. The fish the same. Here's the cupcake we were talking about. Okay, do you want the cupcake or do you want the axolotl for Wednesday's video? Tomorrow we're going to go through the birdie. That's going to be fun. We have a frog. That one is already available as a video as well. The cow is coming. In a few months, you have all of them, okay? I cannot give you a timeline, but eventually my hope is to have them all. Then we have, here's the next 10. We have a jellyfish. We have a gummy bear that comes with a video. This one also comes with a video. This one is super easy. It's a pencil. The turtle right here is related to the baby turtle. So I'm not going to make additional video on that because they're very similar. It's just a little bit bigger, okay? The same style, just a little bit bigger. So then we have a banana, which is one of my son's absolute favorite ones. We have a chicken, we have a donut, and a pacifier. The pacifier is also popular because it's great for gender reveal, okay? So just change the colors out. There's a squeaker inside. If you want to put a rattle inside too, that's fine too. I put a squeaker inside. So like a, you know, a toy that you would use for, let's say, a dog or something like that. I have a link, of course, in there so you know what I used. These are really fun to make, this pacifier. And then we have here 10 more, makes it 230. We have the bunny. It's still Easter. You can make bunnies. Okay, we have a crayon. We have an octopus. This one comes with a video. We have a book that has a hidden pouch, which is super cute. Here are the axolotls I was talking about. I would be making the baby axolotl if I'm making it. So you guys still have to decide. Baby axolotl or cupcake? Which one do you prefer? Let me know. We have a boba. Obviously, the boba drink you can change up to make it into a milkshake or something like that if you prefer that. But boba drinks are very popular right now. I'm not a fan of them, but they are. By the way, have you noticed? I picked a lot of popular items you could sell as a vendor at craft fairs, okay? They're popular as gifts. They're popular all year long. So I really picked the most popular ones right now. We also have a carrot. We have a bee. The bee also comes with a video tutorial. And we have a hook. That also comes with a video tutorial, which makes a great crochet gift. So if you know a crocheter, you can gift them a crochet hook. It's like, here, look, there's a crochet hook for you. You can't crochet with it, but you can make it. It's super cute. Okay, Barbara says, if you have never bought an ebook from Nikki, then you have to get this one. Who doesn't want a soft cuddly animal that is so simple to make with tutorials and written instructions? Barbara, I love you, girl. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. If you guys haven't gotten the ebook yet, go grab it for yourself because this ebook is on sale until Wednesday. So let me pop up the picture so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Here are all of them in one little whoop. Okay, $15 off brings it less to $20. What is going on with my nose today? Why is it so tickly? Okay, less than $20 for all 30. All 30, okay? You're going to get all 30 patterns with 9 tips tutorials and more than 15 video tutorials, okay? All ad-free and printer-friendly. That's a huge amount of value you are getting, okay? I mean, you have large font. It is easy. It's user and beginner friendly. I mean, there's nothing to lose, okay? It's less than $20 for the entire ebook right here. Use that coupon code up there until the 23rd of April of 2025. Okay, let me pop in the link real quick into the comments so you guys have it ready to go. Ooh, I copied it earlier. I gotta copy it again. It's been too long. My system's like, I forgot which link you were copying. Hang on, go back. I'm gonna copy it again. There we go. It's in the description now. It's in the description already, but I just put it back into the comments if you guys want to grab it from there. Let's see. Tina, you just got the ebook. Let's go, girl. Woohoo! Did I click my button? Yes, I did. I was like, where's the confetti? Okay. Sarah says, ebooks are very explicit, and if you need help with anything, you can ask, and Nikki will respond very quickly. The videos are very great. That's true. I'm very quickly in responding. So if you ever have a question, you can just let me know. Okay. So I went through all of these. I want to show you a couple more reviews. I have been showing in the last few days in case you missed it. So in this entire collection right here, let me show you. Okay, so ad-free, printer friendly, more than 30 I said the same thing as yesterday. More than 30 written patterns, more than 15 video tutorials, 9 tips tutorials all about no-sew. And here are some of the reviews I've been getting about different types of ebooks. Okay, so I love the ebook. I found it to be more affordable than buying the patterns individually. Thank you for such a bargain. Marty, that's true, because in this entire ebook, written instructions, just looking at the written instructions, 27 of them are exclusive to just this ebook. Okay, you can't find it anywhere else. You may find the video tutorial like this loaf cat, but currently, as it stands, as of today, you
I like so much. I love it. Okay.
Real nurses, flawless results. That's the Laser Away difference. All of our laser treatments are performed by licensed nurses trained in the latest laser tech. Your skin is in skilled hands at Laser Away. Book a free virtual consult now.
Welcome to EcoTune's Almost Ultimate Guide to Knitting, where I teach you almost everything you need to know to begin knitting as a beginner. There's a lot to cover in this guide, so let's go ahead and get started. Before you can even get started with learning how to knit, you need to invest in the right materials. There's tons of different materials out there for knitting, but you only need a couple to get started. One of the most important materials in knitting is the yarn. Yarn comes in many different sizes and types, some easier than others to manipulate for beginners. The yarn weight basically tells you how thick the yarn is and can make a project you're working on lightweight or heavy depending on the weight that you choose. Different weights are preferred over others depending on the project you're working on. For an example, if you're making a pair of knit socks, then it would be preferred to use a fingering weight or a weight 1 yarn. The yarn weight is usually always on the back of the yarn label. I personally recommend to start with a weight 5 or a weight 6 yarn as a beginner since it's easier to work with. The more you work with yarn, the easier it'll be to tell which weight a yarn is even without looking at the label. A little tip, if you don't have the correct yarn size you want to work with, you can always double the strands of yarn to make the next size up. So if you combine 2 strands of a weight 3 yarn, then you'll end up with the weight 4 yarn. The weights can also differ based on what type of yarn you're using. There are many different types of yarn. The type of yarn refers to the type of fibers used to make the yarn. Here is a quick overview of the different types of fibers. Acrylic yarn is a synthetic yarn that is easily accessible and includes many different color options. It's great if you're someone who has sensitive skin or allergies, and it's budget friendly. The downsides are that it is synthetic, so it isn't environmentally sustainable, and it isn't a breathable fiber, so it'll hold in odors a lot faster than the other fibers. On the plus side, it is machine washable. Some brands I recommend are Pink Box Yarns, Impeccable, and Lion Brand. Wool is a fiber that comes from sheep that consists of many different options like mohair, merino, alpaca, and more. It's more sustainable than acrylic and is a natural fiber, however, it is itchy depending on the wool you choose and a potential allergen if you have an allergy to lanolin, which is a wax secretion from sheepskin. Since it does come from animals, it's not vegan friendly. However, there are many ethical brands like Wool and the Gang, We Are Knitters, Malabrigo, Loopy Mango, and more that I highly recommend if you're able to afford it. There are also specific certifications on some wool brands that let you know the sheep has been taken care of properly when getting sheared if you're someone who cares about animal welfare. Cotton is another natural fiber that is more breathable, especially for summertime. Cotton yarn does come in a smaller size, however, which makes it a lot more expensive for larger projects. Some brands I recommend are Peaches and Cream, Mila Mila, and Paintbox yarns. Other types of fibers include hemp, bamboo, polyester, raffia, silk, linen, nylon, and more. There are also yarn types that combine one or more fibers, like a wool and acrylic blend, a silk and mohair blend, or a bamboo and cotton blend. The next incredibly important material for knitting are a pair of knitting needles. Knitting needles will let you actually manipulate the yarn into the project of your dreams. There are many different needle sizes, which can get a bit confusing, but the best way to know which needle size to use is to refer to the label on the yarn you choose. The yarn majority of the time will have a symbol like this one on the label that tells you the best sizes suitable for working with that yarn in particular. Here is a chart with the different needle sizes as well as suitable projects for the sizes as well. I usually just use the metric system to read my knitting needle sizes. There's also different types of knitting needles. Straight needles are the type of needles that you'd usually see in movies or photos of knitting. I'd recommend these needles if you're just starting out, as they're the cheapest and easiest to get used to. Straight needles are also great for flat projects like blankets, washcloths, and more. Circular needles are my personal favorite. They're needles that are attached to a cord that can come in a variety of different sizes. There are circular needles that are set with their cord, and some can be switched to a different cord size, which are called interchangeable needles. You can buy a set of interchangeable needles for a variety of prices that depend on if the needles are made of a certain material, which we'll get into soon. With circular needles, you can make a variety of projects from hats, sweaters, scarves, and even flat projects like blankets and washcloths. Double-pointed needles are needles typically used to work on smaller projects like socks, gloves, hats, or even knitted plushies. Typically, double-pointed needles come in a set of 5 to 6 needles. Cable needles are used to make cables and knitting projects. Their shape makes it easy for you to slip your stitches onto the cable needle and keep them separate from the project until you're ready to work on them. I go more in depth with cable needles later in the tutorial section of this guide. Knitting needles come in different types of materials, each of which can change your knitting experience. Here, I'll go over the 2 most popular types of knitting needles. Wooden needles I think are perfect for beginners since they hold on to the stitches well and allow better grip and control over your knitting. Metal needles are great if you're someone who's used to knitting and likes to work quickly, since the stitches have an easier time slipping off the needles. Since they're lightweight, they can reduce hand fatigue, but it could be frustrating if you're a beginner since they are more slippery than other needle types. If you're going to use my recommendations of what yarn and knitting needles to start practicing with, I recommend starting with a weight 5 or 6 yarn and 8mm or 10mm circular needles. Once you get the hang of knitting with large yarn and needles, then you can downsize to weight 4 yarn and 5mm circular needles. When I first started, I worked with this kit from Amazon, and eventually I received this knitting set from one of my good friends that's better quality, yet it is on the pricier side, so I'd say only invest in more expensive knitting sets if you're serious about knitting. One thing to note is how loose or tight you want the project to end up. For an example, I have this weight 4 yarn. If I want the perfect balance for this yarn, I would choose a 5mm needle, which creates this square that isn't too tight or too loose. If I want a tighter square, I would use 4mm needles or even 3.5mm needles, which creates these squares. And if I want a looser square, I would choose a 6mm, 7mm, or even 8mm needles, depending on how loose I want the squares to be. Larger needles with a small yarn will create loose gaps that can be ideal if you're wanting to make a project that's more spacey, if that makes sense. If you prefer tightly knitted projects, then smaller knitting needles are ideal, but it's all to preference on what you'd want to work with. It's best to create swatches as practice to test out which size needles you like to work with the yarn that you've chosen for your specific project before actually beginning the project. For beginners, I recommend just using the size that the yarn label tells you to, and then once you get the hang of knitting, you can go ahead and spice it up and use whatever size knitting needles you want. Here are some other materials for knitting that I highly recommend. Measuring tape is great for making sure everything is accurate in sizing. Scissors are helpful to cut your yarn and finish up your projects. You can use any scissors you like. Stitch markers are great to mark important places in your projects. These are the stitch markers I use, but if you can't afford to get any, you can honestly use anything that can mark your place, whether it be bobby pins, tied rubber bands, or even small pieces of yarn you can tie in place as well. Lastly, a tapestry needle helps you weave in your ends. Weaving in your ends means making sure the cut ends of your yarn are tied up neatly in your project so that the project won't come undone, but we'll talk more about that later. Now that you have your yarn, your needles, and all the other materials that you need, it's finally time to actually learn how to knit.
Mr. President, put this on. Open the door.
My fellow Americans, God bless you and good luck.
What drew me to Paradise is first and foremost the show's creator, Dan Fogelman. He said he wrote something, I took a look at it, and I said, when do we start?
The president tells me you have children.
That's correct.
You're gonna want to hear this.
What drew me to the role is the fact that it wasn't your typical portrayal of a president. You never seen Die Hard? We're gonna have to remedy that.
Yes, sir.
What I love about Sinatra, she is such a layered character. Say it to my face. I want to see what it looks like when you have balls, sir.
Do you have fun playing it?
Very much so. I love playing Sinatra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fogelman likes a little turn. He likes a little twist. So as you read his scripts, and then you get to the end of it, I was like, all right, big dog, when's it coming?
I think there's going to be a lot of gasping.
Load and Wildcat.
writer's room has been absolutely extraordinary.
It's a giant, big blockbuster. It's also this really intelligent, really thoughtful character piece as well.
The way that Dan has been able to mash those all into one compelling story is crazy.
Xavier, is a part of you happy that Cal is dead?
Sterling Brown has this amazing access to his emotions.
I promised her I would keep you safe. Julianne Nicholson takes my breath away.
You're protected by me.
Watching her act, I have to remind myself, like, oh, you should act now.
I'll take it all away. God forgive me.
James Marsden is an easy dude to vibe with.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, James. And his performance is wonderful.
I led as big a life as a man can live.
I would say our show is part thriller.
There are many different methods of knitting, but in this guide, I'll be showing you how to do the English method and the continental method. For the English knitting method, the yarn that you work with is worked in the right hand by wrapping it over the working needle before creating a stitch. That method is called throwing since you're throwing the yarn over the needle. For continental knitting, the yarn that you work with is worked in the left hand by using your index finger to wrap the yarn over the needle before creating a stitch. This method is called picking since you're picking the yarn with your finger to use to create a stitch. People say that continental knitting is a lot faster and easier on your wrists due to the fact that you're literally just using your finger to wrap the yarn around the needle, whereas in English knitting, you have to let go of the needle to wrap the yarn around and then pick it back up to finish the stitch. No method is better than the other in my opinion. It depends on which one you prefer. Either way, you have to practice whether it's English or continental and get used to the method of your choice. It definitely gets easier with time, and learning both is incredibly beneficial. I personally recommend trying out both and seeing which one's best for you. For reference, I've been doing English knitting since I've started and I've gotten pretty fast with it, so it's the main method I'll be using in this guide. I do have a tutorial on how to do continental knitting in this guide, but for all the other tutorials I show, it'll be in the English method. I'll link many other guides to continental knitting in the description box below that I think are great resources for learning. There are many different ways to cast on to start your knitting project, but in this guide we'll go over two simple ones that anyone can learn quickly: the wrap cast on and the long tail cast on. The wrap cast on is incredibly easy and perfect for beginners who are just starting out. To do a wrap cast on, the first thing you're going to do is create a slip knot by taking your yarn with both hands and push them towards each other, which will form a loop at the top. You're then going to grab the bottom of the loop with one hand, and with your other hand insert your fingers into the loop and pull the yarn strand through. Then with your hand that's holding the bottom of the loop, gently pull down as your other hand pulls the loop up, which will tighten the knot at the bottom and create the slip knot. You can then slip your needle into the slip knot and then gently pull the strands to make the slip knot secured on your needle. To cast on, all you're going to do is take the strand that's connected to the ball of yarn and wrap it clockwise around your thumb. Then take your needle and push it under the strand that's wrapped under your thumb so that the needle and your thumb are in the same little loop together. Then lastly, slip your thumb out of the way and pull the strand connected to your ball of yarn, which will secure that loop onto the needle. And that's a wrap cast on. This is one of the easiest cast ons you can do as a beginner. The long tail cast on is another popular cast on method that gives you a nice semi-stretchy cast on for your projects. For the wrap cast on I showed earlier, all you had to do was create a slip knot and begin casting on. But for the long tail cast on, you need to first measure out how much yarn you'll need for the specific amount of cast ons you want to do. To figure out how much yarn you need to do the long tail cast on, first choose a number of stitches you'll need. For this example, I'll use 40 stitches. What you'll do is take the yarn end and move it up a bit, leaving maybe 2 to 3 inches of a tail. Then wrap the yarn around your needle 10 times. Then pick up the part where the last wrap ended. That's how long it needs to be for 10 stitches, plus a tail. To get to 40, just bend the yarn until the end hits the other part of the yarn and keep doing that 3 more times. At the end, you'll have how long the tail needs to be for 40 stitches. You can also guesstimate like I do, but it's better to guess and have a lot of yarn at the end than not enough. After you have that figured out, you can now make your slip knot. To do so, just grab the yarn with both hands and push it together, which will form a loop. Then put your fingers inside the loop and pull the yarn through. Insert one needle into that loop and tighten the bottom by pulling both of the ends, and you have your slip knot. To cast on your stitches, take the tail side of your yarn, which is the yarn that isn't connected to the ball, and loop it around your thumb clockwise. Then take your needle and push it into that loop on your thumb so the needle and your thumb are both in the same loop together. Then with your other hand, take the yarn that's connected to the ball and wrap it counterclockwise behind the needle that's in the loop with your thumb. Then push the loop on your thumb over the needle and pull the tail end of the yarn to create your cast on stitch. This cast on method is my personal favorite to do and the one I use the most for my projects. In order to knit, you'll have to work into the cast-on stitches on your needle. There's essentially 2 loops for each stitch on your needle. The front loop is the side that's facing you, and the back loop is the side behind it. When facing the front loop is on the left, and the back loop is on the right. Also, the needle you use to work on the project is called your working needle, and the needle that holds your stitches is the holding needle. So to create a knit stitch, you're going to push your working needle into the front loop from the bottom to make an almost X shape. Then you're going to take the yarn that's attached to your ball and wrap it around the working needle counterclockwise. Holding onto your needle and yarn, you're going to push the working needle and the loop you just made under the loop, which brings the yarn and working needle in front of the holding needle. Push the working needle up and slide the yarn with it, which will create a loop on the working needle. And that's a knit stitch English style. Usually with the first knit stitch, it'll be loose and the yarn tail will be in the way, but just tighten up your work by pulling the working yarn, then ignore the tail and continue knitting. After the second knit stitch, you can pull the tail to tighten it up more. In order to knit continental style, you're first going to figure out the most comfortable way to hold your yarn. If you're someone who crochets, this might be easier for you as you can just hold your yarn the way you usually do. The way I hold my yarn is by first wrapping the yarn over my ring finger, under my middle, over my index, and then down towards my palm so my thumb and middle fingers can hold onto the yarn and the needle. If you want a tighter tension or grip on the yarn, you can wrap it around your index finger twice. You're going to push your working needle into the front loop from the bottom to make an almost X shape. You're then going to use your index finger to wrap the yarn over the working needle clockwise. You can use your opposite hand to adjust the yarn onto the working needle or to hold it in place if you need to. Then push the working needle and the loop you just made under the front loop, which brings the yarn and working needle in front of the holding needle. Push the working needle up and slide the yarn with it, which will create a loop on the working needle. And that's a knit stitch continental style. A tip for this one is to not hold the loops so close to the edge, because if you do, they'll slip off while you're working on them and it'll just get annoying. So just keep them not too far down but not too close. To purl with the English method, first make sure your working yarn is in front. When knitting, it has to be in the back, but for purling, it has to be in the front. First, take your working needle and insert it into the front loop of the first stitch from top to bottom, which makes a sort of wide X shape. Then take the working yarn and wrap it around the working needle counterclockwise. Slide the working needle and the loop you just made down and under the front loop, and push the working needle to the back, and then slide the first stitch off the holding needle, which completes your first purl stitch. You can pull your yarn to slightly tighten the stitch before moving on to the next stitch. To purl with the continental method, first hold your yarn the same way as you did for the continental knit stitch. Then push your working needle into the front loop of the first stitch from top to bottom, making sure the working yarn is in front of the working needle. For knitting, the yarn is always in the back, but for purling, the yarn is always in the front. Use your index finger to wrap the yarn over the working needle counterclockwise, then take your middle finger and push the yarn strand down a bit before taking your needle and pushing it and the loop you just made under the front loop. Then push the loop off the holding needle and you just made a purl stitch. This one's very tricky because if you don't use your middle finger to kind of hold the yarn down, the yarn just won't cooperate and you won't be able to complete the purl stitch. So I like to use my middle finger to just slightly hold it down and then find a little space to push my working needle into the front loop so I can get it off the needle and move on with my project.
Now for the tea on a Metro deal you won't want to miss. Get a new iPhone 13 for only $49.99. There's no contracts and nada yada yada. iPhone 13 at Metro for only $49.99. Hit that button to shop now.
Introducing the all-new Passport Trail Sport, fully redesigned with available trail watch to help you conquer tough terrain. Our most capable Honda yet.
It's incredibly easy to tell the difference between a knit stitch and a purl stitch. When working, a knit stitch will have sort of a V-shaped stitch under the loop you're about to work into. If it's a purl stitch, it'll have a knot-looking stitch under the loop you're about to work into. If you're looking at a finished piece, it's exactly the same. The knit stitches look like V's, and the purl stitches look like knots or bar stitches. There are many ways to cast off in knitting, but to do a basic cast off, all you have to do is first knit the first 2 stitches of the row. Then with your holding needle, you're going to push it under the first stitch on the working needle from the bottom and pull it over the second stitch so that there's only 1 stitch on the working needle remaining. Then you're going to knit the next stitch. And again, take your holding needle and pull the first stitch over the second stitch and off the working needle. Continue to do this until there is 1 stitch remaining. At the end of the row, with the 1 stitch remaining, you're going to take your yarn and wrap it clockwise around your thumb. Then you're going to insert your working needle into that loop by your thumb from the bottom, remove your thumb, and then pull the yarn to tighten. You can use your fingers to pull the first stitch over the second stitch and off the working needle. Then take your scissors and cut a bit of a tail and then pull the needle up to secure the row. And that's how you cast off. Depending on which stitches you choose to use, whether it be a knit stitch or a purl stitch, you can create an array of different designs and patterns in your project. Here are some of the basic variations you can create. To create a garter stitch, all you have to do is knit down the entire row. After, you're going to turn your project, and on the next row, repeat knitting until the end. Doing this over and over gives you the garter stitch, and it'll look like this. Here are some project examples with the garter stitch to get an idea of what it looks like. Another way to remember that it's a garter stitch is by thinking the stitches look like little ocean waves. There are many different variations of the rib stitch, but here I'll show you the two basic methods you can work for any project. The basic rib stitch is basically alternating between knit and purl stitches, which creates a ribbing effect. Before you work a rib stitch for your specific project, you want to make sure you have enough stitches for the rib stitch you're going to do. So if you're doing a 1x1 rib stitch, which is basically doing one knit stitch and then one purl stitch, and then repeating that back and forth, you want to make sure you have a cast on amount that's divisible by 2. That way, when you get to the end of the row, it can be a purl stitch and the rib section of your project can be even. If you're going to do the 2x2 rib, which is basically doing 2 knit stitches and then 2 purl stitches, and then alternating between the two, you want to make sure that the cast on amount you do is divisible by 4 so that it can be even. You can even stretch these rib stitches out or make your own variations like doing 3 knit stitches and 2 purl stitches or 4 knit stitches and 2 purl stitches. Just make sure the math is mathing and everything will be even. Here are some project examples with the rib stitch to get an idea of what it looks like. Usually the rib stitch is used on the collar, the arms, and the bottom of a sweater project. The stockinette stitch is a universal stitch used on knit projects. It's what you usually see on clothes at the store, even on your t-shirts and tank tops if you look really close. To do the stockinette stitch, first work the first row in all knit stitches. Then at the end of the row, turn your work, and then work all purl stitches. Repeat working one knit row, and then one purl row back and forth, which will give you the stockinette stitch. The knit rows will be on the front of the project, and the purl rows will be on the back of the project. If you wanted to do a reverse stockinette stitch, all you would have to do is on the right side of the project, work all purl stitches, then on the wrong side of the project, work all knit stitches. Then the front of the project will look like this with the purl stitches, and the back will look like this with the knit stitches. Here are some project examples with stockinette stitch to get an example of what it looks like. Majority of knit projects you see are done with stockinette stitch or have some sort of variation of stockinette stitch involved. To create a seed stitch, all you have to do is for the first row, alternate between working a knit stitch and a purl stitch. So first, knit the first stitch, then purl the second stitch. Then repeat that until the end of the row. At the end of the row, turn your work, and then instead of starting with a knit stitch, you're going to start with a purl stitch. The seed stitch is when you do the opposite of the stitch you see. The first stitch of the row is a knit stitch, so you're going to purl it instead. Then the next stitch is supposed to be a purl, but you're going to knit it instead, then repeat this down the row. On the third row, you're going to repeat this. So the beginning of the row starts with a purl, but instead you're going to knit it. Then the next stitch is a knit stitch, but instead you're going to purl it. Doing this back and forth will give you the seed stitch. Here are some project examples with the seed stitch to get an idea of what it looks like.
At Vanguard, we believe that with goals, balance, low costs, and discipline, everything you've invested over time will change your financial future. This is your time to be a Vanguard investor.
There's only one way to make the impossible possible. With a bit of cheating.
Cheat on cookies and cream with Cookies and Cream. Big on protein, low on sugar, huge on flavor. Quest, it's basically cheating.
The cable knit is where you twist the stitches either behind or in front of each other to create these beautiful cables in your project. To do this, you can use a cable needle or anything you can hold stitches on, like a bobby pin, a regular pin, or a highlighter, or even another set of needles. There are many different types of cable twists, but I'm going to show you the basic 4 cable. For the area where I'll be adding a cable twist, I like to do 4 stitches of reverse stockinette stitch just so that the cable twists can really pop out. So I'm going to first purl the first 4 stitches of the row. For a 4 cable twist, you're going to take your cable needle or pin or whatever you want to use and slide half of the stitches off your holding needle and onto the cable needle. So since we're doing a 4 cable twist, half of 4 is 2, so slide 2 stitches off your needle and onto the cable needle. Then you can either choose to hold it to the front of the project or hold it to the back of the project. If you hold it to the front, your cable twist will lean to the left. If you hold it to the back, your cable twist will lean to the right. For this example, I'll hold it to the back. Then you're going to knit the next 2 stitches that are on the holding needle. After, take your cable needle and use that to knit the 2 stitches that you held to the front or back. And that was the start of your cable twist. After the cable twist, I added 4 reverse stockinette stitches just like I did at the start, so I went ahead and purled the next 4 stitches. At the end of the row, turn your work. On the wrong side of the project, you're going to work the stitches how you see them. So for the reverse stockinette stitches I did, it shows that they are knit stitches, so I'm going to knit those 4 stitches. Then on the back of the cable twist, it shows they are purl stitches. The cable twist is a stockinette stitch, but it's just twisted, so you're going to treat it like a stockinette stitch. So purl the 4 stitches of the cable twist. It'll feel weird and the gap will look large, but that will even out later as you continue to work on the cable twist. On the 3rd row, you're going to work down normally following the stitches as they're shown. So for the reverse stockinette stitches, I'm going to purl them since they're showing me purl stitches. Then for the cable twist, you're going to knit them normally with no twist since you don't have to twist for every row. The choice of when to twist is up to you, but for a 4 cable twist, I like to twist on every 4th row. So if I first twisted on row 1, I'll twist again on row 5 and then again on row 9. This is what I look for if I lose count or just want a visual reminder of when to twist. The twist will look pretty flat, and on the following row, I'll just go ahead and twist it. When you're reading a pattern and it says something like C4B or C8F, it means cable 4 back or cable 8 front, which is basically just saying that it's a cable that uses 4 stitches and is twisted either in the front or the back. Here are some project examples with the cable twist to get an idea of what it looks like. If you're working with any of these stitches and forget which row you're working on, then don't worry. You can easily figure out how many rows you've done so far by looking closely at the stitches. For stockinette stitch, it has these V-looking stitches, which are the knit stitches. Each V counts as 1 stitch, and if you count them vertically, then you can tell how many rows you've done so far. For reverse stockinette stitch, you first want to find the stitches that look like upside down U's, or the ones that have a rainbow shape to them. If you count each of those up vertically, that will tell you how many rows you have. For rib stitch, it's the same as the stockinette stitch method. Just count the V's vertically, which can tell you how many rows you've done so far for the ribbing. For garter stitch, there are these bumps that look like rainbows or upside down U's. All you have to do is count those up vertically and then multiply that number by 2. So for this swatch, I have 6 rainbows, which means I did 12 rows of garter stitch. For seed stitch, all you have to do is find 1 column of the little pro bumps that stick out, then count those up vertically. Once you have that number, just multiply it by 2 and you have the amount of rows that you did. For this swatch, I have 7 bumps, so that means I did 14 rows of seed stitch. Some projects are worked continuously in the round, and to join your project in the round, you could either use the magic loop method or the double pointed needles method. I personally haven't tried the double pointed needles method yet, but I'll link an amazing tutorial for it in the description box below. For the circular needles method, you first want to make sure you have a cord length that's small enough to be able to push all your needles around to both sides of both needles like so. That way you can easily work in the round. I'd recommend this method if you have interchangeable needles so you can easily choose a smaller cord without changing your needles completely. To actually join in the round, first make sure all the stitches are facing the same way with the cast on edge facing inward so that they aren't twisted. Then cast on 1 extra stitch onto your working needle. Take your working needle and insert it into the first stitch as if to purl and slip it onto the working needle. Then take your holding needle and take the stitch below the stitch we just added onto the working needle and pull it over the first stitch to remove it. Then slip the first stitch on the working needle back onto the holding needle. Use your hand to pull both tails of yarn to tighten up the gap in the middle, and once it looks cleaner, your stitches have been joined in the round and is ready to be knit. It's important to use a stitch marker to mark where the beginning of the row is, as it's a bit hard to tell when working in the round. One important thing to note is that when working in the round, there's no turning your work, so if you're working stockinette stitch for an example, all you'd have to do is knit in the round. There wouldn't be any purl rows. For the magic loop method, you would also use circular needles, but this method doesn't require a certain cable length, which makes it perfect if you have needles that aren't interchangeable. To do the magic loop method, first push your stitches into the middle of your cord. Then split your stitches evenly in the middle and push each side of the stitches onto each needle by pulling the cord through the middle of the stitches. Make sure all the stitches are even and the ends of it are facing each other in the middle. To join them in the round, take 1 stitch from the top of the holding needle and place it on the working needle. Then take the second stitch of the working needle, pull it over the first stitch, and then place it on the holding needle. And now the magic loop is created. It should look like a rectangle. To start working on your project, pull your working needle out until the cord is slightly hanging out. Then start knitting like normal. Once you finish all the stitches on one side, pull the cord to bring the needle through the second set of stitches. Then pull the working needle out again and continue knitting. Here are some projects that were worked in the round. I honestly love working in the round just to avoid having to constantly turn my work. An increase is just adding stitches to your project to make it grow bigger, and there's lots of ways to do this in knitting. Here I'll show you a few ways in the English style. A yarn over increase is probably the easiest way to increase, and for the English method, all you're going to do is wrap the working yarn around your needle as if to knit, and then work a knit stitch. And then when you're done, you'll have an extra stitch on your needle. To do a yarn over increase on a purl row English style, all you have to do is first make sure that the working yarn is in front of the working needle. Then wrap the working yarn counterclockwise around the working needle, making sure it falls in the front again. Then purl normally. Now you have a yarn over increase on a purl row.
Zevo works 24/7 to attract and trap flying insects.
Do you mind? Danny!
More parents choose the new Huggy Snug and Dry Softness.
A make one left and a make one right is basically just a regular increase, but one leans to the left and one leans to the right. The way they lean either to the left or the right is based on the middle stitch you use to increase. If you work into it from the front, it leans to the left, and if you work into it from the back, it leans to the right. To make an increase that leans to the left, use your holding needle to pick up the middle strand of the yarn that's in between the two stitches and pick it up from the front and onto the needle. This makes the strand lean to the left. Then take your working needle and push it into the stitch from top to bottom, but in the back leg of the stitch. Then knit normally. To make an increase that leans to the right, use your holding needle to lift up the strand that's in the middle of the two stitches from the back. This makes the strand of yarn lean to the right. After, knit into that stitch normally. To make an increase that leans to the left on a purl row, use your holding needle to pick up the middle strand of yarn that's in between the two stitches and pick it up from the front and onto the needle. This makes the strand of yarn lean to the left. Then purl it normally. To make an increase that leans to the right on the purl row, use your holding needle to pick up the middle strand of yarn that's in between the two stitches and pick it up from the back and onto the needle. This makes the strand of yarn lean to the right. Then push your needle into the front leg of the stitch and purl normally. When you continue to do these increases, you'll end up with a project that is gradually growing wider to whichever side you decided to do, whether it be to the right or to the left. To do a bar increase, all you're going to do is take your working needle and work a normal knit stitch. At the end of the knit stitch, don't take it off your needle, but instead push your working needle into the back loop of the stitch and then create another knit stitch. Doing this creates a little increase that looks like a bar. To do a bar increase on a purl row, first purl the stitch normally, but don't take it off your needles. You're going to take your working needle and push it into the back loop of the stitch from bottom to top, making sure it crosses in the front of the holding needle. Then purl again normally. This increase is the one I use the most, but you have to choose where you want it to be specifically if you don't want the bar stitches that come from it making your project look differently from how you want it to. A decrease is when you knit stitches together to make a project smaller. Some of them will lean to the left and some of them will lean to the right. To create a right leaning decrease, you'll do a knit two together, which is just taking your working needle and pushing it into two stitches before knitting normally. And that's all it is. To create a right leaning decrease but on a purl row, all you have to do is insert your working needle purlwise into two stitches. Then purl them together normally. And that's it. To create a left leaning decrease, you'll do a slip slip knit. First, take your working needle and place it into the stitch as if to knit. Instead of knitting, just slip the first stitch onto the working needle. Do the same for the second stitch. Doing this twists the stitches slightly as it goes onto your needles. If you can see on the holding needle, these stitches are leaning towards the left naturally, but after slipping them onto the working needle, they twisted and are facing to the right. You're then going to take your holding needle and insert it into the front of those two stitches to form an X. Then knit normally. To create a left leaning decrease on a purl row, all you have to do is take your working needle and insert it into the first stitch as if to knit, but instead of knitting, all you're going to do is slip it onto the working needle. Do the same for the second stitch. Then you're going to take your holding needle and insert it into the front of both of the stitches, then slip those two stitches back onto the needle. The reason we moved them in the first place is to make them twist a bit. After, take your working needle and insert it into the back loops of both of the stitches from bottom to top, making sure that the working needle is crossing in the front of the holding needle. Then purl normally. To change colors in the beginning of your work, all you're going to do is insert your working needle into the first stitch as if to knit. Then take your new color and loop it onto the working needle. With your new color, finish off that first knit stitch. Then continue knitting with your new color. If you're switching colors in the middle of your work, first insert your working needle as if to knit. Then take your new color and loop it onto the working needle. Then knit normally and continue working. On the second row, once you reach the gap changing the colors created, you're going to continue working as if it's not there. After a few rows, I recommend tying the strands of yarn from the first color and the second color in a gentle knot so the gap doesn't show. Then you can weave in those tails later. If you're switching colors on a purl row, it's exactly the same. First, insert your working needle into the stitch as if to purl, and then take your new color and loop it onto the working needle. Then finish that purl stitch and continue working on your project. It's the same as well if you're switching colors in the middle of the project.
Heard you wanna get like this. Heard you wanna get like this, like this.
Celebrate Mother's Day with this gift from Juicy Couture, available at Macy's.
When you're done with a project, you'll most likely have tails that hang out like this. To get rid of them, take your tapestry needle and insert one of the tails into it. Then in the back of the project, take your tapestry needle and insert it into the back of one of the bar stitches in the back. You're then going to repeat this but diagonally, making sure to gently weave in the tails like so. Then if you check in the front of the project, you won't see the tail showing at all. If you weave your tail in just by going into the stitches straight forward, you'll easily be able to see it in the front. So I recommend you weave your tail in diagonally. And once it's weaved in, just cut the excess yarn from the tail and your project is done. If you want to attach two knit pieces together from the sides, all you have to do is take a tapestry needle and a long scrap piece of yarn and first work into the outermost bottom quarter of your first piece. Then do the same for the second piece. Now you're going to look into the stitch above where you attached your yarn in the first piece and look for the V-stitch. In each V-stitch, there's a little bar in the middle of it. You're going to insert your tapestry needle into that bar stitch and pull your yarn through. Then for the second piece, you're going to do the exact same thing and look for that bar stitch and then insert your tapestry needle and pull your yarn through. If you continue to do this back and forth, your two pieces will attach together like this. This is called the vertical seam. If you want to attach the two pieces together from the top, take your tapestry needle and a scrap piece of yarn and work into both legs of the V-stitch on your first piece like so. Then do the same for the second piece. Now go back to your first piece and work into the next set of V-legs and pull your yarn through. Then on the second piece, go into the next set of V-legs and do this as well. If you work back and forth alternating between the pieces, you'll get this result making both of the pieces weight a pair of knit socks, then it would be preferred to use a fingering weight or tip. If you don't have the correct yarn size you want to work with, you can always double the strands of yarn to make the next size up. So if you combine 2 strands of a weight 3 yarn, then you'll end up with a weight 4 yarn. The weights can also differ based on what type of yarn you're using. There are many different types of yarn. The type of yarn refers to the type of fibers used to make the yarn. Here is a quick overview of the different types of fibers. Acrylic yarn is a synthetic yarn that is easily accessible and includes many different color options. It's great if you're someone who has sensitive skin or allergies, and it's budget friendly. The downsides are that it is synthetic, so it isn't environmentally sustainable, and it isn't a breathable fiber, so it'll hold in odors a lot faster than the other fibers. On the plus side, it is machine washable. Some brands I recommend are Pink Box Yarns, Impeccable, and Lion Brand. Wool is a fiber that comes from sheep that consists of many different options like mohair, merino, alpaca, and more. It's more sustainable than acrylic and is a natural fiber. However, it is itchy depending on the wool you choose and a potential allergen if you have an allergy to lanolin, which is a wax secretion from sheepskin. Since it does come from animals, it's not vegan friendly. However, there are many ethical brands like Wool and the Gang, We Are Knitters, Malabrigo, Loopy Mango, and more that I highly recommend if you're able to afford it. There are also specific certifications on some wool brands that let you know the sheep has been taken care of properly when getting sheared if you're someone who cares about animal welfare. Cotton is another natural fiber that is more breathable, especially for summertime. Cotton yarn does come in a smaller size, however, which makes it a lot more expensive for larger projects. Some brands I recommend are Peaches and Cream, Mila Mila, and Paint Box Yarns. Other types of fibers include hemp, bamboo, polyester, raffia, silk, linen, nylon, and more. There are also yarn types that combine one or more fibers, like a wool and acrylic blend, a silk and mohair blend, or a bamboo and cotton blend. The next incredibly important material for knitting are a pair of knitting needles. Knitting needles will let you actually manipulate the yarn into the project of your dreams. There are many different needle sizes, which can get a bit confusing, but the best way to know which needle size to use is to refer to the label on the yarn you choose. The yarn majority of the time will have a symbol like this one on the label that tells you the best sizes suitable for working with that yarn in particular. Here is a chart with the different needle sizes as well as suitable projects for the sizes as well. I usually just use the metric system to read my knitting needle sizes. There's also different types of knitting needles. Straight needles are the type of needles that you'd usually see in movies or photos of knitting. I recommend these needles if you're just starting out, as they're the cheapest and easiest to get used to. Straight needles are also great for flat projects like blankets, washcloths, and more. Circular needles are my personal favorite. They're needles that are attached to a cord that can come in a variety of different sizes. There are circular needles that are set with their cord, and some can be switched to a different cord size, which are called interchangeable needles. You can buy a set of interchangeable needles for a variety of prices that depend on if the needles are made of a certain material, which we'll get into soon. With circular needles, you can make a variety of projects from hats, sweaters, scarves, and even flat projects like blankets and washcloths. Double-pointed needles are needles typically used to work on smaller projects like socks, gloves, hats, or even knitted plushies. Typically, double-pointed needles come in a set of 5 to 6 needles. Cable needles are used to make cables and knitting projects. Their shape makes it easy for you to slip your stitches onto the cable needle and keep them separate from the project until you're ready to work on them. I go more in depth with cable needles later in the tutorial section of this guide. Knitting needles come in different types of materials, each of which can change your knitting experience. Here, I'll go over the 2 most popular types of knitting needles. Wooden needles I think are perfect for beginners since they hold on to the stitches well and allow better grip and control over your knitting. Metal needles needles are great if you're someone who's used to knitting and likes to work quickly, since the stitches have an easier time slipping off the needles. Since they're lightweight, they can reduce hand fatigue, but it could be frustrating if you're a beginner since they are more slippery than other needle types. If you're going to use my recommendations of what yarn and knitting needles to start practicing with, I recommend starting with a weight 5 or 6 yarn and 8mm or 10mm circular needles. Once you get the hang of knitting with large yarn and needles, then you can downsize to weight 4 yarn and 5mm circular needles. When I first started, I worked with this kit from Amazon, and eventually I received this knitting set from one of my good friends that's better quality, yet it is on the pricier side, so I'd say only invest in more expensive knitting sets if you're serious about knitting. One thing to note is how loose or tight you want the project to end up. For an example, I have this weight 4 yarn. If I want the perfect balance for this yarn, I would choose a 5mm needle, which creates this square that isn't too tight or too loose. If I want a tighter square, I would use 4mm needles or even 3.5mm needles, which creates these squares. And if I want a looser square, I would choose a 6mm, 7mm, or even 8mm needles, depending on how loose I want the squares to be. Larger needles with a small yarn will create loose gaps that can be ideal if you're wanting to make a project that's more spacey, if that makes sense. If you prefer tightly knitted projects, then smaller knitting needles are ideal, but it's all to preference on what you'd want to work with. It's best to create swatches as practice to test out which size needles you like to work with the yarn that you've chosen for your specific project before actually beginning the project. For beginners, I recommend just using the size that the yarn label tells you to, and then once you get the hang of knitting, you can go ahead and spice it up and use whatever size knitting needles you want. Here are some other materials for knitting that I highly recommend. Measuring tape is great for making sure everything is accurate in sizing. Scissors are helpful to cut your yarn and finish up your projects. You can use any scissors you like. Stitch markers are great to mark important places in your projects. These are the stitch markers I use, but if you can't afford to get any, you can honestly use anything that can mark your place, whether it be bobby pins, tied rubber bands, or even small pieces of yarn you can tie in place as well. Lastly, a tapestry needle helps you weave in your ends. Weaving in your ends means making sure the cut ends of your yarn are tied up neatly in your project so that the project won't come undone, but we'll talk more about that later. Now that you have your yarn, your needles, and all the other materials that you need, it's finally time to actually learn how to knit. There are many different methods of knitting, but in this guide, I'll be showing you how to do the English method and the continental method. For the English knitting method, the yarn that you work with is worked in the right hand by wrapping it over the working needle before creating a stitch. That method is called throwing, since you're throwing the yarn over the needle. For continental knitting, the yarn that you work with is worked in the left hand by using your index finger to wrap the yarn over the needle before creating a stitch. This method is called picking, since you're picking the yarn with your finger to use to create a stitch. People say that continental knitting is a lot faster and easier on your wrists due to the fact that you're literally just using your finger to wrap the yarn around the needle, whereas in English knitting, you have to let go of the needle to wrap the yarn around and then pick it back up to finish the stitch. No method is better than the other in my opinion. It depends on which one you prefer. Either way, you have to practice whether it's English or continental and get used to the method of your choice. It definitely gets easier with time, and learning both is incredibly beneficial. I personally recommend trying out both and seeing which one's best for you. For reference, I've been doing English knitting since I've started, and I've gotten pretty fast with it, so it's the main method I'll be using in this guide. I do have a tutorial on how to do continental knitting in this guide, but for all the other tutorials I show, it'll be in the English method. I'll link many other guides to continental knitting in the description box below that I think are great resources for learning. There are many different ways to cast on to start your knitting project, but in this guide, we'll go over 2 simple ones that anyone can learn quickly: the wrap cast on and the long tail cast on. The wrap cast on is incredibly easy and perfect for beginners who are just starting out. To do a wrap cast on, the first thing you're going to do is create a slip knot by taking your yarn with both hands and push them towards each other, which will form a loop at the top. You're then going to grab the bottom of the loop with one hand, and with your other hand, insert your fingers into the loop and pull the yarn strand through. Then with your hand that's holding the bottom of the loop, gently pull down as your other hand pulls the loop up, which will tighten the knot at the bottom and create the slip knot. You can then slip your needle into the slip knot and then gently pull the strands to make the slip knot secured on your needle. To cast on, all you're going to do is take the strand that's connected to the ball of yarn and wrap it clockwise around your thumb. Then take your needle and push it under the strand that's wrapped under your thumb so that the needle and your thumb are in the same little loop together. Then lastly, slip your thumb out of the way and pull the strand connected to your ball of yarn, which will secure that loop onto the needle. And that's a wrap cast on. This is one of the easiest cast ons you can do as a beginner. The long tail cast on is another popular cast on method that gives you a nice semi-stretchy cast on for your projects. For the wrap cast on I showed earlier, all you had to do was create a slip knot and begin casting on. But for the long tail cast on, you need to first measure out how much yarn you'll need for the specific amount of cast ons you want to do. To figure out how much yarn you need to do the long tail cast on, first choose a number of stitches you'll need. For this example, I'll use 40 stitches. What you'll do is take the yarn end and move it up a bit, leaving maybe 2 to 3 inches of a tail. Then wrap the yarn around your needle 10 times. Then pick up the part where the last wrap ended. That's how long it needs to be for 10 stitches, plus a tail. To get to 40, just bend the yarn until the end hits the other part of the yarn and keep doing that 3 more times. At the end, you'll have how long the tail needs to be for 40 stitches. You can also guesstimate like I do, but it's better to guess and have a lot of yarn at the end than not enough. After you have that figured out, you can now make your slip knot. To do so, just grab the yarn with both hands and push it together, which will form a loop. Then put your fingers inside the loop and pull the yarn through. Insert one needle into that loop and tighten the bottom by pulling both of the ends, and you have your slip knot. To cast on your stitches, take the tail side of your yarn, which is the yarn that isn't connected to the ball, and loop it around your thumb clockwise. Then take your needle and push it into that loop on your thumb so the needle and your thumb are both in the same loop together. Then with your other hand, take the yarn that's connected to the ball and wrap it counterclockwise behind the needle that's in the loop with your thumb. Then push the loop on your thumb over the needle and pull the tail end of the yarn to create your cast on stitch. This cast on method is my personal favorite to do and the one I use the most for my projects. In order to knit, you'll have to work into the cast-on stitches on your needle. There's essentially 2 loops for each stitch on your needle. The front loop is the side that's facing you, and the back loop is the side behind it. When facing the front loop is on the left, and the back loop is on the right. Also, the needle you use to work on the project is called your working needle, and the needle that holds your stitches is the holding needle. So to create a knit stitch, you're going to push your working needle into the front loop from the bottom to make an almost X shape. Then you're going to take the yarn that's attached to your ball and wrap it around the working needle counterclockwise. Holding onto your needle and yarn, you're going to push the working needle and the loop you just made under the loop which brings the yarn and working needle in front of the holding needle. Push the working needle up and slide the yarn with it, which will create a loop on the working needle, and that's a knit stitch English style. Usually with the first knit stitch, it'll be loose and the yarn tail will be in the way, but just tighten up your work by pulling the working yarn, then ignore the tail and continue knitting. After the second knit stitch, you can pull the tail to tighten it up more. In order to knit continental style, you're first going to figure out the most comfortable way to hold your yarn. If you're someone who crochets, this might be easier for you as you can just hold your yarn the way you usually do. The way I hold my yarn is by first wrapping the yarn over my ring finger, under my middle, over my index, and then down towards my palm so my thumb and middle fingers can hold onto the yarn and the needle. If you want a tighter tension or grip on the yarn, you can wrap it around your index finger twice. You're going to push your working needle into the front loop from the bottom to make an almost X shape. You're then going to use your index finger to wrap the yarn over the working needle clockwise. You can use your opposite hand to adjust the yarn onto the working needle or to hold it in place if you need to. Then push the working needle and the loop you just made under the front loop, which brings the yarn and working needle in front of the holding needle. Push the working needle up and slide the yarn with it, which will create a loop on the working needle. And that's a knit stitch continental style. A tip for this one is to not hold the loops so close to the edge, because if you do, they'll slip off while you're working on them and it'll just get annoying. So just keep them not too far down but not too close. To purl with the English method, first make sure your working yarn is in front. When knitting, it has to be in the back, but for purling, it has to be in the front. First, take your working needle and insert it into the front loop of the first stitch from top to bottom, which makes a sort of wide X shape. Then take the working yarn and wrap it around the working needle counterclockwise. Slide the working needle and the loop you just made down and under the front loop, and push the working needle to the back, and then slide the first stitch off the holding needle, which completes your first purl stitch. You can pull your yarn to slightly tighten the stitch before moving on to the next stitch. To purl with the continental method, first hold your yarn the same way as you did for the continental knit stitch. Then push your working needle into the front loop of the first stitch from top to bottom, making sure the working yarn is in front of the working needle. For knitting, the yarn is always in the back, but for purling, the yarn is always in the front. Use your index finger to wrap the yarn over the working needle counterclockwise, then take your middle finger and push the yarn strand down a bit before taking your needle and pushing it and the loop you just made under the front loop. Then push the loop off the holding needle and you just made a purl stitch. This one's very tricky because if you don't use your middle finger to kind of hold the yarn down, the yarn just won't cooperate and you won't be able to complete the purl stitch. So I like to use my middle finger to just slightly hold it down and then find a little space to push my working needle into the front loop so I can get it off the needle and move on with my project. It's incredibly easy to tell the difference between a knit stitch and a purl stitch. When working, a knit stitch will have sort of a V-shaped stitch under the loop you're about to work into. If it's a purl stitch, it'll have a knot-looking stitch under the loop you're about to work into. If you're looking at a finished piece, it's exactly the same. The knit stitches look like V's, and the purl stitches look like knots or bar stitches. There are many ways to cast off in knitting, but to do a basic cast off, all you have to do is first knit the first 2 stitches of the row. Then with your holding needle, you're going to push it under the first stitch on the working needle from the bottom and pull it over the second stitch so that there's only 1 stitch on the working needle remaining. Then you're going to knit the next stitch. And again, take your holding needle and pull the first stitch over the second stitch and off the working needle. Continue to do this until there is 1 stitch remaining. At the end of the row, with the 1 stitch remaining, you're going to take your yarn and wrap it clockwise around your thumb. Then you're going to insert your working needle into that loop by your thumb from the bottom, remove your thumb, and then pull the yarn to tighten. You can use your fingers to pull the first stitch over the second stitch and off the working needle. Then take your scissors and cut a bit of a tail and then pull the needle up to secure the row. And that's how you cast off. Depending on which stitches you choose to use, whether it be a knit stitch or a purl stitch, you can create an array of different designs and patterns in your project. Here are some of the basic variations you can create. To create a garter stitch, all you have to do is knit down the entire row. After, you're going to turn your project, and on the next row, repeat knitting until the end. Doing this over and over gives you the garter stitch, and it'll look like this. Here are some project examples with the garter stitch to get an idea of what it looks like. Another way to remember that it's a garter stitch is by thinking the stitches look like little ocean waves. There are many different variations of the rib stitch, but here I'll show you the 2 basic methods you can work for any project. The basic rib stitch is basically alternating between knit and purl stitches, which creates a ribbing effect.
It's Kubota Orange Days, now through June 30th. Get 0 down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,000 off select compact tractors. See the details and find your nearest dealer at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Before you work a rib stitch for your specific project, you want to make sure you have enough stitches for the rib stitch you're going to do. So if you're doing a 1x1 rib stitch, which is basically doing 1 knit stitch and then 1 purl stitch, and then repeating that back and forth, you want to make sure you have a cast on amount that's divisible by 2. That way, when you get to the end of the row, it can be a purl stitch and the rib section of your project can be even. If you're going to do the 2x2 rib, which is basically doing 2 knit stitches, and then 2 purl stitches, and then alternating between the 2, you want to make sure that the cast on amount you do is divisible by 4 so that it can be even. You can even stretch these rib stitches out or make your own variations like doing 3 knit stitches and 2 purl stitches or 4 knit stitches and 2 purl stitches. Just make sure the math is mathing and everything will be even. Here are some project examples with the rib stitch to get an idea of what it looks like. Usually the rib stitch is used on the collar, the arms, and the bottom of a sweater project. The stockinette stitch is the universal stitch used on knit projects. It's what you usually see on clothes at the store, even on your t-shirts and tank tops if you look really close. To do the stockinette stitch, first work the first row in all knit stitches. Then at the end of the row, turn your work, and then work all purl stitches. Repeat working 1 knit row, and then 1 purl row back and forth, which will give you the stockinette stitch. The knit rows will be on the front of the project, and the purl rows will be on the back of the project. If you wanted to do a reverse stockinette stitch, all you would have to do is on the right side of the project, work all purl stitches, then on the wrong side of the project, work all knit stitches. Then the front of the project will look like this with the purl stitches, and the back will look like this with the knit stitches. Here are some project examples with stockinette stitch to get an example of what it looks like. Majority of knit projects you see are done with stockinette stitch or have some sort of variation of stockinette stitch involved. To create a seed stitch, all you have to do is for the first row, alternate between working a knit stitch and a purl stitch. So first, knit the first stitch. Then purl the second stitch. Then repeat that until the end of the row. At the end of the row, turn your work, and then instead of starting with a knit stitch, you're going to start with a purl stitch. The seed stitch is when you do the opposite of the stitch you see. The first stitch of the row is a knit stitch, so you're going to purl it instead. Then the next stitch is supposed to be a purl, but you're going to knit it instead, then repeat this down the row. On the third row, you're going to repeat this. So the beginning of the row starts with a purl, but instead you're going to knit it. Then the next stitch is a knit stitch, but instead you're going to purl it. Doing this back and forth will give you the seed stitch. Here are some project examples with the seed stitch to get an idea of what it looks like. The cable knit is where you twist the stitches either behind or in front of each other to create these beautiful cables in your project. To do this, you can use a cable needle or anything you can hold stitches on, like a bobby pin, a regular pin, or a highlighter, or even another set of needles. There are many different types of cable twists, but I'm going to show you the basic 4 cable. For the area where I'll be adding a cable twist, I like to do 4 stitches of reverse stockinette stitch just so that the cable twists can really pop out. So I'm going to first purl the first 4 stitches of the row. For a 4 cable twist, you're going to take your cable needle or pin or whatever you want to use and slide half of the stitches off your holding needle and onto the cable needle. So since we're doing a 4 cable twist, half of 4 is 2, so slide 2 stitches off your needle and onto the cable needle. Then you can either choose to hold it to the front of the project or hold it to the back of the project. If you hold it to the front, your cable twist will lean to the left. If you hold it to the back, your cable twist will lean to the right. For this example, I'll hold it to the back. Then you're going to knit the next 2 stitches that are on the holding needle. After, take your cable needle and use that to knit the 2 stitches that you held to the front or back. And that was the start of your cable twist. After the cable twist, I added 4 reverse stockinette stitches just like I did at the start, so I went ahead and purled the next 4 stitches. At the end of the row, turn your work. On the wrong side of the project, you're going to work the stitches how you see them. So for the reverse stockinette stitches I did, it shows that they are knit stitches, so I'm going to knit those 4 stitches. Then on the back of the cable twist, it shows they are purl stitches. The cable twist is a stockinette stitch, but it's just twisted, so you're going to treat it like a stockinette stitch. So purl the 4 stitches of the cable twist. It'll feel weird and the gap will look large, but that will even out later as you continue to work on the cable twist. On the 3rd row, you're going to work down normally following the stitches as they're shown. So for the reverse stockinette stitches, I'm going to purl them since they're showing me purl stitches. Then for the cable twist, you're going to knit them normally with no twist since you don't have to twist for every row. The choice of when to twist is up to you, but for a 4 cable twist, I like to twist on every 4th row. So if I first twisted on row 1, I'll twist again on row 5 and then again on row 9. This is what I look for if I lose count or just want a visual reminder of when to twist. The twist will look pretty flat, and on the following row, I'll just go ahead and twist it. When you're reading a pattern and it says something like C4B or C8F, it means cable 4 back or cable 8 front, which is basically just saying that it's a cable that uses 4 stitches and is twisted either in the front or the back. Here are some project examples with the cable twist to get an idea of what it looks like. If you're working with any of these stitches and forget which row you're working on, then don't worry. You can easily figure out how many rows you've done so far by looking closely at the stitches. For stockinette stitch, it has these V-looking stitches, which are the knit stitches. Each V counts as 1 stitch, and if you count them vertically, then you can tell how many rows you've done so far. For reverse stockinette stitch, you first want to find the stitches that look like upside down U's, or the ones that have a rainbow shape to them. If you count each of those up vertically, that will tell you how many rows you have. For rib stitch, it's the same as the stockinette stitch method. Just count the V's vertically, which can tell you how many rows you've done so far for the ribbing. For garter stitch, there are these bumps that look like rainbows or upside down U's. All you have to do is count those up vertically and then multiply that number by 2. So for this swatch, I have 6 rainbows, which means I did 12 rows of garter stitch. For seed stitch, all you have to do is find 1 column of the little purl bumps that stick out, then count those up vertically. Once you have that number, just multiply it by 2 and you have the amount of rows that you did. For this swatch, I have 7 bumps, so that means I did 14 rows of seed stitch. Some projects are worked continuously in the round, and to join your project in the round, you could either use the magic loop method or the double pointed needles method. I personally haven't tried the double pointed needles method yet, but I'll link an amazing tutorial for it in the description box below. For the circular needles method, you first want to make sure you have a cord length that's small enough to be able to push all your needles around to both sides of both needles like so. That way you can easily work in the round. I'd recommend this method if you have interchangeable needles so you can easily choose a smaller cord without changing your needles completely. To actually join in the round, first make sure all the stitches are facing the same way with the cast on edge facing inward so that they aren't twisted. Then cast on 1 extra stitch onto your working needle. Take your working needle and insert it into the first stitch as if to purl and slip it onto the working needle. Then take your holding needle and take the stitch below the stitch we just added onto the working needle and pull it over the first stitch to remove it. Then slip the first stitch on the working needle back onto the holding needle. Use your hand to pull both tails of yarn to tighten up the gap in the middle, and once it looks cleaner, your stitches have been joined in the round and is ready to be knit. It's important to use a stitch marker to mark where the beginning of the row is, as it's a bit hard to tell when working in the round. One important thing to note is that when working in the round, there's no turning your work, so if you're working stockinette stitch for an example, all you'd have to do is knit in the round. There wouldn't be any purl rows. For the magic loop method, you would also use circular needles, but this method doesn't require a certain cable length, which makes it perfect if you have needles that aren't interchangeable. To do the magic loop method, first push your stitches into the middle of your cord. Then split your stitches evenly in the middle and push each side of the stitches onto each needle by pulling the cord through the middle of the stitches. Make sure all the stitches are even and the ends of it are facing each other in the middle. To join them in the round, take 1 stitch from the top of the holding needle and place it on the working needle. Then take the second stitch of the working needle, pull it over the first stitch, and then place it on the holding needle. And now the magic loop is created. It should look like a rectangle. To start working on your project, pull your working needle out until the cord is slightly hanging out. Then start knitting like normal. Once you finish all the stitches on one side, pull the cord to bring the needle through the second set of stitches. Then pull the working needle out again and continue knitting. Here are some projects that were worked in the round. I honestly love working in the round just to avoid having to constantly turn my work. An increase is just adding stitches to your project to make it grow bigger, and there's lots of ways to do this in knitting. Here I'll show you a few ways in the English style. A yarn over increase is probably the easiest way to increase, and for the English method, all you're going to do is wrap the working yarn around your needle as if to knit, and then work a knit stitch. And then when you're done, you'll have an extra stitch on your needle. To do a yarn over increase on a purl row English style, all you have to do is first make sure that the working yarn is in front of the working needle. Then wrap the working yarn counterclockwise around the working needle, making sure it falls in the front again. Then purl normally. Now you have a yarn over increase on a purl row. A make one left and a make one right is basically just a regular increase, but one leans to the left and one leans to the right. The way they lean either to the left or the right is based on the middle stitch you use to increase. If you work into it from the front, it leans to the left, and if you work into it from the back, it leans to the right. To make an increase that leans to the left, use your holding needle to pick up the middle strand of the yarn that's in between the 2 stitches and pick it up from the front and onto the needle. This makes the strand lean to the left. Then take your working needle and push it into the stitch from top to bottom, but in the back leg of the stitch. Then knit normally. To make an increase that leans to the right, use your holding needle to lift up the strand that's in the middle of the 2 stitches from the back. This makes the strand of yarn lean to the right. After, knit into that stitch normally. To make an increase that leans to the left on a purl row, use your holding needle to pick up the middle strand of yarn that's in between the 2 stitches and pick it up from the front and onto the needle. This makes the strand of yarn lean to the left. Then purl it normally. To make an increase that leans to the right on the purl row, use your holding needle to pick up the middle strand of yarn that's in between the 2 stitches and pick it up from the back and onto the needle. This makes the strand of yarn lean to the right. Then push your needle into the front leg of the stitch and purl normally. When you continue to do these increases, you'll end up with a project that is gradually growing wider to whichever side you decided to do, whether it be to the right or to the left. To do a bar increase, all you're going to do is take your working needle and work a normal knit stitch. At the end of the knit stitch, don't take it off your needle, but instead push your working needle into the back loop of the stitch and then create another knit stitch. Doing this creates a little increase that looks like a bar. To do a bar increase on a purl row, first purl the stitch normally, but don't take it off your needles. You're going to take your working needle and push it into the back loop of the stitch from bottom to top, making sure it crosses in the front of the holding needle. Then purl again normally. This increase is the one I use the most, but you have to choose where you want it to be specifically if you don't want the bar stitches that come from it making your project look differently from how you want it to. A decrease is when you knit stitches together to make a project smaller. Some of them will lean to the left and some of them will lean to the right. To create a right leaning decrease, you'll do a knit 2 together, which is just taking your working needle and pushing it into 2 stitches before knitting normally. And that's all it is. To create a right leaning decrease but on a purl row, all you have to do is insert your working needle purlwise into 2 stitches. Then purl them together normally. And that's it. To create a left-leaning decrease, you'll do a slip, slip, knit. First, take your working needle and place it into the stitch as if to knit. Instead of knitting, just slip the first stitch onto the working needle. Do the same for the second stitch. Doing this twists the stitches slightly as it goes onto your needles. If you can see on the holding needle, these stitches are leaning towards the left naturally, but after slipping them onto the working needle, they twisted and are facing to the right. You're then going to take your holding needle and insert it into the front of those 2 stitches to form an X. Then knit normally. To create a left-leaning decrease on a purl row, all you have to do is take your working needle and insert it into the first stitch as if to knit, but instead of knitting, all you're going to do is slip it onto the working needle. Do the same for the second stitch. Then you're going to take your holding needle and insert it into the front of both of the stitches, then slip those 2 stitches back onto the needle. The reason we moved them in the first place is to make them twist a bit. After, take your working needle and insert it into the back loops of both of the stitches from bottom to top, making sure that the working needle is crossing in the front of the holding needle. Then purl normally. To change colors in the beginning of your work, all you're going to do is insert your working needle into the first stitch as if to knit. Then take your new color and loop it onto the working needle. With your new color, finish off that first knit stitch. Then continue knitting with your new color. If you're switching colors in the middle of your work, first insert your working needle as if to knit. Then take your new color and loop it onto the working needle. Then knit normally and continue working. On the second row, once you reach the gap changing the colors created, you're going to continue working as if it's not there. After a few rows, I recommend tying the strands of yarn from the first color and the second color in a gentle knot so the gap doesn't show. Then you can weave in those tails later. If you're switching colors on a purl row, it's exactly the same. First, insert your working needle into the stitch as if to purl, and then take your new color and loop it onto the working needle. Then finish that purl stitch and continue working on your project. It's the same as well if you're switching colors in the middle of the project. When you're done with the project, you'll most likely have tails that hang out like this. To get rid of them, take your tapestry needle and insert one of the tails into it. Then in the back of the project, take your tapestry needle and insert it into the back of one of the bar stitches in the back. You're then going to repeat this but diagonally, making sure to gently weave in the tails like so. Then if you check in the front of the project, you won't see the tails showing at all. If you weave your tail in just by going into the stitches straight forward, you'll easily be able to see it in the front. So I recommend you weave your tail in diagonally. And once it's weaved in, just cut the excess yarn from the tail and your project is done. If you want to attach 2 knit pieces together from the sides, all you have to do is take a tapestry needle and a long scrap piece of yarn and first work into the outermost bottom quarter of your first piece. Then do the same for the second piece. Now you're going to look into the stitch above where you attached your yarn in the first piece and look for the V-stitch. In each V-stitch there's a little bar in the middle of it. You're going to insert your tapestry needle into that bar stitch and pull your yarn through. Then for the second piece you're going to do the exact same thing and look for that bar stitch and then insert your tapestry needle and pull your yarn through. If you continue to do this back and forth, your 2 pieces will attach together like this. This is called the vertical seam. If you want to attach the 2 pieces together from the top, take your tapestry needle and a scrap piece of yarn and work into both legs of the V-stitch on your first piece like so. Then do the same for the second piece. Now go back to your first piece and work into the next set of V-legs and pull your yarn through. Then on the second piece, go into the next set of V-legs and do this as well. If you work back and forth alternating between the pieces, you'll get this result making both of the pieces attached together. This is called the mattress stitch. If for whatever reason you make a mistake and have to go back to a row that you've already done, all you have to do is take out your needles and gently pull the yarn, which will remove the stitches. Once you remove the mistake, gently take your time and insert your needles back into the stitches. Sometimes doing this will cause the stitches to drop, so be careful when adding your needles as it'll pull the stitches easily. If you want to remove your needles to use for another project or to measure or try on your piece, simply take a long piece of scrap yarn and use a tapestry needle to sew it through your stitches. Then you can remove your needles and do what you need to do. When you're ready to add your needles back to the project, simply add them back in, remove the scrap yarn, and it'll be as if nothing happened. If for some reason one of your stitches falls off the needle and starts to unravel, you don't have to panic. This is actually incredibly easy to fix. All you'll need is a crochet hook, or if the stitches are large enough, you can just use your own hand. Take your hook or fingers and insert it into the stitch that's still intact. Then go behind the stitch above it and pull it through the stitch. Again, go behind the stitch above the stitch on your hook or finger and pull it through the stitch. Keep working all the way up with the same technique. And once you're on the last stitch, place it onto the holding needle and it'll be as if nothing happened. Sometimes when you add stitches back onto your needle, they might twist, and you can tell that it's twisted by the resistance it gives when you try to work into it. All you have to do to fix this is take the stitch off your needle and place it back onto the needle in the opposite direction. Now you can easily work into the stitch and continue your project. In a separate guide, I'm going to go over all of the information that you'll need to begin knitting your own clothing from scratch, but for now, here are some easy projects that you can begin knitting with the skills that you've learned in this guide. With your new knitting skills, you can create knit scarves, whether it be with stockinette stitch, garter stitch, or rib stitch. You can even combine stockinette and rib stitch to make a fun border on the bottom of the scarf. You can create hand warmers by knitting them flat and then using the mattress stitch or the vertical seam to stitch them together, making sure to leave out a little hole for your thumb. You can even knit your own leg warmers, which I already have an in-depth guide for. You can create cute little square coasters or washcloths to use. You can create your own throw blankets with seed stitch or even table mats. If you want to take it a step forward and challenge yourself, you can make yourself a patchwork cardigan, which can be made by knitting individual squares and then sewing them together after in the form of a cardigan. You've officially reached the end of this guide. I hope it was incredibly helpful, and if you have any questions at all, feel free to leave them down in the comments below and I'll get to them as soon as I can. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye! Squarespace is an all-in-one platform where you can create your very own website. I think it's perfect if you're someone who wants to open their own fiber arts business, whether if it's to sell your own pieces, open commissions, or even sell your own patterns. You can even use it to showcase your portfolio for your art as well. Squarespace offers numerous amounts of templates to get you started, and the designer interface is beginner-friendly and customizable, so your website can look however you'd prefer. If you wanted to create your own business website, Squarespace offers a commerce tool which allows you to keep track of your inventory and your customer data. And you can even make cute newsletters, which is really fun. If you're interested in Squarespace, you can go to squarespace.com for a free trial, and you can use my code for 10% off of your first purchase. Thank you again to Squarespace for sponsoring this video.
Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In today's video I'm going to teach you how to knit for absolute beginners, so if you've never picked up knitting needles before, don't have a clue what you're doing, this video is for you. If you're new to this channel, welcome. At Celtic Knitted Designs we produce videos on knitting projects and knitting techniques, so be sure to hit the... Hello and welcome to Flock and Fern. In today's video I'm going to take you through step by step how to do the thumb method cast on. This is a knitting method that I cannot knit without, so let's get straight to it. Okay, so first things first, with the thumb method cast on, and with most cast ons in knitting, you need to create a slip knot. So to do this, you take up your yarn and you've got two ends. The first end is the tail end, which comes to an abrupt end. The second is the bit that's attached to the rest of your ball of wool, and that's called the ball end, or sometimes it's called the working end. But I'm going to use the term ball end for this video. So if we pick up the yarn, and I'm going to hold my fingers out on my right hand, so it's like two are pointing and my thumb is up, giving a thumbs up. I'm then going to drape the yarn over the two fingers, and then wrap it round. As I bring it back to the front, I'm going to cross the strands over, and then I'm going to face the fingers so that the backs of them are now pointing at my face. The tail end is now going to slide under the loop that you've made across the back of your fingers, like this. And you're going to pull that through. You slide your fingers out, and in doing so, if you tug gently on both the ball end and the tail end, you start to create a loop here. And that is your slip knot. So now all you've got to do is slide your needle through. And that is your very first stitch on the needle once you just adjust it by pulling on both the tail and the ball end, but don't pull it too tight so that it can still move freely along the needle. So we've got that very first stitch on the needle, and that was our slip knot. And now what we're going to do is continue casting on. That's so we get the amount of stitches on the needle that we need to work with. So I'm going to cast on 10 stitches for this video. And as I said, I'm using the thumb method, which is just the kind of main method for me. So what I'm going to do is have the tail end just hanging down and try and just ignore that it's there, and take up the ball end of the yarn. And then I'm going to scoop the ball end up with my left hand. Have it wrapped around all your fingers on the palm side, so you're gripping that ball end of the yarn, and put your thumb up in the air. I like to give a thumbs up. And then I'm going to take my thumb, and I'm going to go to the back of that strand of yarn with it, and then bring it round to the front. I'll show you that again. So I grip the yarn with my left hand and all the fingers. The thumb is up, and I'm going to take my thumb, and I'm going to twist it to the back and scoop up that ball end of the yarn. In doing so, I've created a bit of a crossover here. And at the base of my thumb, there's a little triangle. So what I'm going to do now is put the tip of my knitting needle into the base of that loop from the back, so that from my palm side, out, like so. I'm then going to slide my thumb out the way and keep with the fingers that are holding that ball end of the yarn, just pull them, just slightly. Again, don't pull it too tight because then you won't be able to knit your next row. And now we've got 2 stitches cast on. So that is how to cast on using the thumb method. It is so quick when you get going with it that it just makes it the best method to cast on. So I'll show you that again. With the ball end of the yarn, I'm going to scoop it up with all 4 fingers. My thumb is up in the air. I'm then going to take my thumb and go to the back of that strand of yarn and scoop it up, twisting it round. In doing so, I've created a little triangle at the base of my thumb. I'm going to take the tip of that needle and I'm going to put it into the bottom, so from the palm of my thumb up into that gap. And then I'm going to slide my thumb out and pull on the ball end of the yarn at the same time. And now we have 3 stitches cast on. So there's our slip knot, another one, so that makes 2 and 3. Your slip knot always counts as your first stitch. So we need 7 more stitches. So let's go through that again. And we've now got another stitch cast on. So let's have a check on how many stitches we have cast on there. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. We did it. That is how to cast on using the thumb method. I hope you found this video useful. If you're new to the channel, please hit subscribe and give us a thumbs up if you've liked the video. If you hit the little bell icon, you'll get a notification every time we post something new. We post videos on knitting projects and knitting techniques, just like this one. I hope this was helpful. Happy knitting! Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to cast on using the long tail method. This is a great technique that anybody can use. All it requires is a needle, some yarn, and your crafty hands. Today I'm using Rico Essentials Soft Merino. This is an iron weight yarn, and I'm using these Knit Pro Zing 5mm needles. These are my favourite knitting needles this make because they're lightweight. You can select the length of the needle that you want. And these are aluminium, which makes it really easy to slide off the yarn from the needles, which makes it a bit quicker to work with. Okay, to start casting on, you need 1 needle to start with, and you need your yarn. You've got the tail end and the ball end. Now, the method I'm going to teach you is called the long tail thumb method. This is one of the easiest ways to cast on. Not only does it cast on the stitches, but it also knits the first row, which is great if the start of your pattern is a knitted row. I use this quite a lot because it helps with the tension for when you move on to the rest of your project. So in order to do this, you need to have a large length of yarn spare to do the work. So an easy way to measure this out is if your work's going to be 10 centimeters long, then you need 3 times that start. So you roughly just pull the yarn so that you have about 3 times that length. So you let that tail end dangle down, and then you start with a slip knot. So to do a slip knot, my favourite technique is to get your 2 fingers on your right hand and put them up. Then grab the yarn from the front to the back, put it round and across, and you then want to pull the tail end of the yarn under the loop of the back of your fingers. Slide your fingers out and pull that loop through, and you can see you've got a nice little loop there. Then all you do is slide your needle into that hole and pull it tight onto the needle. Now, when I say pull it tight, just have it so it's firm, but it can move nicely along the needle. This helps with keeping your tension, and especially when you start your next row. Then what we're going to do is cast on more stitches. So we're going to go for 10 stitches. So in order to do this, with your left hand, pick up the tail end of the yarn and have it hanging loosely over your fingers. Put your thumb up, as they give a thumb up, thumbs up, and put your thumb to the back of the yarn and bring it around to the front. Now you can see you've got a crossover section here with a bit of a hole in the middle that kind of creates a bit of a triangle at the base of your thumb. What you're going to do is put your tip of your needle into the base, going from the bottom upwards towards the tip of your thumb. You're then going to take the ball end of the yarn, which is still attached, and wrap it round the needle while your thumb's still there, from the back to the front, and then put your thumb up, over, and then slide your thumb off. Then pull the tail end of the yarn. Now you see there's 2 stitches on the needle, but by wrapping the ball end round, you've also knitted that first stitch. So not only have you cast on, but you've knitted a stitch. And you can see that by the extra bit of yarn and the weight that you have down here. Now we're going to continue like that. So again, with your left hand and the tail end, wrap your fingers round, thumb up, thumb goes from the back to the front, and you create that triangle at the base of your thumb. The knitting needle goes up through the base towards the tip of your thumb, the ball end goes round the needle from back to front, and then your thumb comes up, over, and it slides out, and then pull to the desired tension. Now you can see there are 1, 2, 3 stitches on the needle. And we're going to continue like that. Now you can see there are 10 stitches on the needle. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And that's as cast on and knitted, that 10 stitches. That is the long tail thumb method casting on. Now to carry on, all you have to do is move your knitting needle onto the left hand. You can see we've got these bumps here, which suggest that this could either be, if you're doing stocking stitch, this would be a purl row. And if you were doing garter stitch, this would be a normal knit row. For more tips, techniques and tutorials on knitting, don't forget to like and subscribe Celtic Knitted Designs. Thank you!
Decision. Well?
Well, what?
What's with the hat?
Oh, this.
Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In today's video I'm going to teach you how to knit for absolute beginners, so if you've never picked up knit needles before, don't have a clue what you're doing, this video is for you. If you're new to this channel, welcome. At Celtic Knitted Designs we produce videos on knitting projects and knitting techniques, so be sure to hit the subscribe button and the little bell icon so you get a notification every time we post something new. Now, on with knitting. Okay, so first things first, when you're learning to knit, you need yarn and knitting needles. These are pony 10mm knitting needles. Now, when everyone refers to the size, you can see it at the top of the needle here. What it's actually referring to is the diameter of the needle itself. And this is important because the knitting needle size needs to correspond with the type of wool you're using. So by that I mean, big knitting needles, like these, need big yarn. Like this, where you've got really thick yarn, you need to have a corresponding needle size. Now, if you're struggling to know which size to use, have a look at the band and it will suggest a needle size or a crochet hook size, but because we're knitting, we're going to look at the knitting needles. So you can see there, you've got crossover knitting needles, and underneath it says 10mm or US 15. So in the US, there's slightly different sizing, but we're going to use British, so 10mm knitting needles. So this corresponds with this. Now, obviously, if your yarn is thinner, like this, you use smaller needles. So these are 3.25mm needles, much thinner than those size 10. So you get different types of weight of yarn, and by weight it means how thick the strand of yarn actually is that you're going to be knitting with, and that's what corresponds with your knitting needle size. You get lots of different weights. They start from lace weight and 4-ply, then there's sock yarn, sport yarn, and this is double knitting. You also get Aran weight yarn, which is this, which is really commonly used in knitting patterns for jumpers and sweatshirts, and that has a corresponding needle size that's a bit thicker because the yarn's thicker. So that's Aran weight. It's also called worsted weight. Then you go up to chunky size yarn, so it's a bit thicker again. And then we're back up to this first size that I showed you, which is called super chunky or super bulky. This is the thickest common size yarn, but you also get arm knitting yarn, which is huge and doesn't really require any needles. So this is what we're going to be using today. The reason we're using this yarn is because this is what I recommend to all my beginners, because your project will grow really quick. So this is King Cole, big value, super chunky, in this nice mauve pinky lilac-y colour. It's 100% acrylic, which is also good for beginners. It's a little bit cheaper than most yarn, which is also good for when you're starting off, because if you're practicing, it doesn't matter. You don't want to be using really expensive yarn that you're going to do some swatches and squares with. For beginners, I do recommend plastic needles. Again, they're cheaper, but they also provide a little bit of a grip. And if you want to know more about different types of knitting needles, then check out my video that's just on that. So when you're knitting, you're basically passing stitches from one needle to the next. And by doing so, you're growing the project widthways, and it kind of goes up and up. But the first thing you have to be able to do is get the stitches, or the yarn, onto the needles. Now this sounds kind of scary, but I'm going to take you through step by step and show you exactly what you need to do. So getting some wool onto the needles is called casting on. Sometimes referred to as cast on or bind on, but we're going to say casting on, so cast on. Okay, so to cast on, the first thing you have to do is make a slip knot. Now you don't need to be a Boy Scout or anything like that. I'll show you the method that I use, which I find really easy to remember. So what I'm going to do is take the yarn. I've got the tail end, which means there's nothing else, it's the end of the yarn, and the ball end, which is the end that's still got a ball of yarn attached to it. Sometimes that's called the working end. So we've got a little bit of a tail, not much, and we're going to drape the yarn like this over our index and forefinger on our right hand. And I'm going to take the tail end and bring it to the front. Then what I'm going to do is cross it over like this, so whilst the palm of my hand's still facing me. And then I'm going to turn my fingers so that the backs of them are now facing me. Then this rear strand, which is our tail end, I'm going to pass under this front strand that's towards my nails. So it's going to go under there, and I'm going to pull that bit up and pull that strand through. And then keep pulling on, pull down on the ball end of the yarn. And then you can see you have a loop at the top here, and that's your slip knot. And what we're going to do now is take our knitting needle and pass it through that loop, like so, and then pull the tail and the ball end just to secure it onto the needle. And there we go, we have cast on, we've made our slip knot, and this counts as our very first stitch, which is great. So if you need to see that again, just take your time. This is probably one of the trickiest bits to knitting, so once you get this down, you're absolutely bossing it. Okay, so now that we've got that first stitch on, we need to get some more stitches onto the needle so that we can start knitting. Now, the next step's really a lot easier because we've done the hard work with the slip knot. So what I'm going to do is the ball end of the yarn, there's my tail end, dangling down there, we're just going to ignore that. We're going to pick up the ball end of the yarn with our left hand. We're then going to stick our grip that yarn and stick your thumb up, like you're giving somebody the thumbs up. I'm then going to put my thumb to the back of that yarn and bring it to the front and scoop the yarn up. And then going to take the tip of the needle and go into the base here, where you can see the two strands cross over. You see that? It's making a bit of a triangle at the base of my thumb. So the knitting needle is going to go up from the bottom into that triangle, and then I'm going to slide my thumb out and just slightly pull on the working end of the yarn at the same time. And that's you cast on another stitch. So that's 2 stitches now on the needle. And then we're just going to repeat that. So grip the ball end of the yarn with your fingers of your left hand, thumb up. We're going to go to the back and scoop that working yarn up. Then the needle tip is going to go into the base of the thumb from the bottom up where we've got that triangle. And we're going to slide our thumb out whilst tugging on the working end of the yarn with our fingers in our left hand. And we've now got 3 stitches cast on. And we'll do that again. So grip the yarn, working end of the yarn with your left hand, left thumbs up, goes to the back, brings it to the front and scoops that yarn up, creates a triangle at the base of your thumb, and your needle's going to go in from the bottom into that triangle, push the needle up, slide your thumb out, and pull the working yarn with your left hand. Now what's tempting to do is pull that working yarn really tight. You can keep going, but don't do that. Try and keep it loose so that you can actually move the stitches on the needle, because that will make the next step much easier. And this is often called your tension. So how tight you pull your stitches or how tight you knit your stitches are this thing called tension. So people refer to that, and that's how you create a neat finish to your knitting, but also a uniform pattern. So it is really important, and all that you can do to improve tension is to keep practicing. So we're going to keep on casting on. We've got 4 stitches on here now, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to grab the working end of the yarn, with our left hand, thumb up, scoop round, cross over, needle goes in the tip, at the base, pull that out, and just keep going. Thumb up, scoop, and out. Thumb up, scoop, and out. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I'm going to do a couple more. There we go. So now we're going to count how many stitches I've got on the needle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 stitches on there. And now you can see if you hold that horizontally, we've got our tail end here where we did our slip knot. And then we've got this nice little ridge along the bottom, and that's where we've cast on our stitches. And the method there that I just shown you with the left thumb and doing the thumbs up is called the thumb method. It's one of the easier ways of casting on, and it's definitely one of my preferred methods. So now that we've got our 14 stitches on the needle, we are going to start to knit. This is all very exciting. So what we're going to do is put this needle with all these cast on stitches into our left hand. Now you can see we've got the working end of the yarn at the top, ready to go. We've got the tail end down here. Again, remember to ignore the tail end. And we've got all our stitches. Now it's time to grab your second needle. Now the empty needle is going to go in your right hand. And we are now going to do the knit stitch. Now to knit, what you're doing is picking up each of these stitches, wrapping the yarn round and putting it onto this empty needle. And this process builds up the work, and that's basically how you knit. It's just formulation of these stitches. So to do the knit stitch, we're going to take our right needle and we're going to put it in the base of this first stitch. So it's coming from the bottom and we're going to push it through. Can you see it there? And so it's going from the front at the bottom to the back. And now what we've got is the left needles to the front, the empty right needles at the back, and they've crisscrossed, so they're crossing each other. We've got the working end of the yarn at the back here. And what we're going to do is pick that up with our right hand, and we're going to wrap that round the back of that right needle and in between the two needles. So it's coming there. So we've gone round the back and in between the two. So then we're going to tug down on that lightly, and at the same time, pull the right needle down and bring it to the front while scooping up that stitch that's on your left needle, like that. And then the last step is to slide it off the left needle. And there we go, we have one stitch now on the right needle, and that is a knit stitch. So I'm going to show you that all over again in super slow motion. So we've got our working yarn at the back, and we're going to take our right needle, which now has one stitch on it, and we're going to go into the bottom of this stitch that's at the top of the left needle. So it's going to go into the bottom and find the little gap and cross the two stitches over, two needles over. So we now have the left needle to the front, the right to the back. We're going to take the working yarn, wrap it around the back of the right needle, in between the two needles, tug it down slightly, and we're going to slide that right needle down and pull it through here, and then slide the stitch off the left needle. So we now have two stitches on our right needle. Okay, let's do that again. We are going to take our right needle, we're going to go into the base of this stitch on the left needle, and we're going to find that gap at the bottom and cross our knitting needles over. Then I'm going to take our working end and go around the back of the right needle, in between the two needles, pull it down slightly, whilst guiding our right needle down through there, picking up that stitch and sliding it off. And so we've now knitted 3 stitches, and this is a knit stitch. So we're just going to continue like that. Into the bottom, wrap the yarn round, slide the right needle down, up and off. Into the bottom, wrap the yarn round, going down, over and off. And again, into the bottom, wrap the yarn round, going down, over and off. And we just keep repeating that. Into the bottom, wrap the yarn round, and down, over and off. Into the bottom, wrap the yarn round, down, over and off. And now we are at the last stitch on the left needle, and we've got all these lovely stitches on the right. What we're going to do is the exact same thing. We are just going to go into the bottom of that stitch, ignore the tail end, wrap the working yarn around the back of the right needle, in between the two, bring the right needle down, over and off. And there we go. We have now knitted our very first row of knitting. Amazing. Okay, so what we're going to do now is all those stitches from our right needle, now we switch hands and they go into our left. The empty needle comes back to our right. And what you can see is we've got this nice ridge of stitches. If yours looks a bit like this, where you can see some stitches clearly, but then you can see the ridge, just straighten it up, because that's it just twisting around. And if you do that, it just helps you keep to a good tension, but also stops you from getting confused. So just keep that ridge to the bottom and it'll make things a lot easier. So now you need to be careful. We're about to do row 2. And what you can see is we've got the tail end here and the working end. The working end is obviously the one that's attached to the ball of yarn. So what to be careful of is make sure you're going to use the working end and not the tail end for this next bit. So what we're going to do now is knit another row of stitches. So we've got our working yarn in our right hand. We're going to take our right needle that's empty, go into that first stitch on the left needle, into the bottom again, cross the needles over, working yarn goes round the back, in between the two, goes up, over, and slide it off. And there we go. And we're just going to work the knit stitch into each one till we get to the end. Okay, so we got to the end of our second row, and now we're going to switch hands again. So all the needle with all the stitches on goes to our left hand, empty needle into our right, and then we are ready to knit our third row. And as you can see, it's really starting to grow, and this is why I recommend super chunky yarn and quite big needles. One, it's easier to see what you're doing, but it also grows really quickly, so you can actually see a bit of progress, which is super satisfying and what you really need as a beginner. So we're going to knit this third row. So we're going into the bottom again, working yarn, round the back, in between the two needles, up, over, and slide it off. Now, always remember to do the sliding off bit, because I remember when I was first learning to knit, I always forgot to slide off, and you can tell if you haven't, because you'll have more stitches on your needle all of a sudden. You'll be like, wow, I started off with 14 and now I've got 15. It might be because you've done that, but don't worry about it. Just keep practicing, and that's the best way to improve. So there's 2, and we just keep going along there. Okay, so that was the end of row 3. We've switched our needles across again. And now what I'm going to do is just keep on knitting every row until I've got a bit more of a swatch to show you. So keep on knitting. Okay, so I'm now on row 10. Just going to keep knitting these stitches. And as you can see, as you keep going back and forth, that's called, each one of those is called a row. And that's how your piece grows. Get to the end of there and switch around. And there we go. So this is the typical knit stitch. By knitting every stitch like this forms something that's called the garter stitch. It's pretty common in a lot of knitted garments, and it just looks really nice and cozy. But you can see it growing quite nicely. And as you can see, it's a pretty good shout to go for these big needles and the super chunky yarn, because we're seeing it grow so fast. When I was saying about the different types of stitches, check out my other videos that are on that, because they explain the purl stitch. When I first heard of the purl stitch, I thought it was like as in the gem that you get inside an oyster, but no, it's P-U-R-L, purl. And that's very similar to the knit stitch, but you're coming into the front. So there's more information on that, but I do recommend it as an absolute beginner. The first thing you do is just keep practicing the knit stitch, so you can work on your tension, get it really neat and get really confident in it, and always make sure that you've got the same amount of stitches on your needle as what you cast on, so that then you're not accidentally adding stitches or dropping stitches. So if you see a hole suddenly appear, you may have dropped a stitch, which means you didn't knit it, so it's unraveled and left a hole in your work. But don't worry, just keep practicing doing those swatches, little patches like this, and you are well on your way to becoming a knitter. Now, the last thing to bear in mind is that we've got all these stitches on the needle, and you then need to get them off. Now, that's called casting off, or cast off. It's also called binding off, or bind off. And that is how you get the stitches off the needle. And as you can imagine, you shouldn't just pull them off the needle, because that will unravel the whole work. It's a way in which you get the stitches off and leaves you with a nice edge similar to that of your cast on. And click this video that's on your screen now to find out how to do that when you're ready to cast off. Until then, keep on knitting, keep on practicing. Make sure you hit subscribe and the little bell icon so you get a notification on our next video, and just enjoy. Happy knitting. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to Flock and Fern. In today's video, I'm going to take you through step by step how to do the thumb method cast on. This is a knitting method that I cannot knit without. So let's get straight to it. Okay, so first things first, with the thumb method cast on, and with most cast ons in knitting, you need to create a slip knot. So to do this, you take up your yarn and you've got two ends. The first end is the tail end, which comes to an abrupt end. The second is the bit that's attached to the rest of your ball of wool, and that's called the ball end, or sometimes it's called the working end. But I'm going to use the term ball end for this video. So if we pick up the yarn, and I'm going to hold my fingers out on my right hand, so it's like two are pointing and my thumb is up, giving a thumbs up. I'm then going to drape the yarn over the two fingers and then wrap it round. As I bring it back to the front, I'm going to cross the strands over, and then I'm going to face the fingers so that the backs of them are now pointing at my face. The tail end is now going to slide under the loop that you've made across the back of your fingers, like this, and you're going to pull that through. You slide your fingers out, and in doing so, if you tug gently on both the ball end and the tail end, you start to create a loop here, and that is your slip knot. So now all you've got to do is slide your needle through, And that is your very first stitch on the needle once you just adjust it by pulling on both the tail and the ball end, but don't pull it too tight so that it can still move freely along the needle. So we've got that very first stitch on the needle, and that was our slip knot. And now what we're going to do is continue casting on. That's so we get the amount of stitches on the needle that we need to work with. So I'm going to cast on 10 stitches for this video. And as I said, I'm using the thumb method, which is just the kind of main method for me. So what I'm going to do is have the tail end just hanging down and try and just ignore that it's there, and take up the ball end of the yarn. And then I'm going to scoop the ball end up with my left hand. Have it wrapped around all your fingers on the palm side, so you're gripping that ball end of the yarn, and put your thumb up in the air. I like to give a thumbs up. And then I'm going to take my thumb, and I'm going to go to the back of that strand of yarn with it, and then bring it round to the front. I'll show you that again. So I grip the yarn with my left hand and all the fingers. The thumb is up, and I'm going to take my thumb, and I'm going to twist it to the back and scoop up that ball end of the yarn. In doing so, I've created a bit of a crossover here. And at the base of my thumb, there's a little triangle. So what I'm going to do now is put the tip of my knitting needle into the base of that loop from the back, so that from my palm side out, like so. I'm then going to slide my thumb out the way and keep with the fingers that are holding that ball into the yarn, just pull them, just slightly. Again, don't pull it too tight because then you won't be able to knit your next row. And now we've got 2 stitches cast on. So that is how to cast on using the thumb method. It is so quick when you get going with it that it just makes it the best method to cast on. So I'll show you that again. With the ball end of the yarn, I'm going to scoop it up with all 4 fingers. My thumb is up in the air, and I'm then going to take my thumb and go to the back of that strand of yarn and scoop it up, twisting it round. In doing so, I've created a little triangle at the base of my thumb. I'm going to take the tip of that needle, and I'm going to put it into the bottom, so from the palm of my thumb up into that gap. And then I'm going to slide my thumb out and pull on the ball end of the yarn at the same time. And now we have 3 stitches cast on. So there's our slip knot, another one, so that makes 2 and 3. Your slip knot always counts as your first stitch. So we need 7 more stitches. So let's go through that again. And we've now got another stitch cast on. So let's have a check on how many stitches we have cast on there. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. We did it. That is how to cast on using the thumb method. I hope you found this video useful. If you're new to the channel, please hit subscribe and give us a thumbs up if you've liked the video. If you hit the little bell icon, you'll get a notification every time we post something new. We post videos on knitting projects and knitting techniques, just like this one. I hope this was helpful. Happy knitting!
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. Uninterrupted videos and an app made just for music. YouTube Premium. 1 subscription, 2 apps. Try 1 month free.
Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to cast on using the long tail method. This is a great technique that anybody can use. All it requires is a needle, some yarn, and your crafty hands. Today I'm using Rico Essentials Soft Merino. This is an Aran weight yarn, and I'm using these Knit Pro Zing 5mm needles. These are my favourite knitting needles this make because they're lightweight. You can select the length of the needle you want. And these are aluminium, which makes it really easy to slide off the yarn from the needles, which makes it a bit quicker to work with. Okay, to start casting on, you need 1 needle to start with, and you need your yarn. You've got the tail end and the ball end. Now, the method I'm going to teach you is called the long tail thumb method. This is one of the easiest ways to cast on. Not only does it cast on the stitches, but it also knits the first row, which is great if the start of your pattern is a knitted row. I use this quite a lot because it helps with the tension for when you move on to the rest of your project. So in order to do this, you need to have a large length of yarn spare to do the work. So an easy way to measure this out is if your work's going to be 10 centimeters long, then you need 3 times that start. So you roughly just pull the yarn so that you have about 3 times that length. So you let that tail end dangle down, and then you start with a slip knot. So to do a slip knot, my favourite technique is to get your 2 fingers on your right hand and put them up. Then grab the yarn from the front to the back, put it round and across, and you then want to pull the tail end of the yarn under the loop of the back of your fingers. Slide your fingers out and pull that loop through. And you can see you've got a nice little loop there. Then all you do is slide your needle into that hole and pull it tight onto the needle. Now, when I say pull it tight, just have it so it's firm, but it can move nicely along the needle. This helps with keeping your tension, and especially when you start your next row. Then what we're going to do is cast on more stitches. So we're going to go for 10 stitches. So in order to do this, with your left hand, pick up the tail end of the yarn and have it hanging loosely over your fingers. Put your thumb up, as they give a thumb up, thumbs up, and put your thumb to the back of the yarn and bring it around to the front. Now you can see you've got a crossover section here with a bit of a hole in the middle that kind of creates a bit of a triangle at the base of your thumb. What you're going to do is put your tip of your needle into the base, going from the bottom upwards towards the tip of your thumb. You're then going to take the ball end of the yarn, which is still attached, and wrap it round the needle while your thumb's still there, from the back to the front, and then put your thumb up, over, and then slide your thumb off. Then pull the tail end of the yarn. Now you see there's 2 stitches on the needle, but by wrapping the ball end round, you've also knitted that first stitch. So not only have you cast on, but you've knitted a stitch. And you can see that by the extra bit of yarn and the weight that you have down here. Now we're going to continue like that. So again, with your left hand in the tail end, wrap your fingers round, thumb up, thumb goes from the back to the front, and you create that triangle at the base of your thumb. The knitting needle goes up through the base towards the tip of your thumb, the ball end goes round the needle from back to front, and then your thumb comes up, over, and it slides out, and then pull to the desired tension. Now you can see there are 1, 2, 3 stitches on the needle. And we're going to continue like that. Now you can see there are 10 stitches on the needle. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And that's us cast on and knitted that 10 stitches. That is the long tail thumb method casting on. Now to carry on, all you have to do is move your knitting needle onto the left hand. You can see we've got these bumps here, which suggest that this could either be, if you're doing stocking stitch, this would be a purl row. And if you were doing garter stitch, this would be a normal knit row. For more tips, techniques and tutorials on knitting, don't forget to like and subscribe Celtic Knitted Designs. Thank you! Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to do the knit stitch. It is the fundamental part of being able to knit. Let's go. In order to do this today, I'm using Rico's Essential Soft Merino Iron Weight yarn. The needles I'm using today are Knit Pro Zing. These are 5mm needles. So we're going to cast on 10 stitches. So we need a good bit of tail end yarn, say about this long, about 20 centimeters. We're then going to start, as always, with our slip knot. So to do that, I'm going to take my right hand and my 2 fingers, scoop up the yarn, wrap it round and cross over at the top. And I'm going to turn my fingers to face me so that I can see the backs of them. Take the tail end underneath the loop and then pull my fingers out and pull the loop through. And then going to pick up my needle and slide it in through that loop and pull to secure. As always, don't pull too tight. You've got to be able to use the yarn, so it needs to be able to move along the needle. Grab the yarn with our left hand, tail end, ball end. Grab the yarn, thumb up, round the back, through, grab the ball end, over and across. We then take the needle with all our cast on stitches on and put it into our left hand. And we then pick up our other needle, ready to go. So the empty needle is in your right hand, and the needle with the cast on stitches is in the left. Now as you can see, we've got our tail end, which we're just going to put to the back and ignore. Now we're going to pick up the ball end of the yarn, and we're going to take our right needle, whilst holding the ball end of the yarn, and put the tip of the right needle into the base of that first stitch on the left. So it's going into the bottom, and then you're going to push it through. And so it goes to the back of the left needle. Now as you can see, both needles are crossing each other. We have the left to the front, and we have the right to the back. Now when you're doing a knit stitch, your working yarn, which is your ball end, is always to the back. We take that yarn, we wrap it around the back of the right needle, and it goes in between the two. The left needle then comes up, whilst you hold the working yarn down, it comes up, and you pull the right needle round, it goes up, and then you slide it off. And that's you knitted your first stitch. So now we have 1 stitch on the right needle, and we have 9 on the left. So we take our right needle and we put it into the base of the next stitch on the left needle. It goes across the back, they cross over. Then we take our working yarn, go around the back of the right needle, in between the two, and then our left needle comes up, our right needle comes to the front, and then we slide it off. And now you can see we have knitted 2 stitches. And we have 8 stitches left on the left needle. And we'll just continue like that. So right needle goes into the base of the next stitch on the left, the working yarn goes round the back, in between the two. The left goes up while securing your working yarn down. Then your right needle comes to the front and you slide off. So we've got 3. And we continue like that. Through the bottom, round the back of the right, in between the two, slide it off, up to the front and off. Through the bottom, round the back, in between the two, slide it to the front and off. Through the bottom, round the back, slide the needle up, between the two, and it then comes off. And then when we get to the last stitch on our left needle, we just do the exact same. So into the bottom, right needle goes to the back, left's at the front, wrap the yarn round the back of the right, in between the two, and we take the left needle up, over, and then slide off. Now we have no stitches left on our left needle because we have knitted all 10 onto the right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Don't forget to like this video and hit subscribe. There are lots of different techniques, tutorials, and pattern links available within my YouTube channel. Thank you and happy knitting.
And now here's Amy with the flow forecast. Like the weather, your flow changes daily, and so should your Tampax size. Heavy downpours coming in, size up for added protection. If it hurts to remove, size down. Over to you, Kate.
If you can see, it's like day 2 of my period out here.
You should size up.
Are we still talking about the weather?
I hope so.
And only Tampax has a leak guard braid to help with better protection and 5 sizes for your changing flow.
Look at the brains on Jim.
Just keeping myself informed.
Pack your Tampax combo.
Try Dawn Professional Power Wash with a unique formula that cleans greasy surfaces and pots and pans fast.
Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to do garter stitch. This is a great stitch for beginners as it only uses one type of knit stitch, the knit stitch. Let's get started. In order to do this today, I'm using Rico's Essential Soft Merino Iron Weight yarn. I've picked this yarn because it's lovely and soft. I've made a jumper out of it. I absolutely love the quality of it, but also because Iron Weight is one of the most popular yarn weights knitters use. The needles I'm using today are Knit Pro Zing. These are 5mm needles. They are aluminium weight, which makes it easy to slide the stitches off. Sometimes this can be tricky for beginners because you could find that you drop some stitches. Okay, so to start garter stitch, we're going to use the long tail method cast on. So we're going to cast on 10 stitches. So we need a good bit of tail end yarn, say about this long, about 20 centimeters. We're then going to start, as always, with our slip knot. So to do that, I'm going to take my right hand and my 2 fingers, scoop up the yarn, wrap it round and cross over at the top. And I'm going to turn my fingers to face me so that I can see the backs of them. Take the tail end underneath the loop and then pull my fingers out and pull the loop through. And then going to pick up my needle and slide it in through that loop and pull to secure. As always, don't pull too tight. You've got to be able to use the yarn, so it needs to be able to move along the needle. To find out more about the long tail method of cast on, check out my long tail method cast on video on my YouTube channel. So now we're going to take the yarn in our left hand, this is the tail end, this is the ball end, and we're then going to continue and cast on another 9 stitches so that we have 10 stitches on the needle. Grab the yarn with our left hand, tail end, ball end. Grab the yarn, thumb up, round the back, through, grab the ball end, over, and across. Until we have 10 needles, 10 stitches on the needle. 2, 4, 6, 8, 2 more. There we go. Now we've got 10 stitches on the needle. What I always like to do is with the tail end of the yarn, just loop it round and tie a little knot. Like that. Now the reason I've done that is because when we start our next row, this will want to move a lot and it just stops it from doing it and provides a bit of security. We then take the needle with all our cast on stitches on and put it into our left hand. And we then pick up our other needle ready to go. So the empty needle is in your right hand, the needle with the cast on stitches is in the left. Now as you can see, we've got our tail end, which we're just going to put to the back and ignore. Now the reason we leave the tail end still attached, don't cut it off, is because it's really useful for sewing together knitted pieces. Now we're going to pick up the ball end of the yarn and we're going to take our right needle whilst holding the ball end of the yarn and put the tip of the right needle into the base of that first stitch on the left. So it's going into the bottom and then you're going to push it through. And so it goes to the back of the left needle. Now as you can see, both needles are crossing each other. We have the left to the front and we have the right to the back. Now when you're doing a knit stitch, your working yarn, which is your ball end, is always to the back. We take that yarn, we wrap it around the back of the right needle and it goes in between the two. The left needle then comes up, whilst you hold the working yarn down, it comes up and you pull the right needle round, it goes up and then you slide it off. And that's you knitted your first stitch. So now we have 1 stitch on the right needle and we have 9 on the left. And there you can see that little knot that I did at the end of the long tail cast on. And that's just securing that in place, which I like for a bit of peace of mind. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but it's great for beginners. That's one of Celtic Knitted Designs' top tips. Now we continue with the rest of the stitches to do our garter stitch. So we take our right needle and we put it into the base of the next stitch on the left needle. It goes across the back, they cross over. Then we take our working yarn, go around the back of the right needle, in between the two, and then our left needle comes up, our right needle comes to the front, and then we slide it off. And now you can see we have knitted 2 stitches. And we have 8 stitches left on the left needle. And we'll just continue like that. So right needle goes into the base of the next stitch on the left, the working yarn goes around the back, in between the two, the left goes up while securing your working yarn round, down, then your right needle comes to the front, and you slide off. So we've got 3. and we continue like that. Through the bottom, round the back of the right, in between the two, slide it off, up to the front and off. Through the bottom, round the back, in between the two, slide it to the front and off. Through the bottom, round the back, slide the needle up between the two, and it then comes off. And then when we get to the last stitch on our left needle, we just do the exact same. So into the bottom, right needle goes to the back, left's at the front, wrap the yarn round the back of the right, in between the two, and we take the left needle up, over, and then slide off. Now we have no stitches left on our left needle because we have knitted all 10 onto the right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Now this is starting to form our garter stitch. Now what we do is take the right needle and move it to our left hand, and take the empty needle and put it to our right. And you can see that we have a bit of a pattern forming, and this is our garter stitch. And now what we have to do is knit those 10 stitches again. So let's do this slowly because this looks a bit different this side. So we now have these bumps, and each one of these is a stitch that we have already done, and we have the bit that's looped around the needle, which is the one we're working on. So we put the right needle into the base of that first stitch on the left needle, then take our working yarn to the back, around the back of the right needle, in between the two needles. The left comes up while you hold the working yarn down, the right comes to the front, and you slide off. And we just continue like that. And then we get to the last stitch on the left needle, and we just do the same again. The right tip goes into the bottom, the yarn goes round, pull it down between the two, the left needle comes up while the right comes to the front, and then we slide it off. And as you can see, we have now done 2 rows of garter stitch. So we've got these little bumps here, this is forming our rows, and this is our individual stitches. So now we take our right needle with the stitches on, put it to the left hand, empty needle onto the right, and we just continue like that. So we're going to do 10 rows, so let's continue. Okay, so we have now got to the end of our 10 rows of garter stitch. So the easiest way to tell this is that each of these doubles, so you can see a bump to the bottom and a bump to the top, is 2 rows. So it's easy to count if you've lost count of whilst you were doing them. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 10, because this bump and the stitches on count as another row. So just disregard the cast on when you're doing that. So again, a bump to the bottom and a bump to the top equals 2 rows. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, and then 10, because this will be your bump to the bottom, and the needles, the stitches on the left needle will be the bump to the top. Now that we've got to the end of our 10 rows, we can just continue our garter stitch. So just knit stitch in every one until you get to your desired length. And that is garter stitch. Don't forget to like this video and hit subscribe. There are lots of different techniques, tutorials, and pattern links available within my YouTube channel. Thank you and happy knitting! Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to do the stocking stitch. This is also referred to as the stockinette stitch, and it's a combination of the knit stitch and the purl stitch. 1 row knit, and then the next row purl. I'll also teach you how to tell which stitch you've got to do next, using my Celtic Knitted Designs top tips. Let's go! Stocking stitch is a bit different from garter stitch because you do alternate rows. By that I mean you knit 1 row and then you purl, and you follow that pattern, whereas garter stitch was knit every row. So to get started, I'm using Rico Essentials Soft Merino in iron weight. This is super soft and I use it in quite a lot of my videos because the colour shows out really great and it's a beautiful green colour. I'm also using Knit Pro Zing 4mm straight needles. These are really great because they're metal, so the stitches slide off really easily. But if you're a beginner, that can be a bit tricky. So to get started, we're going to cast on. So we've got our yarn and we're going to use the long tail method. Now to find out more about the long tail method, check my video that is just about that because it shows it step by step and it's super simple. So we'll start with our slip knot. Secure that onto the needle, and then we're going to cast on using the long tail method 10 stitches. and 10. Once we've put the working needle into our left hand, you can see that there's already the bumps here, which suggest that we've already done a first row. This would be different, of course, if you're just using the thumb method. So to start, we're actually going to purl the first row. The reason that is because when we cast on using the long tail method, we also knitted the first row. So that's why we see these little bumps here. Now, when you see bumps when you're doing stocking stitch, that suggests that you need to purl this row. So to purl, what you need to do is bring the yarn, so the working yarn, to the front. Now, when I started to knit, that really confused me and I kept switching things about and I found it really difficult. So I'm going to try and explain it as simply as possible. So the yarn is to the front, so it's in front of the right needle. You've got your stitches in your left hand. You're going to take the right needle and you're going to put it in the base of that first stitch and you're going to bring it to the front of the left needle. So the yarn's to the front and the right needle's to the front. Now they're going to cross over like they would a knit stitch, and then you're going to wrap the yarn round the back between the two, bring it to the front, pull the right needle down whilst lifting the left up, hook it over, slide it down, and slide the left needle out. And that is a purl stitch. So I'll show you that again. The working yarn's to the front, the right needle goes into the front of the base of the stitch on the left needle, they cross over, the yarn goes in between the right needle and the left, so going behind the right, it comes, loops round, you pull the right needle down, and it goes behind the left, and then you slide the left out. So that's now 2 purl stitches on there. And then we're going to continue like that. So into the base, wrap the yarn round, pull it down, pull it through, and slide off. Into the base, wrap the yarn round, pull it down, through, and slide off. And just continue like that until you get to the end of the row. And when you get to the last stitch, same again, into the bottom, right needle to the front, yarn to the front, wrap it round, pull the right needle down, slide the left over, and off. And that is a purl row. Now we're going to put the right needle into the left hand, and then take the empty needle into the right. Now we're going to knit this row. You can see that this side looks a lot flatter than the purl side. I'm going to show you that in more detail as it starts to grow. So this side that's a bit flatter, we do knit stitches into. So the yarn's to the back, and the right needle goes into the base of the first stitch and to the back of the left. The yarn goes around the back, in between the 2 needles, you slide the left up, over, and then slide the stitch off, and it's now on the right needle. And we continue like that. So the right needle goes in for the base, the yarn goes round the back, in between the 2 needles, we slide the left up, over, and off. So into the base, yarn goes round, in between the 2 needles, pull it down, up, and off. And we just continue that for the rest of the row. And then when you get to the last stitch, into the base, yarn goes round, in between, needle comes up, over, and slides off. And that's a knitted row. And then we turn it round, the working piece goes into the left hand, empty needle into the right, and then we've got these bumps again, so that means we're going to purl. So working yarn to the front, right needle goes into the base and on the front. So the right needle's to the front, and the left needle's to the back, and the 2 are crossed over. Yarn goes in between the 2, round the front, slide down, and off. And we just continue to purl this row. And then we get to the end and the same. Into the front, yarn goes round, down, slide off, and then we switch hands again. So now you can see that we're getting a bit of length to it, and we can see these nice V shapes, and each of these are a stitch. Now what we want to do is whenever you see a V, you knit, so it's another knit row. So working yarn to the back, right needle goes into the base and to the back of the left, makes that cross, yarn goes through the middle, round and off, and we knit the whole row. And the same when we get to the last stitch, into the bottom, out the back, round, down, slide, off. Now you can really see we're getting that nice, typical knitted shape there. And stocking stitch is one of the most popular types of patterns when you're doing knitting. A lot of jumpers are like this and scarves. You can do anything in stocking stitch. And the main reason that it's so popular is that it grows quite quickly. Now we turn it round again, and as we can see we've got these nice bumps. And each of these are purl stitch, each bump. So that means we are going to purl. So we just purl that whole row. Now I'm going to continue like this for another 10 rows or so, and I'll meet you there. Okay, I'm coming up to where I kind of want to think about stopping, so I'm just going to finish purling this row and then turn it round. Okay, so there you can see we have a nice little patch of stocking stitch. We've got these lovely V shapes on this side, and on our purl side we have the little bumps. Now the next thing I'm going to teach you to do is how to cast off. So this is cast off knitwise. So this will be when you come to the end of your garment or the end of a piece, you need to get the stitches off the needle. So opposite to casting on, and also it's sometimes called binding off in patterns. That's quite a common term. American patterns use it quite a lot. Or bind off. So what we're going to do is knit the first stitch and the second stitch. Now we've got 2 stitches on the right needle and the rest on the left. We're going to take the tip of the left needle and put it into the base of that first stitch that we knitted on the right needle. So we're going to take it down and we're going to pick it up. So what we're going to do is with my index finger on my right hand is hold that second stitch in place as I take that first stitch up and over that second and then slide it off the needle entirely. And that's 1 stitch cast off. And then we continue. Now in order to cast off, you always have to have 2 stitches on the right needle. So we knit another stitch and then we pick up that first one using the left tip of the left needle, goes into the bottom, you pick it up and then we take it over and off the top and slide out. So that's 2 stitches cast off. Knit another one, pick up that first one, up, over and off. And we continue like that for the rest of the row. Now when you get to this last stitch on your left needle, you've still got one on the right, we knit that last one like normal. Now there are no stitches on the left needle, but we still need it. So we pick up this last stitch, the second from last, pick it up, over and off. And now we have 1 stitch left. With this one, you need to just break the yarn and then use a darning needle and pass it through and secure. So we're going to cut the yarn off and then we're going to take our darning needle, sometimes called a yarn needle, and we are going to thread through this tail end that we just cut off into the eye of the needle. We're going to carefully slide it off the knitting needle and then we're just going to pass that through that last stitch, thread it through and pull to secure, and that's it. And that is our cast off edge. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to click subscribe and give us a thumbs up. If you'd like to see any other videos of top knitting tips, then leave a comment below. Thank you.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical-obsessed couple. You book a dazzling hotel in the Big Apple, 5 stars, with a balcony for your big solo. If Broadway buffs can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to do the purl stitch. This is a really great stitch to be able to do as a knitter, as it's one of the combinations that creates some fantastic patterns. So to get started, I'm using Rico Essentials Soft Merino in iron weight. I'm also using Knit Pro Zing 4mm straight needles. So to get started, we're going to cast on. So we've got our yarn and we're going to use the long tail method. Now to find out more about the long tail method, check out my video that is just about that, because it shows it in step by step and it's super simple. So to purl, what you need to do is bring the yarn, so the working yarn, to the front. Now, when I started to knit, that really confused me and I kept switching things about and I found it really difficult. So I'm going to try and explain it as simply as possible. So the yarn is to the front, so it's in front of the right needle. You've got your stitches in your left hand. You're going to take the right needle and you're going to put it in the base of that first stitch and you're going to bring it to the front of the left needle. So the yarn's to the front and the right needle's to the front. Now they're going to cross over like they would a knit stitch, and then you're going to wrap the yarn round the back between the two, bring it to the front, pull the right needle down whilst lifting the left up, hook it over, slide it down, and slide the left needle out. And that is a purl stitch. So I'll show you that again. The working yarn's to the front, the right needle goes into the front of the base of the stitch on the left needle, they cross over, the yarn goes in between the right needle and the left, so going behind the right, it comes looped round, you pull the right needle down, and it goes behind the left, and then you slide the left out. So that's now 2 purl stitches on there. And then we're going to continue like that. So into the base, wrap the yarn round, pull it down, pull it through, and slide off. Into the base, wrap the yarn round, pull it down, through, and slide off. And just continue like that until you get to the end of the row. And when you get to the last stitch, same again, into the bottom, right needle to the front, yarn to the front, wrap it round, pull the right needle down, slide the left over, and off. And that is a purl row. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to click subscribe and give us a thumbs up. If you'd like to see any other videos of top knitting tips, then leave a comment below. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Flock and Fern. In this video, I'm going to take you through how to do the 1x1 rib stitch. This is a quick tip, so we'll go straight to it. 1x1 rib is a knit 1 stitch, purl 1 stitch. You often see it as 1x1 and then the word rib afterwards in a pattern, and this is exactly how to do that. So what we've got is our stitches cast on here, and we are going to take our right needle and go into the base of the first needle and stitch. We're going to go into the bottom and push it through the back. We're then going to have crossover needles like this, and we're going to take our ball end of the yarn, so the yarn that's still attached to the big ball of wool, and we're going to wrap that around the back of that rear needle, in between the two needles, and then we're going to slide that back needle down and bring it to the front while scooping up the stitch and maintaining the tension on the ball end of yarn, and then slide it off. So that's us knitted one stitch. And we're just going to adjust our tension there, mainly because I'm holding my needles up, so it's a bit trickier. Then into the next stitch, I'm going to purl this one. So to do that, the first thing you've got to do is bring your ball end of the yarn to the front. And this is something I got really confused with when I first started knitting. And all that means is that you bring it in between the two needles so that this ball end is like kind of facing you. So it's in between the two needles. Then this right needle is going to go into the base of the stitch at the front. And this is called purlwise. And it makes sense because it's purling the stitch. So we're going to scoop it up from the front, cross the two needles over again. And with that working yarn, the ball end, we are going to wrap it round in between the two needles. And then we are going to pull the right needle down and through and scoop the needle out again. And so we've just purled that stitch. So we've knit one stitch and we've purled one stitch. So to get the 1 by 1 pattern, what we need to do now is knit again. So we're going to put our working yarn to the rear, like so. And we're going to go into knitwise and to knit the next stitch. So it goes into the bottom, cross it over at the back, wrap the yarn round, through the middle, pull the right needle down, scoop and off. And that's us knit one, purl one, knit one. So the next one is now a purl. So again, working yarn to the front, so in between the two needles, scoop the right needle to the bottom of that stitch on your left, and we are going to cross them over, wrap the yarn round in between the two, pull it down, scoop it off, and there we have it, another purl stitch. So our 1 by 1 rib is now forming with our knit, purl, knit, purl. So we're going to continue like that across the rest of the row of stitches. So back to the working yarn to the rear, and we're ready to knit. And slide off. And to the front, because we're ready to purl. There we go, purl that one. To the rear. And purl. Another knit stitch. And then purl. Working yarn to the rear again for our knit stitch. And then last stitch on the needle, and we're going to purl it. Yarn to the front, into the front, wrap round, scoop off. There we go. So we have now done our first row of 1 by 1 rib. We're going to switch our needles round. So we've got the empty needle in the right hand and our nice new 1 by 1 rib in the left. And we're going to now rib, 1 by 1 rib, the second row. So we're going to start off with a knit. Now you might be thinking, how do I know it's going to be a knit stitch? And that is because when I'm looking at the stitches here, this first one kind of goes straight down. But this second one has got a bit of a bubble at the bottom. And so that was a purl. That one needs to be purled. And that one needs to be knitted. So we are going to start with a knit stitch. So again, cross the two over, round the back, working yarns to the back, in between the two, scoop and off. And now the next one we're purling, so we're bringing the working yarn to the front, and purl. And we're just going to repeat that right the way across. So knit, purl, knit, purl, knit, purl, knit, and purl. Last two stitches we're going to knit and then purl that last stitch. Perfect. And then we're swapping our needles round again, ready to start our third row of 1 by 1 rib. So you can start to see you're getting this really nice texture of the knits and the purls forming. And these are great for like cuffs of jumpers and things like that. And it's a very common pattern to use in knitting because of the kind of grippiness it gives you. So necks of jumpers, hat, brims, you name it, 1 by 1 ribs out there. So we are just going to continue, and I'll catch you up when we've got a few more rows on the needles so I can show you exactly how the 1 by 1 rib is forming. Okay, so we are continuing with our 1 by 1 rib, and once I finish this row, I'm going to show you how we can count the rows in 1 by 1 rib, which is a really top tip. And again, if you're looking at trying to work out which stitch you've got coming next, remember the little straight down for a knit, so this is a knit stitch, there we go, and the little bubble for a purl, so to the front and purl, that's it. This is a bit clunky because I'm holding the needles up, but hopefully this is showing it okay for you to follow along. Right, so we're at the end of that row, and now if you turn this around, we've got a little piece of 1 by 1 rib with this super chunky yarn, and what we're going to do now is count the rows. And the reason for this is that you could be knitting a piece and you've lost track or you've lost your row marker. So what we're going to do is, if you have a look, this is our knit and this is our purl. the pearls go in, but the knits kind of stand forward, as you can see there. So the knit stitches are the easiest to count, and they make a little V. So if you can see, like there, it goes down and back up in a V shape. And each one of these is a stitch, and that's how we can count the rows. So if we start, we've got our cast on edge, and then we've got 1 V, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then the one that's on the stitch counts as well, so that's 10. So that's 10 rows of 1 by 1 rib. And it's just knit, purl, knit, purl. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to get a notification for every time we post something new. And if you enjoyed this video or found it useful, please do give us a thumbs up. And if there's any other top tips that you'd like to see that would be useful for you, then leave a comment below. Thank you so much, and happy knitting! Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to do 2x2 ribbing. This is a very common stitch that's often used for the cuffs of jumpers or in sleeves and also at the top of socks. It's really easy to use. It's a combination of the knit stitch and the purl stitch. Let's get cracking with 2x2 rib. So rib is really common as the cuff of a jumper or on the sleeves of jumpers, and it's great because it's so versatile. And the main thing that it's in anywhere that needs a bit of tightness, like at the top of socks, the ankle bit, is because it's so stretchy. So you can get it over your foot whilst then it grips to your leg. So this is why ribbing is quite often used in knitting. Now it looks totally different, and you can see there the stretch in it, but all it is a combination of knit stitches, like you can see here, and purl stitches, like you can see here. Now knit stitches push to the front and the purls push to the back. So it's just using the same stitches that you've seen in described in the how to knit a knit stitch video and how to do purl stitch. But we just combine them. Now the 2x2 rib means you do 2 stitches of one, so we've got 2 knit stitches here, and then 2 of the other, so we've got 2 purl stitches here. Now on the needle you can see quite clearly, where you've got a knit stitch, it goes straight down, it's just looped around the needle, and then we've got these nice V's. Where it's a purl stitch, you can see we've got these little bumps on the needle, and it's tucked to the back, and it's the little bumps that we look for again. And then the 2 knit stitches with our V's, and the 2 purls with the bumps. So to start, we'll do our slip knot, and we'll secure that onto the needle and it will form our first stitch. And then we take the tail end of the yarn in our left hand and we hook it round while bringing the ball end up and over to do a knit. Now, some people when they're doing ribbon don't use this long tail method because it's technically a knit row. But I actually find it gives such a neat end or a start to a project that I don't really mind. And it also makes it super easy to start your first row because you've already given yourself that head start. Now, we're going to cast on an even number of stitches, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, and one more, 16. And then going to secure it by doing a little knot on the tail end here. You don't have to do that, I just really like it, bit of peace of mind, and it just keeps everything nice and neat. So that's us casted on an even number of stitches to do our 2x2 ribbing. So now we take the stitches that we cast on into our left hand, and we take the empty needle into our right. And then we start off by doing 2 knit stitches. So we go into the bottom, the yarn's to the back, we go into the base, the right needle goes behind the left, we wrap the stitch round in between the 2, and then slide it up and off. And then because this is 2x2 rib, we do that again. So when the needle goes into the base, wrap the yarn around the back, in between the 2, slide the left up, over and off, and that's 2 knit stitches on there. And then we do 2 purls. So this is where it's different. The yarn now comes to the front of the right needle, and the right needle goes into the front of that stitch on the left. Then take the yarn up, in between the 2, comes down, slide it over and off. And then same again. So we haven't moved the yarn because we're doing another purl stitch. So it goes into the base, to the front of the left, so the right's in front of the left. And then we slide the yarn round, over, up and off. So now we have 2 knit stitches and 2 purl stitches on our right needle. Now the working yarn is going to go to the back because we need to do 2 knit stitches. So the yarn's to the back, the right needle is going to go into the base of that stitch and to the back of the left stitch, making that cross again. The working yarn then goes to the back of the right needle, in between the 2, up, over and off. And we repeat that again, another knit stitch. So we've got 2 knit stitches, 2 purl stitches and another 2 knit stitches. So now we need another 2 purl stitches. So the working yarn comes to the front, we go into the base of the stitch on the left needle, the right needle comes to the front, yarn goes in between the 2, comes round, slide it up, over and off, and another purl stitch. And we repeat that pattern until we get to the end of the row. So now it's another 2 knit stitches, another 2 purls, 2 knits, and we end with 2 purls. Now we're at the end, we take all those lovely stitches and that needle and we take it to the left hand and the empty needle into the right. And now what we do, because it's 2x2 rib, is follow the pattern. So you can see quite clearly here, these are the knit stitches because they're going to create these V shapes. These are the purls because we've got these bumps. So we want to knit the knits and purl the purls. So we start off with 2 knit stitches. 1, 2, 2 purl stitches. Yarn comes to the front. 1, 2, yarn goes back to the back. 2 knit stitches. Purl, knit, knit to the front. Purl and purl. And we continue like that to the end of the row. Now if you stop and you wonder which stitch is next, just take a second and have a look. Now if you're working yarn to the back, you've just done a knit stitch. So you may either have to do another knit stitch or a purl, but look at what's on your left needle. If it's got a bump like this, it's a purl. So we're bringing the yarn to the front and 1, 2. Now, no bump, straight down and into the V shapes. It's a knit, goes to the back, knit 1, 2, and end with 2 purls, and then we turn it around again. So let's do another row. Starting off again with 2 knit stitches, 2 purls. And we just continue to the end of the row. And then we switch around and we do it again, starting off with knit stitches again. And then you just continue knitting the knit stitches and purling the purls until you reach your desired length. You can see there that even though we've got 16 stitches cast on, that it's a bit more squeezed together. It's not as spread out as it would be if it was all stocking stitch or if it was all knit stitches or if it was garter stitch. And that's that gripping idea that a rib gives you, which is great. It's fantastic for doing hats, scarves, and the top socks. So that's 2x2 ribbon. Don't forget to click subscribe and like this video. If there's any videos you would like some help with, then drop a comment below. Thanks for watching Celtic Knitted Designs. Happy knitting! Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In this video I'm going to teach you how to cast off for absolute beginners, step by step, how to go through the whole process and cast off a nice neat edge knitwise. This is also called binding off or casting off, and it's basically how you get the stitches off the needle when you've finished a piece of work. Now if you're new to the channel, welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. We produce videos fairly regularly on how to knit with specific knitting techniques and also step-by-step knitting projects, so check them out. And be sure to hit the subscribe button and the little bell icon and you'll get a notification when we post our next video. For this video, I'm using Rico Creative Melange Chunky. It's a nice blend of wool and acrylic and it's some really funky autumnal colours which I've gone for today. If you want to find out more about this yarn, see the links below. You will also need some knitting needles. I'm using Knit Pro Zing 8mm knitting needles. You will also need a darning needle and some scissors. Okay, so how to cast off for absolute beginners. The first thing you have to do is knit the first 2 stitches. So we're going to cast off knitwise. We take our right needle and we go into the bottom of that first stitch. We then wrap the yarn round the needle as if to knit stitch. Pull it down, through and off. And we then repeat that again into the next stitch on the left needle. Into the bottom, push the right needle through the back, wrap the yarn round, in the middle, up, over and off. So now we have 2 stitches on the right needle. And what we're going to do is take the left needle and the tip of it and pick up that first stitch, this one here, on the right needle. We're then going to pull it up and pass it over this second stitch, just like this. So tip of the left needle into the bottom of that first stitch, use your right index finger to hold that second stitch in place and pass it up, up, over. And you see that second stitch is still there, slide it down and off. Okay, I'll show you that again. So now we need another stitch on the right needle to be able to cast off the next stitch. So we knit stitch the next one on the left needle. And then the left needle is coming back to that first stitch that's on the right needle. It's coming into the bottom. You're picking it up, using your right index finger to hold that second stitch in place. Up, putting it up over the top of the right needle, sliding it down and pulling the left needle out. So now we've cast off 2 stitches. Now we've got 1 stitch on the right needle, so we need another stitch on to be able to cast off again. So we're going to knit into the next stitch, wrap the yarn round, up, over and off. Left tip comes into the base of that first stitch. Pick it up, use your right finger to guide you again, sliding it up, over and off. And so now we've cast off 3 stitches and there's our cast off edge. So that's casting off knitwise. We're just going to continue like that. So we knit the next stitch, pick this one, the first one up with our left needle, slide it up, over and off, and just continue like that. Now we're near the end, we're going to knit into the next stitch. Got 2 on there, up, over and off. And now we've got 1 stitch left on the right needle and 1 stitch left on the left. And what we're going to do is knit this last stitch from the left onto the right. And then we've now got no stitches on the left needle. We've got 2 here on the right. We're going to pick that first stitch up, pass over like we've done with the rest. And now that we've got 1 stitch left on this right needle, we're going to do something scary. We're going to put the other needle aside, grab our scissors, we're going to cut the yarn, leaving a little bit of a tail. I'm going to take a darning needle, and I'm going to thread that through the end of the yarn, the tail that we just cut off from the working ball end. Okay, so now we have the tail end of the yarn thread through the needle. We have our last stitch on the right needle. And what we're going to do is slide that stitch off the needle, nice and gently. Make sure you're holding the base of it. If you're a bit worried that you're going to drop it. And we're going to take the darning needle and thread it through that stitch, pull it through and keep going, and that's it. You have cast off knitwise. So we can get rid of the darning needle, and now we can see our beautiful cast off edge, and that was cast off knitwise. This is also called binding off, casting off. There's loads of different ways to do it, but this is, in my opinion, the easiest and the best for beginners to use. You get a really neat edge, and it looks like a stockinette stitch going across the top. So that's casting off knitwise. Thank you for watching this video. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button and the little bell icon. You'll get a new little notification every time we post a new video. Again, any questions or comments, make sure you put them below and I'll get back to you. Happy knitting!
I have been doing my own hair color at home for years. Do you know what my secret is? Nutrice. Let's do this. This is the ampule, and you squeeze it right into the bottle. Squeeze your tube into the developer. Apply the color. Set your time for 30 minutes max. Nourished hair, better color.
Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In today's video, I'm going to teach you how to make a pom-pom using a pom-pom maker. If you're new to this channel, welcome. At Celtic Knitted Designs, we produce videos on knitting projects and knitting techniques. So be sure to hit the subscribe button and the little bell icon so you get a notification every time we post something new. Now, on with the pom-pom making. So pom-pom makers come in lots of different shapes and sizes. The one I'm using today is a KnitPro 45mm diameter. Pom-pom makers have replaced the traditional cardboard method of making a pom-pom. I used to do that a lot. I remember being taught it at school, and this is just so much simpler. You can make loads of pom-poms, and health warning, they are super addictive to make. So to start off, your pom-pom maker will arrive in a pack, and it will look like this. Now, it's got different components to it. These are little arches, which you can flick up, and you'll see there's 2 that will be flush together on one side. So it's like a kind of rainbow shape, and it's the same on the other side. You'll have 2 there. And when you fold them up, it creates a circle. Now, these also are held together with a pin, and you pull that pin apart at the end, and that's how you release the pom-pom that you've made. So you can use them over and over and over again. So the first thing you have to do is get your pom-pom maker and have all your arches extended out, and then you're going to grab the yarn that you wish to make a pom-pom with. So I'm just going to get the tail end of the yarn and start on the inside of the arch so that the side that's as close to the white base as possible. So I'm going to put the tail in there, and with my left thumb I'm just going to hold that tail end in place. Now with the working end of the yarn, I'm going to start wrapping round my arches, and I'm pulling the yarn pretty tight at the same time. So I'm just going to wrap around. I can move my thumb out of the way now because I've done enough wrap rounds to hold the tail end in place. And I'm just going to try and make a nice even layer of the yarn across the whole of the arch. And just be careful there. And now that I've got to this end of the arch, I'm going to start working back again. And now we're back in here. Just make sure you get right into the edge. And I'm going to go back. So still pulling the yarn really tight. Just keep wrapping it around those arches. And into that edge. Now that's enough for the thickness of the pom-pom that I want to make. So you can see I've gone back, we've gone once, twice, and then 3 times. And we've got our ball end of the yarn towards the outer edge of the arches. Now what I'm going to do pinch the white bit and I'm going to fold those 2 arches in whilst holding that working end. So just push them in to the centre. Now with your working end, I'm going to flip the pom-pom maker round so that all that lovely yarn that's wrapped around those bottom arches are held to the bottom. And then carry this working end round and scoop it up at the inner edge of the next 2 arches. So these will come together to form our pom-pom. And then I'm just going to start wrapping that round straight away. Because there's no tail end, because it's tucked into the other one, you can just get going. And we're going to make sure it's even, we're going to try and do 3 layers of wrapping round again. Don't worry about being too meticulous because you can always trim your pom-pom at the end. So if you've gone over a bit more often, then it's absolutely fine. Just make sure you're pulling the ball end of the yarn with a good bit of tension. Now back into that corner, there we go, and back through the last layer wrapping round. And into this edge. There we go. Now, I've got the working end pulled really tight. I'm going to fold these 2 arches into the centre as well. And you can see that now we've got the full thing wrapped around and that'll create our little spherical pom-pom. But first, we need to cut off this working end. So grab a sharp pair of scissors. Here's my scissors. And we're going to cut that working end off, leaving a tiny bit of a tail, like, it's what, 2 centimetres? I'm just going to snip that off. With the working end now, just keep pulling it and get a piece that's about 30 centimetres long and cut that off. So we're going to need a strand for securing the pom-pom together. So if you just hold that to the side for a second. So we've got our sharp scissors. We've got all our yarn wrapped around our pom-pom maker. If you look top down onto the pom-pom maker, you can see that where the arches separate, there's a nice little gap. And you can follow it across to here. And this is where we're going to snip, right the way across there. Now, depending on how much yarn you've wrapped around, will determine how difficult it is to cut this, because if you've really gone for it, it will be quite tricky. So you can see here in this gap between the 2 arches, that there is your connecting piece of yarn. So that's where we carried it over the working end. So that's going to be the first bit that you're going to cut. And then we're going to continue across the arch. So just hold it all together as you snip along. And you can start seeing all these little strands are making your typical looking pom-pom. Okay, so now that we've cut across that arch, you can see how it's divided. We're going to turn it around and we're going to do the same on this side. Just cut all those strands. There we go. Now we need to get our little strand that we cut, our 30 centimetre strand. And what we're going to do is place this strand of yarn in this gap right the way round, like this. Get both the tail ends. And then we're going to pull it tight. You sometimes hear a little snap like that, that's cool. And we're going to tie a knot there. So I'm going to pull that once to secure it, and then another one just to make sure it's not going to unravel. Okay, nice and tight. And now what's left to do is we're going to ping up these arches one at a time. And then the next one. I'm going to turn the pom-pom maker around and do the same. And now here's for the fun part. We've got our white middles here. And remember that pin that was in the middle? Well, we're just going to pull those 2 white parts apart. And there we go. We have a pom-pom. Now, it may not look like the neatest pom-pom you have ever seen, but that's absolutely fine. Top tip, keep these 2 strands from that 30 centimetre strand that we used to fasten it all together. Keep that attached because that's super helpful when it comes to sewing your pom-pom on to whatever you're using it for. But first, we're going to trim our pom-pom to make it super spherical and gorgeous. So we've got our super sharp scissors again, and I'm just going to kind of hold it up and see if there's any slightly longer strands that just need a little trim. Feel free to be as brutal or as frugal as you like when it comes to this. It can be a bit messy, but it's also very fun. And you can shape it with your hands. Hold it with your little strands, make sure you're happy. I'm going to trim that bit off. There we go. And there you have it, a handmade pom-pom using a pom-pom maker. Pom-pom makers, as I said before, they come in lots of different sizes. You can use cotton or acrylic, or like this 100% wool to make your pom-pom. And you can also felt it to make it harder and more shaped. But that's how we're going to use it today. So thank you very much for watching the video. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and the little bell icon to get a notification when we next post our video. I hope you enjoyed this, and thanks so much for watching. Happy knitting! Hello and welcome to Celtic Knitted Designs. In today's video, I'm going to talk you through different types of knitting needles, made of different materials, whether straight pin or circular knitting needles, and I'm going to talk you through my preference of knitting needles and why. Okay, so to start off with, these are plastic knitting needles, straight pin, and this size is 8mm. This is just an example pair that I'm using. Plastic is quite popular. You get a lot of different knitting needles made of plastic. They can be a bit cheaper. They're quite light. The tips often aren't that sharp. But the one downside to them is that the yarn can stick onto the knitting needles. And by that I mean that when you're knitting along, sometimes the yarn won't move as smoothly off because it clings to the plastic, and that's often when there's a high acrylic content in the yarn that you're using. Now that can be a good thing if you are a beginner, and it kind of gives you that bit of traction to stop any stitches sliding off the needle. But if you're a bit more experienced and you're wanting to knit a bit more quickly, it can hold you back a bit and hold back the speed of the knitting. These are 20mm plastic needles. They are huge. They're often used for doing things like snoods or cowls, because you can get a nice loopy design when you're using super chunky or super bulky yarn. Now these ones are plastic. They're made by Pony, but they can be quite useful when you're knitting with such chunky yarn, because it does give you that traction which you may need when you're knitting up something so big. So the last set of needles in the plastic range that I'm going to show you today are these Prim Ergonomic Straight Knitting Needles. Now they're made of plastic, and they're a bit different. They look different for one, but the first thing to say about them is that they can clip together, which is pretty cool. So you can either keep them together when they're not in use, so you don't lose one or another, or you can pause your work and hold it in the middle and clip them together so that you don't lose any stitches, which is pretty cool. So as you can see, they are a bit different. They've got this rounded tip at the end instead of coming to a point. And if you can see there, they're triangular towards the middle. And this is the section that you hold as a knitter. And this is where the ergonomic side of it comes from. They're classed as German engineered knitting needles. They're meant to help relieve the strain on your joints in your wrists or in your fingers, and make it a bit easier to knit with. Now they are lightweight and they are plastic, which has the same kind of downfalls as what I've already mentioned with the traction, whether or not you want that. But one thing I would say about them is that they are a bit flimsy, and they take a bit of getting used to get the tension right, so that you can definitely need to do a bit of a test square before you go on to knit a pattern with these. And one last thing I would say is that they are a bit more expensive than normal plastic knitting needles. Okay, so the next set of needles I'm going to talk you through today are these wooden knitting needles. They're made of beech. They're Jaeger jack pins. They're quite chunky as well, so for use on super chunky yarn. The one good thing about wooden needles is that they're pretty sturdy. They do give you a bit of traction, but over time, the oil from your hands kind of smooths them down, which makes them really nice to work with. But they are heavier, so if you're casting on quite a few stitches or using a heavier yarn like cotton, it does make it quite tricky because you've got a lot of weight in the hand. Okay, so the next needle type I'm going to show you are these bamboo knitting needles. Now bamboo is a really popular choice of material for knitting needles, mainly because it's so lightweight. These are super chunky, size 12mm bamboo knitting needles. They are very similar to wood in that over time they get varnished in a way from the oil in your hands, which is quite nice. But at first they can generate a bit of traction like plastic would, depending on what type of yarn you're using when you're knitting with them. So the one thing I don't like about bamboo knitting needles is that they lose their shape. And by that I mean, if I lay them down flat, you can see that one of them has got a bit of a curve in it, because if you're knitting with quite a few stitches cast on, the weight disshapes the needle, which is quite annoying and a bit of a bugbear of mine. So here's another pair of bamboo needles. These are size 3.75mm, and they're a lot thinner, as you can see. Now, again, these have lost their shape over time. I don't think I've used these that much, so it's pretty quickly. And they have got a bit of nice varnishing from use, but again, loss of shape, really annoying. The ends are also really pointy, so if you do have children or pets around, that's something to be aware of, and also not the best for travelling about with because they are so long and sharp. So that is bamboo knitting needles. So now we're moving on to my favourite type of knitting needles, metal knitting needles. These are a super chunky version of aluminium knitting needles. They're a lot shorter than most knitting needles, but they are really light and great to use. The point on them is just makes it super easy to pick those stitches up, and the smoothness of the aluminium makes you knit as fast as you want, so it's great. In lots of my knitting videos on my YouTube channel, I use Knit Pro Zing knitting needles, and here is a pair of 6mm Knit Pro Zing. They are aluminium. You can select different lengths when you buy them. These are 25cm long. I prefer shorter knitting needles, whereas my mum prefers longer, so she goes for the 35cm long Knit Pro Zing. It's just up to your own knitting style and preference as to which ones you want, but having the choice is really great. Other brands do offer that, so it's something that you can look at when you're wanting to buy a new pair of knitting needles. But they are a wee bit heavier than the bamboo and plastic alternatives, but not by much, and the smoothness that you get when you're knitting is worth it, because the point, it makes it really easy to knit into each stitch, and the smooth aluminium surface just makes it easy for any type of yarn to slide off, which makes it really good for more advanced knitters for maintaining a good speed. I should also say that there are lots of different brands out there, and no brand has sponsored this video. This is just my own choice and a small selection of my knit needle collection. So if you can't tell what size your knit needle is, like if the paint or the marking has worn off, you can use a knit needle gauge. So this is my favourite knit needle gauge that I picked up at a vintage market. All you do is put the needle in and slide it along, and then it'll stop to indicate the size that the knitting needle is. So we don't just have straight knitting needles, we also have circular knitting needles. These look pretty similar in the sense that they've got the needle ends, so there's two of them, but they're joined with a cable. It's usually either plastic or wire that's often coated, and that's what joins the two together and creates this circular idea. Circular knit needles can be used for magic loop method, or they can also be used for knitting flat, so as if you were knitting with straight pins, but they're handy if you're doing a big project like a blanket. Yeah, they also come in different materials. These ones are plastic. They're 10 mil, so it's super chunky yarn, and they're really great for using to knit things like a hat, a super bulky hat. As you can see, they've got the cable here, which is a short cable, and you can get different lengths. So when you're looking at circular knit needles, it's important to bear in mind not only the millimetre of the needle itself, but the length of the cable between the two. Now, another type of circular knit needle is aluminium ones. So very similar to straight knit needles, you have aluminium ones, and this one you can see has a much longer cable to it. They are, again, same benefits that you'd have from straight pins in that the yarn moves smoothly over the aluminium and helps maintain a decent speed when you're knitting if you're a more advanced knitter. What's important to look out for is this bit here. This is the join between the needle itself and the cable. Now, if this has a little like nick in it and isn't smooth, so it doesn't allow the smooth transition of the stitches over that, it can be a massive bugbear. So every stitch will just get snagged on that bit. So that is something to look for when you're buying circular knitting needles. And here's another example of aluminium circular knit needles. These are ones that are quite good for doing baby hats, and I've also done a couple of baby bibs with these, and really good. And again, because they're metal, when you're using cotton, which is great for doing baby hats and things, and the yarn just moves smoothly over them. You can get interchangeable knitting needles as well, circular knitting needles, so you basically unscrew the knitting needle end and attach a new cable, and you can change the lengths of the cable, or you can have a set of lots of different sizes, and there's lots of different sets out there, and they're pretty cool to have a set of, and you just feel like, oh, you can just pick up whatever one that's needed for a pattern and crack on. So then you also get prim ergonomic circular knitting needles, so similar to the straight pins. These are the same kind of design, so it's plastic with that rounded tip and the triangular middle, and then they've got coated, like a plastic coated wire for the cable, and they're quite long. These have the same kind of benefits as the straight pins in that they are nice to use in the sense of relieving any pressure or pain in the joints in your wrist or your fingers, but the plastic can cause the yarn to stick a little, and the main thing about these is that they are quite a bit more expensive than other circular knit needles. But yeah, so that's the prim ergonomic knit needles. Okay, so that is my review of different types of knitting needles and the material that they're made from. I hope you found this useful. As I've said, everyone's got their own preferences and their own opinions as to what works best for them, but just try different ones out, see what works for you, and if whether it's longer, shorter, circular, bamboo, metal, you name it, just have a go. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked it, give us a thumbs up, and don't forget to hit subscribe. Happy knitting!
There have been students from various schools playing in the golf course construction zones, and some of them are wearing Abbott uniforms,
And you would like us to get our students to stop so that the other students will stop as well?
Yes, the Abbott students.
auto insurance all seems the same. Until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to file claims, schedule repairs, and access roadside assistance right through your app. Or you could take your chances somewhere else. Get a quote today.
Hey everybody, how's it going, my fellow alien lovers? What if I told you we have the strongest possible evidence for extraterrestrial life? We literally talked about a couple days ago. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, I love aliens, I love UFOs, I love anything to do with that esoteric side of the internet, okay? You know what I love watching? Flat Earth stuff, okay? I may not believe it, but I just love to consume wild stuff on the internet, okay? But I'm one of those people that believes in aliens and UFOs because, realistically, I think that the world would be pretty boring if we lived all by ourselves and are lonesome. In fact, it wouldn't just be boring, I would think that would be downright scary. Have you ever heard of something known as the Fermi paradox, for instance, ladies and gentlemen? It's basically the discrepancy that between the lack of conclusive evidence of advanced extraterrestrial life, advanced like us, who develops technology and crazy things and possibly goes into space down the road, and the apparent high likelihood of its existence. Those affirming the paradox generally conclude that if the conditions required for life to arise from non-living matter are as permissive as the available evidence on Earth indicates, then extraterrestrial life would be sufficiently common. But basically the idea is that maybe there is some great filter, maybe there's something out there that prevents life from accelerating past a certain point. Is there something where if you leave your planet, maybe you piss off something, or maybe you are caught in some filter that kills you immediately? I mean, there's people that theorize that as soon as a society develops nuclear technology or weapons, that is basically the first step to their actual extinction. Now look, I play a game series called Mass Effect pretty religiously, and if you have ever played Mass Effect, it's literally the Fermi paradox, effectively on crack, right? The idea that there is some galactic race out there absolutely destroying anything synthetic that exists, and if you're too dumb to get out into space, then you probably won't know it exists until you finally develop that level of technology. So I guess that's basically one of the scariest things imaginable. And it's one of the reasons why I always like to really get excited about anything involving possible aliens. Like one day in my lifetime, as unlikely as it is, I hope to one day hug an extraterrestrial, okay? All right, maybe that won't happen. Probably won't, okay? So to give you an idea, the James Webb Space Telescope, one of the most powerful telescopes to look into the world beyond, created so many amazing images that showcase our galaxy, our planets, our solar system, our space around us in such beautiful detail. Yeah, well, they actually developed methane and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere of a planet known as K2-18b, an exoplanet that's literally 8.6 times larger than the rock we are currently sitting on, ladies and gentlemen. That is exciting to see. Now, I'm gonna be like, hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Is this life First of all, we haven't even confirmed the life, okay? We just have like a brief, faint smell of life, and we have to actually end up confirming it. So for instance, this is what the planet looks like at K2-18b, okay, this exoplanet right over here. So thanks to NASA and their 3D view of what this planet looks like, this is it, a potentially rocky world larger than Earth. So how far is this planet from us? It's 124 light years away, okay, so it's quite a bit distance, okay, you're not going to be traveling here anytime soon. But to give you an idea of what their system looks like, it seems like they've got maybe one other planet. It seems like a moon, and it's a really small system, not much like our solar system, to be honest, where we have a lot of interesting planets and whatnot. And of course, if we go back to the planet over here, ladies and gentlemen, that's what it pretty much looks like. So what they had said was, our findings underscore the importance of considering diverse habitable environments in the search for life elsewhere. So traditionally, the search of life on exoplanets has focused primarily on these rocky planets, okay? But they've got larger Hycean worlds that are significantly more conducive to atmospheric observation. Now, what the fuck is a Hycean world? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to use good old-fashioned research to understand this. A Hycean planet, for anybody that doesn't know, is a type of planet that features a liquid water ocean underneath hydrogen-rich atmosphere, okay? So this is, I guess, what the artist depiction of what a Hycean planet is. If you ever had that game called Space Engine on Steam, you probably can see all the Hycean planets you actually want. So what they said was the abundance of methane and carbon dioxide and the shortage of ammonia support the hypothesis that there may be an ocean underneath K2-18b. And so basically those initial observations we just have, if you can actually discover them a little bit further, may lead to us potentially discovering life there. So, okay, it lies in a habitable zone, and it's now known to harbor carbon-bearing molecules. So that doesn't necessarily mean the planet supports life, okay? It's not entirely what it is. Before anybody clickbaits you into saying, if somebody on YouTube says we found life, they're lying, okay? We found the possibility of life. A faint beat, if you will. So to cut through the actual clickbait here, the planet's size, okay, means that the planet's interior largely contains a large mantle of high-pressure ice. So again, possible water, right? So if you have a lot of this kind of stuff, it's possible that the ocean might be too hot to be habitable or even be liquid, right? So although this kind of planet does not exist in our solar system, right, sub-Neptunes are the most common type of planet known so far in the galaxy. So we have obtained the most detailed spectrum of habitable zone sub-Neptune to date, and this allows us to work out the molecules that exist in the atmosphere. I mean, and the kind of atmospherical stuff that they've got going on, they got methane, they've got carbon dioxide, and they've got carbon and dimethyl sulfide, carbon dioxide and dimethyl sulfide. So a lot of these things are gearing out to actually lead to the possibility of, again, some form of life existing. Remember, on this planet, if you follow the logic of, evolution, we all must have started from, some tiny organism in the primordial goo, so to speak, right? And if you're looking at just human beings, right, we went through hundreds of millions of years of actual evolution to get to the stage where we're at, right? Like Homo sapiens. So whatever exists, even in the most, minimal form of life right now that will, in millions of years, hopefully down the road, lead to a advanced organism. And obviously, you and I won't be alive for that, but it's pretty interesting to see that we found maybe something that exists out there, if it exists. And the big part is, if this is a Hycean world, then if they have some level of life, that might allow us to actually focus our efforts on planets similar to this, if our goal is to find life at all. Now, there's been a fair amount of reports that have actually come out, like actual pieces that you can read, like carbon-bearing molecules in a possible Hycean atmosphere. Now, this is probably something where like a Professor Dave type or like a real scientist on this platform can probably help explain better. Like I said, I'm just an excited alien-loving guy, but to give you an idea, what is the percentage, Mutahar, of like all these aliens possibly existing, this life, so to speak? Well, according to it, the researcher said that these observations have reached a 3 sigma level of significance. So what does a 3 sigma level mean? Well, before we let the TikTok alpha bros come here, this means there's just a 0.3% probability that they occurred by chance. To confirm a discovery, scientists typically require a 5 sigma significance level, where there is a below a 0.00006% probability of occurring by chance. Now, obviously, if that number seems incredibly high, it really does at first glance, but obviously for scientific reasons, you need to have like as close to 100% as possible. So more science is required just to make sure nothing here was absolutely a situation by chance. Which again, this is the closest we've been to apparently alien life. Let's just research a little bit further. And you know, I love when you go to the old Daily Mail. God, I hate this fucking website so goddamn much. Scientists reveal what aliens could really look like on K2-18b, if they exist. And I love it when they show it. It's like just chat GPT render. Scientists say they might be microscopic phytoplankton. It's just AI generated fucking slop. This is a more like scientifically accurate version. Marine phytoplankton. This is what the life could possibly look like, okay? I mean, they don't know what they're doing, right? They don't even know that they're alive, okay? We are just looking at a bunch of clumps of possible cells, hoping that one day we found aliens. I mean, what's really interesting about this is like, aside from the AI slop, God, they're really good with the AI slop here. Like, holy shit. Scientists have said flying fish might develop on water worlds. That is the most off-putting image I've ever seen. But you know, the exciting part for me is like, I'm looking at the possibility of life starting, like we are where we're at right now in 2025. And I feel like it would be so cool to just actually see what we would have looked like, right? Like our life would have looked like in real time now. You know, if we're able to catch a glimpse of a planet that is just starting to have its primordial goo moment where like, you know, evolution is beginning, species are forming, that to me is super fucking interesting, okay? Because I kind of want to see what happens when you change the, I guess you could say the continents on one planet. You know, obviously this planet is far different than what appears to be Earth. So I want to see what things evolve into and what eventually one day may become the actual dominant like form, like their version of human beings, right? Obviously it's not going to happen in my lifetime. It's not going to happen for millions upon millions of years, but it's fun to really wonder about, okay? Like that's all that really matters to me. And look, even with all of this, there's obviously still scientists that don't necessarily look at this and think, yeah, it's life, okay? But obviously that's like the world of science. You're going to have people that are constantly engaging in the discourse back and forth. But if you're somebody like me and you want to get a little bit excited about the fact that life could exist beyond just Earth, then this might be the closest actual answer to it, okay? That's it. Like literally, if it does exist, it's just going to be a bunch of cells or like plankton, if anything. But it's just interesting to see that life could be blossoming on other planets. We haven't seen life, from my understanding, at all up until the possibility of it literally a couple days ago. And honestly, like, I refuse to believe that planet Earth is the only planet that's capable of having life at all. Look, at the end of the day, this universe is fucking infinite. And to think that human beings are the only intelligent life at all is, frankly, the most closed off, backwards way of thinking possible, right? Like, if we exist, there's gotta be another fucking organization. There's gotta be other groups out there, okay? Simple as that. We're just scattered with, again, massive distance between each other. Now, obviously, with aliens, right, one of the scariest things is always the end of the world scenarios. And I always love looking at things like EAS scenarios. Like, if you ever remember stuff like this, there's channels like Alert World, plenty of channels where they create content like this, where, again, it's just these, like, amazing, well-done, super chilling, like, emergency alert scenarios where, literally, it just shows what the end of the world could look like. And honestly, the more I see this, the more about aliens that I see covered, the more it'd be interesting to see, like, how the Fermi paradox would be treated, right? Like, going out into the world and seeing that everything is actually just dead around us, and that we might actually be targeted by a fucking crazy alien race that wants nothing to do but destroy us, right? That would be the interesting part about it. The really scary aspect, the really scary sci-fi part of this whole scenario. I mean, and honestly, the more and more I think about it, the more and more it really makes me wonder, like, why we haven't seen life even somewhat close to us, right? Like, if you do believe in things like the Fermi paradox, then it should make you wonder why we haven't seen anything, even in, like, nearby solar systems, especially since we have been transmitting radar signals, radio signals for quite a long time, and we have been searching. Like, there's organizations like SETI where they have been, like, looking around all over the world for any form of alien life. And, you know, speaking of alien life, obviously, I can't not talk about UFOs as well, too. I mean, in the last couple hours, one of my favorite subreddits in the world, r/UFOs, decided to showcase apparently a UFO that they found, a possible Alamau ship, a spherical UFO. Now, this image you're seeing over here is apparently that spherical UFO that was captured in Buga, Colombia. So 10 days ago, this one channel, Germany company, uploaded this video 10 days ago. And again, this is the actual footage. I mean, literally, if you look very carefully on this, you almost can't, like, deny. Look at that shit. That is apparently the UFO. It's a spherical fucking floating object just wilding around. Now, it could be a balloon with helium in it that's just, you know, floating around in the world, but it also spherical to not lie to yourself and be just
Hi there. Now, since I started posting my knitting on Instagram and on YouTube, I've had a lot of DMs from people who ask me, if you want to learn to knit, where should you start? They want to make clothes, but they're scared of starting on a pattern because it's not always entirely clear what abbreviations mean, and they just want some advice on where I learned to knit and how I started. So I've given advice, but also I really wanted to sort of contribute something myself to the beginner knitting resources. And so today I am bringing you a video where I will show in full how to make this jumper. It's a little hard to show, but if I put it on, I'm going to boil to death. This jumper has a written pattern, which you will find linked in the description. It uses abbreviations like a regular knitting pattern, but everything is also explained in a little bit more detail than it usually would be, so I think it is completely beginner friendly. Additionally, the entire process and all the techniques used will be explained and shown in this video, so if you get stuck in any part of the pattern, you can check back here, or if you get stuck in any part of the video, you can take the written pattern. This is a very simple, plain jumper with a pretty flattering fit and with no complicated techniques. I have also written up stitch counts for a few different sizes, so if you are a different size to me, there should also be some stitch counts and stuff in the written pattern so that you can knit it in your own size, along with additionally instructions for choosing which size to knit. This jumper is knit top down and it is seamless, so there are no seams anywhere. It is knitted in the round, and so you can try it on as you go to figure out lengths that suit you and fit the style you're going for. It should also be quite a fast knit on large needles, and I think that's about all I have to say about it. So with that, let's get on with the video. In order to show the different possibilities for jumpers you can make with this pattern, I did knit up this second sample using a totally different yarn. It also has a folded neckline and some additional short row shaping around the neckline, which helps it sit more comfortably. This is slightly more advanced, however, I have still included it in the pattern and also in this video. If you're interested in the folded collar or the short row neckline shaping, these are included in additional sections at the end of the video, as well as a section on the stripes in the grey sample, and some notes on weaving in ends and joining on new balls of yarn. So yes, this is my Noro 10 end sample. Maybe I made the sleeves a little bit long, but I think it's really cute too. Okay, so before we start, let's go over the materials you're going to need. Firstly, let's talk briefly about the yarn. The yarn that I'm using here is called Drops Nepal, and I chose it because it's a pretty nice natural fibre yarn that's also very affordable. The other reason I chose it is it's a little bit thicker than most yarns that I work with, so it'll be a faster knit, which I think is really helpful for your first project. I will have some yarn alternatives that I will show you in just a minute for some fluffier options or some more affordable options, but this is, I think, a really good yarn to start off with. One colour is fine. I'm going to do stripes, so I have two colours here, a light grey and a cream. Now let's talk briefly about the other materials that you're going to need. This is my knitting case, and inside it I keep pretty much all of the materials and things I need to work on a project like this. So let's talk first of all about needles. This project is knitted on circular knitting needles. This basically allows you to knit in a spiral so you can make a tube without any seams in it, which is how we create the body and the sleeves and the collar and all that kind of stuff. There are two types of circular knitting needles really. This is a regular fixed circular needle. You'll see that this cable between the two needles is attached onto the needle itself. This can't be removed. You have to buy them in lots of different lengths, working on different parts of the jumper, as well as having different needle diameters. This is the other option. These are interchangeable circular needles. So you can see these are similar, apart from they don't have the cable attached onto them. Instead, they have this little screw here. And inside this pouch here, I basically have a whole bunch of different lengths of cable, and then these just screw onto the needles like so. It basically means you end up having to buy fewer needles. So if you're just going to make one jumper and that's it, it might be cheaper to just buy all of the different fixed circular needles the project is going to require. And I will show you some sort of tips to make it so that you don't need quite so many different cable lengths. However, if you're going to work on multiple projects, it might make sense to buy a set of interchangeable needles like this. They start off fairly cheap. I believe Drops has a set of metal interchangeable needles that costs around £20. You may also be able to find some second-hand sets. They do go up to be very expensive. A lot of sets sort of in the £100 to £200 range. You're also going to need a pair of scissors, something that's sharp enough to cut your yarn, and you're going to need a needle like this for weaving in ends. I'll mention it in the pattern, but you may want some shorter circular needles as well for knitting smaller diameter stuff like sleeves, but it's actually not necessary because you can use a certain technique to allow you to use these longer needles for those too. You're going to need a tape measure. If you don't have a tape measure, you can totally make do with a piece of yarn and a ruler. But if you have a tape measure, that's pretty convenient. You're going to need some scrap yarn. This will be used to hold your stitches when you remove the needles and allows you to try the project on as you go along, because the coolest thing about a top-down jumper is you can take it off and try it on and knit a bit and keep on going and figure out the lengths and stuff that way, rather than having to just follow the pattern and measure them. And I'll show you how to do that. You can buy these sort of dedicated plastic cables so you can keep your stitches on when you remove the needles, but some scrap yarn will work fine. You can use whichever yarn it is you're using for your project, that will work just fine. If you are using interchangeable needles, some extra things that you might find useful are these little stoppers. You can pretty much remove the needle from the end of the cable and put these stoppers on instead, which again can allow you to try the clothing on or whatever. Again, not essential. Probably will come with your set if you buy a set of interchangeable needles, but it could be useful. The final thing that you're going to need are some stitch markers. You can find a lot of really cute stitch markers, especially on Etsy and things. I have these little gold ones with some sort of semi-precious beads on them. Having something this fancy is completely unnecessary. You can buy plastic locking stitch markers like you would use for crochet, they work too, but really when it comes to knitting, there are a lot of things you'll find around your house that will probably work just fine as stitch markers. You could use a ring, like a piece of jewelry. You could use some small hoop earrings, that'd be fine. It doesn't have to be able to open. If you really don't have anything else, I'll see if I can find a little scrap long enough. You can take a little piece of yarn like this. You can just tie a knot in it, and then I will trim off these ends here, leaving enough length that it doesn't come undone. And then this will work totally fine as a stitch marker. Basically, as you knit, you just slide it over your needle like this in between stitches. You'll see when we start working on the project. You're going to need 9 stitch markers, and I would suggest that one of them is different from the others in some way. So you could have one that's a different color to the other 8, or for mine, one of the beads is slightly larger than the other. This will be used to mark the beginning of the round, whereas the other 8 will be used to mark where you will do the increases and decreases. I think that's about it, and that should be enough to get started on the project. So let's talk alternative yarn. My original grey and white stripe sample is knitted in this yarn. This is Nepal by Drops, which is very widely available and also extremely budget friendly. This is an Aran weight yarn. I'd say it's quite a chunky Aran weight yarn. Drops actually do another yarn called Alaska, which is similar and even cheaper, so you could use that too. And Drops yarn very often goes on sale for 30 or 40% off too. I tried to pick a selection of alternative yarns at varying price points and also available in different regions. There are a list of similar weight yarns that you can meet the same gauge with, at least, in the pattern, as alternatives for this. I have a few of them here, but some of them I don't have here, so do check the pattern. I think I mentioned Cascade Ecological or Cascade Eco Plus, if you can get Cascade yarns in your country, especially in the US. I also mentioned this one from Sandnes Garn. This is a little bit thicker. It's called Fritted Garn, and it's a very rough, sort of hard-wearing yarn. It's quite affordable. You can meet gauge with this yarn, I think, so this would also be an option. If you want something with a totally different texture, this yarn is also from Sandnes Garn. It's called Cos, and it's a blow yarn, so it's like a little net with these really soft alpaca fibers blown through it. This will create a really luxurious and soft jumper, and you can meet gauge with this too. There are cheaper alternatives that are similar to this yarn, such as I think Drops do one called Drops Air. A lot of brands do a similar yarn to this. I know We Are Knitters have been a little bit controversial lately, but this is another yarn that you can meet gauge with. This is the We Are Knitters Ecolana 100% wool, and it comes in a few different natural colours. I think this is the black colour, but it's really more of a dark brown. And some people I know really like the look of these sort of single ply yarns, even though they're not my favourite. Now another option, instead of knitting with one heavier Aran weight yarn, is you can knit with 2 different strands of yarn held together. An option would be to knit with a worsted weight yarn held with a mohair. So my second sample is knitted in this. This is Tennen by Noro, which is a Japanese brand. This is a very interesting textured yarn with lots of different colours and thicknesses in it. And then I held it with 1 strand of mohair. This here is the Knitting for Olive Soft Silk Mohair. I just grabbed a random mohair. This is my favourite mohair yarn to use. I think it's very soft, but if you don't mind having a slightly rougher texture, I think you can get the Drops mohair for pretty much half the price even when it's not on sale. That is called Drops Kid Silk. There are a few other options that you can use as your worsted weight yarn held with mohair for this pattern. This one here is the Heavy Merino by Knitting for Olive. I think this colour is called Mushroom Rose, but off the top of my head, some other possibilities that are a similar weight include Filcolana Peruvian Highland Wool, which is very affordable and very nice. Cascade 220, which comes in so many colours and is again pretty affordable. Any of those work great held with a mohair as well. However, as usual with all of these, their thicknesses do vary slightly, so you will need to gauge swatch and see if you need to go up or down in needle size, depending on both the thickness of the yarn and the tension that you knit with. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to do a gauge swatch. For this project specifically, is going to serve 2 purposes. Firstly, it's going to be great practice. You can learn how to knit stockinette, which is the sort of fabric that the jumper is going to be knitted in, and it's not going to be there in the final piece, so if you mess up a little bit, it doesn't matter. We're also going to learn useful skills like casting on and casting off if you haven't already. If you are comfortable with doing a gauge swatch, feel free to skip this section. The second, and maybe more important purpose, is it's going to help figure out if the jumper is going to fit. Some people knit more tightly than others, or your yarn may be slightly bigger or slightly smaller, and so your knitting may end up coming out as a slightly different size. So the purpose of this is we can knit a little square, measure it, see how many stitches fit into a 10cm by 10cm square, and then use that to check if the pattern gauge matches the gauge of the swatch. I'm going to move the camera around so you can see what I'm doing a little bit more easily. So I'm going to show you these 2 different methods for casting on. The first one I don't especially recommend. The second method is my recommended method. However, while the second method is better, and I'll talk more about that when I get up to it, this first method is easier. So if you are really stuck on the second method, this is like your backup one. I'm going to start off with a slip knot, so I'm going to make a loop and then bring this around like I'm going to tie a knot, but I'm not going to pull it all the way through. And you don't need to leave a very long tail, just enough to weave in. You put the loop onto the needle and pull it tight. Okay, so this is called the backwards loop cast on, and even if you don't end up using this to cast on the jumper, you will use it in the underarm section because it's a very good technique for casting on stitches in the middle of a row. So here's how it works. You're going to make a loop like this. See how this comes over? And then we're just going to put it onto the needle and pull it tight. Making the loop again, like so. Put it onto the needle and pull it tight. Now, the problem with this cast on is the first round that you knit is going to be really difficult to knit. I only have 4 stitches, but I will show you. If I knit this first stitch, you'll see that it all sorts of stretches out. It's very hard to get my needle through the second loop, and you end up with this great long string between the stitches. It'll also give a less even look to your finished cast on edge than the second method. So let's try the second method. This one doesn't have to be started with a slip knot. I actually do because I don't find that it's very visible, but you can just start it by looping the yarn around the needle too. This is called the long tail cast on, and I use it for almost everything if it's not in the middle of a row. So what I need to make clear is that this front strand of yarn is the tail, and you need to leave this long. What you can do to estimate how long is wrap the yarn around the needle the number of times that is the number of stitches you want to cast on. So if you want to cast on 20 stitches, wrap around the needle 20 times. That's a pretty good estimate of how long you want this tail to be. And then this back tail is attached to the ball of yarn. So you need to make sure that this long tail for your long tail cast on is in the front and the ball of yarn in the back. Now we need to hold these strands in quite a specific way. So what you're going to do is this is my middle finger and my ring finger. I'm going to grab the 2 strands with my middle finger and my ring finger. And now I'm going to use my pointer finger and my thumb and insert them between the strands and pull them apart. So this one is the one that's a long tail, and this one is attached to the ball of yarn. I'll do that again. I'm going to grab the 2 strands with my middle finger and my ring finger, and then I'm going to use my pointer finger and my thumb to separate the 2 strands with the long tail in front. Now watch this very carefully, and I warn you, this is probably the hardest part of this entire jumper if you're not doing the short rows. So if you find this tricky, watch some other YouTube videos, see if they explain it better, and if you can't do it, don't get discouraged, just do the other cast on. Anyway, I'm going to reach down and use my needle to grab this strand that's in front of my thumb from bottom to top. Now I'm going to use my needle to grab this strand that's around my pointer finger, around the front again, but this time from back to front. And now I'm going to use my thumb to lift this loop off the needle, so only this one we just grabbed is left on my needle. I'm going to pull it tight. So I'm going to do this a few more times slowly so you can see. I'm going to grab the strand in front of my thumb from bottom to top. I'm going to grab the strand over my pointer finger from back to front, and then I'm going to take the loop over my thumb off the needle and pull it tight. You want to make sure that the stitches are pretty much evenly spaced on your needle as you do this. I'll do it again. From bottom to top, from back to front, and then you take the loop off the needle. This makes the first round much easier to knit, and I think it gives quite a nice looking finished edge. If you are knitting flat, you know that the first row is going to be a wrong side row, and this is the right side. Okay, so here I am with my 25 stitches on my needle. I'm just going to turn it around. So the needle with the stitches on it is in my left hand because this is how we knit normally, and then I'm just going to grab the other needle in my right hand. You see the needles are connected by cable. For this gauge swatch specifically, it doesn't really matter how long the cable is, because right now we're going to be knitting flat. So I'll just show you how to do a knit stitch. Again, feel free to skip this if you're comfortable knitting and purling. The key about knit stitches, I suppose, is that they look different from the front and the back. So here are knit stitches on the front, and then here are the back of them, which you can see has this sort of bumpy finish. When you're working the round, like if you're working on a jumper sleeve or the body, which is what we're going to be doing most of the time, you can do knit stitches all the time because the outside of the tube is always going to be front facing. If you're knitting a piece flat though, we're going to work on the front and then along the back, and so you have to do knit stitches on the front and purl stitches when you're on the back. Finally, this ribbing that we use for the collar and cuffs is made of alternating knit and purl stitches. So first of all, let's do a row of knit stitches. You want to take your right hand needle and insert it into the stitch from the left to the right, like so. Now grab your tail and wrap it over that back needle like so, so around the back and then over the top. Now we're going to pull this needle in my right hand out of the stitch, but we're going to make sure that it's still catching this yarn over, like so. And finally, you can let the original stitch here slip off the left needle. And that is a knit stitch, so I'll do a few more so you can see. Insert it from left to right, wrap around the yarn, pull the old stitch off the right needle, and then drop it off the left needle too. This can be really fast once you get the hang of it. So I'm just going to keep doing that as I work along this row. I'm very sorry if you can hear my needle cable tapping my tripod, that is very irritating, I know. Okay, so I've gone along all 25 stitches, and now I'm going to put this back into my left hand, because like I said, the stitches that you haven't knit yet, you always want to have on the needle in your left hand. And we're now going to start working over these stitches again. However, we're now working on the wrong side. You can tell from this little row of bumps at the base of all of the stitches, this means you're on the wrong side. Whereas ignoring the bumps on the cast on edge, it's a little hard to see, but there's a sort of V shape here, like this, which you can see is what the right side of the knitting looks like. So essentially what we're doing here is like a backwards knit stitch. So the stitch that we do will look like this, but on the other side it'll look like a regular knit stitch. So let's purl. To purl, you want to insert your needle from right to left into that first stitch. Now you want to yarn over in the same way, and I will say, this is one of the most common mistakes that people make while they're knitting. If you look on like the knitting subreddit, it's full of people who are making this mistake for one of their first knitting projects. So really concentrate to make sure that you wrap the yarn around the needle the correct direction when you're purling. So after inserting it from right to left, we're going to again put the yarn under the needle and then back up and over it, like this. And then again, I want to pull this out while keeping the yarn over. So that loop is still on the right hand needle. And now I can let this stitch drop off my left needle. Okay, let's do it again. I insert from right to left, wrap the yarn under and up. And again, this is pretty much just as quick once you get the hang of it. So let's just go along this row and purl all of these stitches. Okay, so I've gone along, you can see the 2 rows of bumps here, and I'm now going to flip that over again to the smooth side with the V's. This is the right side, so the next row is going to be a knit row. Go along these stitches again and knit. And basically I'm going to repeat this, doing a knit row and then a purl row and so on, until I have sort of a little square of fabric. I will come back before then, because like I said, I want stripes on my jumper, so I will just show you the colour change, even though it's not very complicated. I have done a couple more rows and I now want to switch to the other colour. I'm not really going to overcomplicate this. Essentially, I'm just going to trim this attached yarn. I'm going to make sure that the tail is long enough to weave in afterwards to stop it from unravelling. Then I'm going to grab my new ball of yarn. Can you tell if this is a right side row or a wrong side row? It's a right side row. So we're going to do knit stitches. I'm going to go as if I'm going to do a knit stitch. I'm just going to keep a hold of this to stop it from loosening too much. Basically, I'm just going to start knitting with this new piece like it's already attached to the work, even though it's not. So I'm just going to hold that tail behind the work and pretend that this is the attached grey yarn and knit as normal. Now, you'll notice this first stitch is really sort of loose and ugly looking, but if I pull the ends, it becomes tight and looks good. Basically, once I'm done with this, you can weave these ends in and pull them taut to make it look neat, but for now, just sort of ignore it. And now I can just carry on with my new colour. If you want to knit the jumper with stripes on, when you're working flat like this, it's easy, but when you're working the round, like we will for most of the jumper, you'll find there'll be a little step where you start a new round. So I'm going to put a little section at the end of this video in an appendix where I explain how to make that less noticeable. So if you do want to knit your jumper with stripes, I would suggest checking that out. Anyway, I'm going to knit a bit more and I'll be back in a minute. Okay, so the swatch is looking pretty nice. One of the nice things about swatching like this is it lets you test out your colours, see if they look good together. I quite like these low contrast stripes, but also I like the 6-row wide stripe. I think that's a nice width and will look good on the jumper. You'll notice that this edge curls up very easily. This is really just sort of inherent to this type of fabric, which we call stockinette or stocking stitch if you're British. It will just roll up, which is why when you have a jumper, you will notice that the edges are never made of this type of stitch. They have this rib section. It adds a bit more elasticity, but also it does stop the edges from rolling up. Unless that's the look you're going for, you know. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to do a bit of ribbing on the end of the swatch to show you how much more it lies flat, and also make sure that you're comfortable with it because it's the last really type of stitch you're going to need. And since you already know how to knit and know how to purl, ribbing should be easy. So when you're knitting normally, if you're going to do some ribbing, you want to go down a needle size. I've been using 5.5mm needles for this, so I'm just going to subtract 1mm and go for 4.5mm needles. These ones are my 4.5mm needle. Now if you're using interchangeable needles, you may just be able to unscrew your needle and screw on the other one. Actually, mine have different joint sizes for the 4.5 and 5.5mm, so I can't do that, but this is also helpful because I'll show you any of you guys who are using fixed circular needles how to do it. I'll just stick a cable on these to start. Again, I'm knitting flat, so it doesn't really matter which length of cable I'm going for here. Okay, so basically I want to move from these needles to these needles, and the way I'm going to do it is I'm just going to knit another row like I would normally, but instead of knitting it onto the other end of... It doesn't help that my cables are clear so you can't see them. Instead of knitting them onto the other 5.5mm needle, I'm just going to knit them onto this 4.5mm needle. This is the wrong side, so this is going to be a purl row, so I'm just going to go ahead and purl them. Okay, so I've removed my old needles, they're onto this new smaller needle, and that means that I'm ready to start doing ribbing. I will say if you're wanting to switch to doing ribbing and you have the interchangeable needles, and so like I said, you can just unscrew the old needle and screw on the new needle, I would suggest starting off by knitting a row on the new size needle before you start doing ribbing anyway. But regardless, now we're ready to do it. Basically, ribbing is really simple. You know how to knit, you know how to purl. Ribbing is alternating a knit and a purl. So the first stitch we're going to do is a knit stitch, and we're going to do it just like before. So I don't think I made this very clear before, but when you're knitting, you're going to be holding the yarn behind the work. When you purl, you're going to be holding it in front. So I'm starting off with it behind, and I'm going to insert the needle through from left to right, like I did before when I was knitting, wrap the yarn like I did before when I was knitting, and so. And now ready to purl, I'm going to bring the yarn up between the needles so that now it's in front. And that means I'm ready to purl, so I can go ahead and insert it from right to left, go around, over and through like I did before when I purled, and once again, bring the yarn back behind, ready to knit. Knit again, bring it through, purl, and so on. Now, what you'll notice is that if you look closely at these stitches, you'll see some of them have this little... I've heard people calling it a scarf, which is quite cute. So this stitch here, this one here, and this end one, they have this little scarf wrapped around them, whereas these ones don't. The ones with the scarf wrapped around are the ones that you purled. This can be useful if you can't remember what the next stitch is going to be. So you can see this guy has a little scarf, that was a purl, this one's going to be a knit. I'll just finish off this row. Okay, so I've gone all the way across, and I'm again going to flip my work and work on the other side. Now, you might be wondering, which stitches do I knit this time and which ones do I purl? And you'll have to ignore all these purl bumps from the previous rows, but essentially the idea is, if the stitch has a scarf, like this one, and so on, they'll be the ones you purl, and these ones without scarves, these will be the ones you knit. So I knit the last stitch of this row. It doesn't have a scarf on the front, but it does have a scarf on the back. So on this side, I'm going to purl it. So just untangle. I will purl this first stitch, and then you'll see this next stitch does not have the little scarf around it, so this one is going to be a knit. This one does, so this one's the purl, and so on. And I'm just going to keep on doing rows like that until I have a little section of ribbing. It is very exciting to watch the ribbing come together. Okay, so if I just open this out, you can see the ribbing really starting to come together. Ribbing can look a little bit messy, this does. If you feel like yours is looking too messy, you can go down another needle size. To be honest, I don't mind this, so I think I'm just going to leave it how it is. I'm now going to show you how to cast off, and there are, again, like with the cast on, a couple different techniques of casting off. One's a bit more complicated, one's a bit easier, and the easier one I'm going to show you now, it is less elastic. So again, you need to make sure that you're doing it quite loosely so that you can get the jumper over your body and over your hands and all that. I won't show you the cast off now, but when I am casting off the actual finished jumper, I'll show you the proper cast off. So if you struggle with that, you can come back to this section and see the easier cast off. Besides, the cast off on our swatch doesn't have to be super elastic, so what does it really matter? So basically, we're going to knit and purl like we would if we were just carrying on in ribbing. This first one is a purl stitch, so I'm going to do that. And then the second stitch is a knit stitch. When you have two stitches on your right hand needle, what you're going to do is you're going to use your left needle to carefully pick up the second stitch. I mean second stitch from the point of the needle. It's the first stitch that you knitted. And I'm going to slide it off the needle. And you want to keep the stitch here on the needle. So it's going to go over that stitch and off the needle. And that stitch is now cast off. So now I'm going to purl the next stitch. You can see it has the little scarf right here. It's a purl stitch. So I'm going to go ahead and purl it. And again, I have two stitches on the right hand needle. So I'm going to pick up this stitch and lift it over the other one and off the needle. And this next stitch is a knit stitch. So knitting that and lifting this one again over and off the needle. Just going to carry that on until I reach the end of the row. I have one stitch left on my left needle. It's a purl stitch, so I'm just going to purl it. And again, lift the stitch off the needle So this edge is now bound off and I have one stitch left. I'm just going to gently pull on it to leave a big loop and remove my needles. And then I'm going to cut this tail. This is the one that's attached to the ball. Again, I'm going to leave enough length to weave the end in. And I'm just going to grab it through the loop and pull it tight. So there we go, there is the ribbing. Here is our finished swatch, and you can see that this edge is not rolling up like this one is. So if you can visualize, this could be, you know, the cuff of your jumper with a ribbed edge, and that's going to look nice and be all stretchy. Now, one of the main purposes of swatching, like I said before, was to check that you match the gauge of the pattern. Now, when you're wearing your jumper, you're likely going to wash it a few times, and depending on the stitch you're using and the fibre of the yarn you're using, the fabric can grow quite a lot when it's washed. So what we're going to do is wash this swatch just like we will wash the actual jumper and let it dry just like you let the actual jumper dry, and then we're going to measure the gauge after that so we can check that our finished washed jumper is going to match the gauge of the pattern. So in terms of how to wash this, the key when it comes to washing knitwear that's made of, I mean, this is I think 65% wool, 35% alpaca, any kind of wool really, hand wash, dry flat. You can buy wools that are super wash treated, and these can be machine washed, but I don't have much experience with them because I don't really like how they feel. If you want sort of a woolly, wool feeling jumper, super wash probably isn't for you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some water in a bowl or a sink or something. It doesn't have to be hot, just sort of room temperature, maybe slightly warm. We're going to put this in and soak it. Soak it for a few minutes, 20 minutes. It doesn't really matter too much. Then when we take it out, don't stretch it too much. You can gently squeeze the water out like this, but don't stretch it a lot or it might actually change the shape of the fabric. Then when it is soaked, I'm going to lie it down flat somewhere, ideally somewhere with some sun or whatever. Just sort of smooth it out. It will not roll up so much as well because it'll be wet and you'll be able to dry it a bit flatter. And I'm going to let it dry. Generally, when you wet and dry knitting in this way, so you put it down wet somewhere and leave it out to dry, the shape that it dries in is the shape that it will stay in. So it does actually give you some control over the final shape of the garment. For example, this ribbing, you can see it sort of cinches in a bit. If I didn't like that, then when it's wet and sort of pliable, I could lay it out like this and it'll hold its shape a bit, and then when it dries, it'll sort of be set into that shape. So I'm just going to wash this, dry it overnight, and I'll be back again tomorrow to show you how to check the gauge. So let's talk about measuring gauge. I have my blocked gauge swatch here. I'm going to use my measuring tape, but honestly, a ruler might be better here because you can really put it down on the knitting and it will hold the knitting flat and stop it from moving about while you're counting. Basically, what you want to do is just place it down, and then you want to count the number of these V's, columns of V's, that fit into 10 centimeters width. So I'm going to start counting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 V's, which is what the pattern says. You may have noticed it moves around a bit. It's kind of tricky to do while on camera, and I do recommend a ruler. You can also measure the row gauge by turning it around this way and counting how many of these V's fit into 10 centimeters. The row gauge generally matters a little less. For this particular pattern, most of the measurements of sleeve length and body length are done based on number of centimeters rather than number of rows. So the only thing it really matters for is the yoke depth. And since the sweater is quite oversized anyway, I doubt that will be a problem. So I would advise you to mostly focus for this particular pattern on the number of stitches that fit into 10 centimeters this way. For other patterns, though, that might not be the case. Okay, so let's talk about how to choose your size. I'm going to show you two ways to do it, and I'm going to be using this measuring tape. If you don't have a measuring tape, you can use a long piece of string or yarn and then just like mark it or cut it to length and measure it with a ruler afterwards. So this jumper is sized based on your bust measurement. So essentially you want to measure around the widest part of your bust. You don't need to pull it super tight, and you don't want to be doing anything weird with your body while you're measuring, so don't, wave your arms about or whatever. Just try and stand in a relaxed way, like so, a little bit of room. My bust measurement is around 83 centimeters. So I intended this jumper to have roughly 15 centimeters of positive ease. So what you need to do is add 15 centimeters to your bust measurement. So if your bust measurement is 83 centimeters, the resulting value is 98 centimeters. And then you need to choose the size which has a bust measurement closest to the resulting value. So for me, I would choose the size B, which has a 100 centimeter bust measurement, since that's closest to my 98 centimeters, which is equal to my bust measurement plus 15. The alternative way that you can do this, because you don't have to follow the recommended amount of ease given the pattern. If I wanted a jumper that's super extra oversized, I could do that. If I wanted one that's a little bit more fitted, I could do that. What you can do instead is if you have a jumper that fits in the body the way that you would like it to, you can lay it down flat and measure across the sort of bust underarm point, measure the width of the jumper and double that to get your value. So just choose the size with the measurement closest to double the width of a jumper that you already have with your preferred fit. Again, there are no rules. Feel free to size up, size down, whatever you want to do, but that is my suggested way of choosing your size. Okay, so I'm going to make a start. I'm going to be casting on 68 stitches because I'm going to be making the size 2. I'm going to use the long tail cast on. I would recommend trying this cast on if you can. Definitely if my explanation doesn't make sense, watch some other videos on how to do a long tail cast on and see if you can get one of them to work for you. I showed both of the methods for these two cast-ons in the section where I was showing you how to cast on with your gauge swatch. Okay, so 68 stitches, that's my first one. I'm using 4.5mm, I think 40 centimeter cable needles here. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I've cast on my 68 stitches. I used the long tail cast on and I do still have quite a lot of tail left. I did overestimate how much I needed. So I'm just going to cut it. Again, leaving enough to weave in. That way I don't get it mixed up with the end that's still attached to the ball. So I'm going to be knitting it around. Since these are short circular needles, it's pretty easy to do. You want to spread your stitches out on the needle. As you can see, my needle's slightly too long, so I might switch the cable in a minute. This might be longer than 40 centimeters. I don't know. I grabbed it behind after my back. And you want to make sure when you join it that this isn't twisted. So, for example, if I join it like this, you see there's like a twist. Then you'll end up knitting like some weird twisted G and you'll have to start over. So make sure that the cast on edge isn't twisted. So like we're going to join in the round and it's exactly how you think it's going to be. Just connect the two ends and start knitting. I'm going to put a stitch marker on first so that I know where the start of the round is. This will be the back of the neck. And because this is the collar, we're going to be starting off in ribbing. So I'm going to knit a stitch, purl a stitch, knit a stitch. This is always slightly annoying to do with the cast on edge, but once you've got past the first round, you will find it easier. Basically, I'm going to keep on doing this till I get round to the beginning of round marker, then I will just slip the beginning of round marker onto my right needle and keep knitting. I'll show you when I get there. Okay, so I am almost all the way around. I have one more stitch before my beginning of round marker, and it should be a purl stitch. So I'm just going to go ahead and purl it. And then I'm just going to pass my stitch marker from my left needle to my right needle, like so. Just make sure that it's out of the way of the yarn. And then keep going in a spiral, knit, purl, and so on. Knit, purl, knit, purl. Now you basically just want to keep on going like this, knit and purl alternating all the way around to create rib. Pass the stitch marker across when you get to the end of the round, and keep on going till this distance here from the needle to the cast on edge measures about 8 centimeters. Okay, so I've done about 8 centimeters of rib. You can see what it looks like. As I mentioned before, you tend to use a smaller needle for rib, so on the next round I'm going to switch to this 5.5mm 40 centimeter needle, and at the same time I'm going to place all 8 of my remaining stitch markers. The purpose of these stitch markers is to indicate where on the round we're going to be doing increases. So we're going to place them so that they separate panels for the front, back, and over the arms. Again, I'm going to be following the numbers for the size B, but in the description you can find numbers for a variety of sizes to fit different box measurements. Okay, so I'll just remove my beginning of round marker for now. Since I'm going to be changing needles, I'll add it back into the round. So I'm just going to knit these stitches straight from my 4.5mm left needle onto my 5.5mm new needle. I'm going to begin by knitting 13 stitches. Now, the place where we started was the centre back. So if I was wearing the jumper facing that direction, it would sit like this. This is the centre back, and so this part here is the right back. I'll place markers, and there'll be the part that goes over the right shoulder here, the front here, and the left shoulder here. Now, there are going to be 2 stitch wide sort of sections which are going to increase around, so you're going to mark those off. So essentially you want to place a marker, knit 2, and then place another marker. So these 2 stitches are sort of separating the back stitches from the right shoulder stitches. So now I will knit the stitches for the right shoulder. For a size B, that's 4 stitches, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then once again I'm going to place markers around 2 stitches. Essentially I'm going to continue going around and doing this. So I'm going to need to knit 26 stitches for the front, then separate off 2 more stitches for the backline increases, then another 4 for the left arm, then separate another 2, and then you should find that there are 13 stitches left to the beginning of round. Okay, so here I have it. This is the centre back, and the marker here is the beginning of round marker, which mine has a slightly larger bead on, I think, differentiate it from the others. And then other than that we have 4 pairs of markers. So we have 13 stitches and a pair separated by 2, 4 stitches and a pair separated by 2, 26 stitches and a pair separated by 2, 4 stitches, a pair separated by 2, and then 13 more stitches to finish the round. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do a 2-row repeat. So we're going to do one round where we place increases, and then a second round where we just knit all of the stitches, and we're going to repeat those 2 rows 23 times for the size B. So I'll show you how to do them. Basically we want to increase around each pair of markers. So from the beginning of round we're just going to knit to the first pair of markers. You want to stop before you slip the first marker in the pair. Now we're going to do a right-leaning increase. In a pattern it's written M1R. So if you look, we sort of pull the needles apart, you'll see that there's a bar here. You want to take sort of the top piece of yarn that goes between the 2 stitches. And we're going to want to insert our left needle into it from the back to the front. So just pick it up from behind. You can use your right needle to help you. You want to pick that bar up from behind on your left needle. And then basically you just want to knit that like it's a regular stitch. Then we'll slip the marker, knit the 2 diagonal stitches. You always just knit the 2 stitches in between the marker without doing anything else to them. Slip the next marker, and now because we're just outside that pair with markers around them again, we're going to another increase, but this one is going to be left leaning, or an M1L. So again we see the bar, it's here, but this time you want to put it onto the left needle from front to back. So we're going to insert that left needle from the front. Now we're going to knit this stitch with a twist in it. So instead of inserting it from left to right, like we normally would, we're going to knit through the back loop. That means, I'll just show you honestly, I think it's hard to explain this with words, so just watch what I do. I'm going to insert like this. Maybe it's easier to see from behind. From behind, I'm just going to insert my right needle into the stitch. Like so. And then I'm just going to yarn over and knit it as usual. So I've basically just created a new stitch to the right of the marker here and a new stitch to the left of the markers here. I'll show you one more time. So we'll keep on knitting around to the next pair of markers. all the way up to the first marker, but don't slip it. This one is the M1R, so I'm going to pick it up from back to front and then knit it normally. Select the marker, knit the 2 middle stitches as always. Select the marker, and now this one is going to be the left leaning increase. So this time we're going to knit it in a weird way. So we're going to put it on the needle from front to back, and then insert the needle through the back loop and knit it twisted. So on the first round of these 2 rounds, you want to go around and do that to every pair of markers. You don't need to increase around the beginning of round marker, but you want to increase here and here as well to complete the round. And then after that, you want to do 1 round where you don't do any increases, just knit all the way around. I'm going to call these round 1 or row 1 and row 2. You want to, for the size B, repeat them 23 times. So you do row 1, row 2, row 1, row 2, and you've done a total of 46 rows. You will start to see the raglan increases forming as you go, so I'll be back then to show you what it's looking like. I should add again, if any of this is confusing to you, do check the written pattern, which we linked in the description, which will write all of this out like a proper knitting pattern. It's relatively self-explanatory, and at the very least you can Google any techniques that appear. I've done a few rounds, and you can see the increases here. These panels are getting larger, and these are the 2 stitches between the markers. I thought I'd show you the rounds where no increases happen. So I mentioned, you know, every other round you just knit all stitches, so you can see I'm coming up to a pair of markers here. And this is an even numbered round, so it's a round with no increases. I'm just going to go ahead and knit up to the first marker. And this is the point where I would do the increase if I was on an increase round, but I'm not. So I just slip the marker, hit the next 2 stitches, slip the marker, and again, this is where I would increase if I was on an increase round, but I'm not, so I just keep knitting all the way around. And then once I get to the beginning of round marker, I'll begin an increase round again. As you can see, I've switched to bamboo needles again. As you increase more, knit with more and more stitches on the needle, you can switch from the 40cm 5.5mm needles to a longer 5.5mm needle. I think this one is 80cm, but you can even go up to a 100cm needle. So I have done my 46 rows, 23 rounds of increases on the yoke. I put it onto the longest cable I could find, and it's still bunched up a little bit because there are just a lot of stitches on here. But I'm going to attempt to sort of try it on a bit before I separate the sleeves and body to the back. Not that it really matters. Okay, so it goes over my head okay, that's one important thing. Basically, I'm going to join it under the arm like this. I will be casting on a few more stitches down here under the arm, so if it's a little bit tight when you hold them together, that is okay. But yes, that's how it's going to go together. Okay, so in preparation for dividing the body and sleeves, I have cut 2 pieces of scrap yarn. The length doesn't matter too much, but these are going to hold the sleeve stitches, so you want it to go around your arm with a bunch of extra. Here is my finished yoke. So I'll just try to explain sort of what I'm attempting to do here. This is the centre back, which is the beginning of the round, and basically I want to knit around the body stitches, but put the sleeve stitches onto the scrap yarn for later. So I'm going to knit up to this raglan increase section, then I'm going to remove all these stitches from my needle and put them onto the yarn, all the way up to the next set of raglan increases. Then I'm going to put all of these ones onto the needle, up to here. Then these ones onto scrap yarn, and then these ones are on the top of the needle. I'm also going to cast on a few extra stitches in the underarm, like I mentioned before. So the first step is to knit until you come up to the first set of increases. Okay, so I've got up to the first marker, and I'm just going to remove this marker, and then knit the 2 raglan stitches, and remove the second marker. I'm just going to pull this needle through so it doesn't fall off while I'm putting these stitches on hold. And then I'm just going to take a needle, any needle that your yarn fits through is fine, and I'm going to use this to transfer all of these stitches onto the needle up until I get to the next marker. So I'm going to go like this, and just keep on going until I reach the next marker. Okay, so I've reached this next marker, and I'm going to take it off and then pull this yarn through. I'm going to take off the needle and then tie these ends together so that these sleeve stitches don't go anywhere. I'm basically going to leave these like this while I knit the body, and then once the body's all finished, I'll come back, pick these stitches up and knit the sleeve. So now I need to cast on stitches for the underarm, and the number of stitches that you cast on varies with the size that you're knitting. For the size B, I believe it is 6 stitches. So I don't know if you remember from the part where I was doing the gauge swatch, I showed you how to do a backwards loop cast on. This is the cast on that we're going to use because it's pretty good for working in the middle of the row. So basically you just want to grab the yarn like this, and place it over the needle and pull it tight. Like this loop again, and just place it onto the needle and pull it tight. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So now that I have the underarm stitches cast on, I'm going to go on and put the front panel stitches onto this needle too. So basically I'm just going to continue knitting from here. I'll knit the first 2 stitches, then remove the marker. We're not going to be doing any more increases, so we don't need any of these markers anymore. And just keep on knitting. Essentially, when you get to the next set of markers over here, and you reach the other sleeve, you're going to do exactly the same thing again. You're going to remove the markers, knit the 2 raglan stitches, put all of the sleeve stitches on hold, cast on 6 stitches, and then knit around the other side again, back to the beginning of round. So I am back here at the beginning of round, and I'm going to go ahead and take off my beginning of round marker. I'm not going to put it away because basically I am going to set it aside for 1 minute and just knit until I come to these newly cast on underarm stitches. They look pretty funny right now, don't worry about it. They'll be a little tricky to knit on the first round, but it'll look fine and it will all come together fine, I promise. But basically when I get to midway through these underarm stitches, I'm going to go ahead and put my beginning of round marker there. This is because the beginning of round is sort of like the messiest part, and so you want it to be as hidden as possible. For the yoke of the jumper, the back of the neck is probably the best place, but now we can hide it under the arms, and so we're going to do that. This should pretty much be where we're at now. I always feel like it's quite an exciting point, you know? Like, we have something that's topologically a sweater at least. You can see collar, holes for the arms, and a hole for the body? Something like that. Anyway, the next step is super easy. Basically, you're just going to keep on knitting the body in the round, just knit in the spiral in stockinette, round and round, and keep on going until the body is about 6 to 8 centimeters shorter than you want the jumper to end up being. That's because we're going to add ribbing on at the bottom, so you need to leave a little bit of room for that. But the length of your jumper is one of those things that a pattern can't really dictate to you. It's very up to personal preference. Even for one person, sometimes I like to have a shorter jumper that I'm going to wear over a dress, or a longer one that I'm going to wear with jeans, so just decide what you want it for. One of the nicest things about knitting a jumper in one piece top down like this is you can totally just try it on. Every time you want to try it on, you can either put a really long cable or a stitch holder through, or just thread all of the stitches onto a piece of yarn the same way that we did it here. And then you can just throw the jumper on, see if the length is where you'd like it to be. And I will see you again once the length of my jumper is about 6 to 8 centimeters shorter than I want it in the end. Okay, hi. It is the next morning and I'm amazed at how fast this has knitted up. In 24 hours, I've gone from just having this collar to having basically the entire body of the jumper done. I think I want it to be a little bit longer than this, so this is the point where I'm going to stop with the stockinette and move on to knit ribbing. The jumper may end up growing a tiny bit when you wash and block it for the first time. It shouldn't be too dramatic, just in stockinette with this yarn, so I wouldn't worry too much, but always lean slightly on the side of it getting a little bit longer rather than getting shorter. So, in order to switch and do the rib, I am going to knit one round on 4.5mm needles, so you want to go down the needle side and just knit one round before you start doing ribbing, and then again on the 4.5mm needles, knit one, purl one, all the way around. Just keep on, knit one, purl one, just like we did for the collar, until the ribbing is the length that you want it. I like quite a chunky ribbing, so I think I might do about 8 centimeters for mine. Although it is already getting a little bit long, so I might end up making it slightly shorter than that, just so that the jumper isn't too long for my taste. It's totally a taste thing, and again, try it on when you think you're at the right point, and I'll be back afterwards to show you how to do a bind off, which looks nice and is still quite elastic. So I've now knit the ribbing to the length that I want, and I'm going to bind off. I've stopped at the beginning of round marker, I'm just going to remove that. Now you can use the bind off that I showed in the section where we made the swatch at the start, but I also did say that I was going to show a different bind off. This one is definitely more time consuming and maybe slightly more difficult, but it will give a more elastic finish. So if you're doing this bind off with the bind off that I showed when making the swatch, you will have to try and do it as loosely as possible so that the jumper fits comfortably. Anyway, for this one, we're going to be doing it with a needle instead of with knitting needles. And the first thing I'm going to do is trim the yarn, but I need to leave a pretty long tail. If the tail runs out, that's not a problem, you can attach more yarn and keep going, but I'm at least going to try to do it with one piece. And I'm going to thread it onto a needle. So we're going to be taking these stitches off the needle as we bind off, and the first thing I'm going to do is a sort of set up stitch. I'm going to pretend that this is a knitting needle, and I'm going to put this needle into this stitch as if I'm about to purl it, and pull it all the way through. And now I'm going to insert the needle from the back in between these two stitches, so it shouldn't pass through either of the stitches, it should just pass between them in this space here, but from back to front, like this. And then I'm going to insert my needle as if to knit into not this stitch at the end of the needle, but the second one along. So just sort of pretend it's a stitch on the end of the needle and go to knit it, pull through. And then the final thing we're going to do here is knit the first stitch, but as we knit it, we're going to let it fall off the needle. So now the next section is the steps that we're going to repeat as we go around the bottom jumper. So firstly, we're going to insert the needle into the second stitch as if we're going to purl it. That's not the one here, but the second one along, and just leave it on the needle. And then we're going to purl into the first stitch, and as we do it, we're going to let this one fall off the needle. So insert the needle purlwise and pull the yarn through, letting it fall off the left needle. Then again, we're going to bring the needle from back to front between the two stitches. And insert knitwise into the second stitch. And then insert it knitwise into the first stitch and let it fall off the needle. So I know it seems complicated, but it's sort of a 5-step process. Purlwise into the second stitch, purlwise into the first stitch and drop it off. Pull the needle up between these two stitches, knitwise into the second stitch, knitwise into the first stitch, and let it drop off. You can sort of replay this section of the video a few times until you get used to it, but it will feel quite natural. And I think also, as you're going around, what you'll notice is that the stitches that are purl stitches with the little scarf around the bottom, like this one here, these are stitches that will eventually be lifted off the needle as like you insert the needle purlwise and let it drop off. So this one, for example, is a purl stitch. I know it doesn't look like it because we've done some stuff to it, but this one is a knit stitch, so this one is a purl stitch. So I know that when this stitch is eventually cast off, it'll be one of the ones where you insert the needle purlwise and pull it off. So that's how you sort of catch on if you've messed up again. So I'll do the 4 stitches slowly so that you can see them and replay them and hopefully follow along. So we're going purlwise into the second stitch and through, purlwise into the first stitch and off the needle, bring it up between the first 2 stitches, knitwise into the second stitch, leaving everything on the needle, and then knitwise into the first stitch and let it drop off the needle. And I'm just going to repeat this all the way around the bottom of the jumper to cast off the stitches. I am almost done with the bind off, so let's just finish it off. This one's a knit stitch, so I'm going to come forward from between those 2 stitches, through the second stitch knitwise, through the first stitch knitwise and slip it off, through the second stitch purlwise, through the first stitch purlwise and slip it off, from the back between those 2, through the second stitch knitwise, do the first stitch knitwise and slip it off. Now, we only have one more stitch left on the needle, so we can't really continue. So I'm just going to sort of shove the needle through somewhere through here instead of going through the second stitch purlwise. And then to finish off, I'm going to go through this last stitch purlwise and slip it off the needle, and then pull tight. There's almost a little step here in the bind off. Since this is under the arm, it's actually not the end of the world, but even so, when I weave in this end, I can sort of weave it through in a way that disguises it a bit and gives a more clean edge. You can see why this bind off is so appealing. It gives a pretty seamless looking finish, and it allows a decent amount of stretch, so this jumper is going to fit really well. Now, the next step in the process is going to be adding sleeves. We left these stitches on hold earlier, and the first thing that I'm going to do is transfer the stitches from the yarn on which they're on hold to my 40cm 5.5mm circular needle. So I'm basically just going to grab all the stitches and just have the needle follow the path of the yarn, like so. Now that I have all of the stitches on the needle, I'm just going to go ahead and cut the waste yarn and pull it out. Now, as you can see, this arm set of stitches that we picked up don't go all the way around because we cast on 6 stitches here in the underarm. The pattern says to pick up 6 stitches, or however many you cast on, in the underarm, and I'm going to show you how to do that now, but I will also show you a slightly better way of doing it. So first off, let's just talk about picking up stitches. To pick up stitches from a horizontal top edge of a piece of knitting, what you need to look for is these shapes that are like V's, right? So this column here, where this is the top, is a column of V's. You have a little V here, a V here, a V here, and so on. And so basically we want to insert the needle from front to back into the top of each column of V's, and then you want to take your ball of yarn, this is attached, and wrap the yarn around the needle, and then pull the needle back through so it has a loop over it. So I'm going to find the next column of V's, which is just here. See these little V's, and once again I'm going to insert my needle into the top, and this is the end that's connected to the ball of yarn. My short end is here in the back still, and I'm just going to hold it out of the way. Wrap the end that's attached to the ball of yarn and pull it through. And I'm going to repeat that 6 times. And there we go, I have 6 stitches fixed up, which is the number I'm supposed to have, and I can now pretty much just start knitting in the round. You will want to place a marker here in the middle of those 6 new stitches because this will be where the beginning of the round is. Now, the trouble with this method is that as I keep knitting, you'll notice there's quite a big gap, and there is an even bigger gap here. So as I knit these together and keep on knitting around, there's going to be a sort of hole in the armpit. Now, this really isn't a problem because when you're done with the jumper, you can sew those holes up, and it's not an issue. But I am also going to show you a way that you can fix the holes now, so you don't have so much to do later. So I'm just going to lose all those stitches I picked up. We're going to do it again. Now, I'm supposed to pick up 6 stitches, and I'm going to add 4 to that, and I'm actually going to pick up 10 stitches. I'm just going to take my stitch markers. As well as the beginning of round marker for this, you're going to need 2 more markers. So, here's how it's going to work. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up a stitch pretty close to where the right hand needle connects. I'm just going to go ahead and do it right here. Again, just going to wrap the yarn around the needle and then pull it back through, so we have an extra stitch. And then I'm going to place my first stitch marker onto the needle. This is not the beginning of round marker, this is just a regular stitch marker. Then I'm going to go ahead and pick up a second stitch. Now I'm going to pick up 6 stitches just like I did before, and I'm going to place my beginning of round marker after the third stitch. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, place the beginning of round marker. So at this point my camera microphone stopped working, but basically what I'm saying is you pick up your last 3 stitches of the 6 stitches, and then you want to pick up 1 additional stitch, place your stitch marker, and then finally pick up 1 more stitch, just like you did at the beginning of the underarm stitch picking up section. Finally, knit around until you are 2 stitches before the first marker that you placed. Okay, so I'm now 2 stitches before that first marker, and I'm going to do the first decrease. Basically we're going to decrease before the first marker, after the first marker. We'll ignore the beginning of round marker for now, and then we'll decrease before the second non-beginning of round marker and after the second non-beginning of round marker. To decrease, we're just going to do a knit 2 together because I feel like it's the easiest kind of decrease. Basically we're just going to treat these 2 stitches like they're 1 stitch, insert the needle through both of them like they're 1 single stitch you're knitting it, and knit it. This looks quite loose because it's where we joined the yarn, so you'll see it tightens up if I just pull this yarn behind taut. I'm going to remove the marker and then do another knit 2 together. Then I'm going to knit to 2 before the next non-beginning of round marker, or just slip the beginning of round marker. And so carry on 2 stitches before it. I'm going to do a knit 2 together. Remove the marker and do 1 more knit 2 together. So you can see there's not really a big hole here, and we do still have the right number of stitches. What I'm going to do now is just keep on knitting in spirals in stockinette until the distance from this underarm join to the working edge is about 10 centimeters. So this is the armpit cast on, and I've knitted 10 centimeters from them. Now this next part is optional. If you want a straight sleeve with no decreases and a wider cuff, what you can do is just keep on knitting in stockinette, try it on, figure out the length, start the ribbing when you want to, do some ribbing, bind off. I'm going to do a few decreases in the arm. There are decreases written into the pattern. Now I'm going to show you what a decrease round looks like. We're going to do a decrease round now, and then I'm going to decrease every 15th round until I've worked 3 decrease rounds in total. The first one, as I mentioned, is after 10 centimeters. So here's how we're going to do a decrease round. I'm just going to slip the beginning of round marker, and then I'm going to knit the first stitch. Then I'm going to knit 2 together. We did a knit 2 together when we were doing the armpit. Basically I'm just going to treat these 2 stitches as if they're 1 stitch, insert the needle like I would to knit 1 stitch, and knit them. So that's the knit 2 together. Now I'm going to carry on knitting until 3 stitches before the beginning of round marker, so I'm going to stop again when I get up to here.
Okay, so you can see I have 3 stitches left until the beginning of round marker. I basically want to do the same thing as I did on the other side, where I did the knit 2 together here. But as you can see, a knit 2 together isn't symmetrical. The left stitch comes over the right stitch. So what I want to do here is something that's sort of the mirror image of the knit 2 together. So I'm going to do a slip slip knit, and here's how it works. I'm going to insert my needle like I'm about to knit, but I'm not going to wrap the yarn or anything. I'm just going to remove the left needle. So I've essentially just transferred the stitch from the left to the right needle, but I've twisted it. You can see normally the right hand leg of the stitch is in the front, but for this stitch, the left hand leg is now in the front. So I'm going to do the same thing with the next stitch, insert knitwise, and then remove the left needle so that the stitch is twisted. So I'm going to begin by transferring them to the left needle, and now I'm going to insert this just like this. You can see that? I'm putting it through the back loop, so I'm inserting it from the right to left. Yarn over, and knit. And you should be able to sort of see that this is the mirror image of this hip. Now I'm just going to continue knitting in stockinette, and I'm going to knit 14 more rounds of stockinette, since my size in the pattern says to decrease every 15th row for a total of 3 decrease rounds. Once I've done with that, I'm going to try the jumper on, see how close it is to my desired sleeve length, and when I decide the length is appropriate, stop, switch to the smaller needle, knit 1 round, and then carry on in ribbing and bind off in the same way as I did for the body. Now as you work your way down the sleeve, it's quite possible you'll reach a point where there are really too few stitches on your needle to be able to comfortably knit it on a 40cm needle. This might not be the case at all if you're knitting one of the large sizes. For me, I'm just about to move on to the cuff, and I think now I want to move on to not using this needle anymore, because when I'm knitting, the stitches are quite stretched out and it sort of, you see, deforms a bit here. There are sort of 3 ways to do this sort of small circumference knitting. The first is find a shorter circular needle. These do exist, but they're not so common, and generally I don't want to have to buy more needles. Another option is double pointed knitting needles. If you've ever seen somebody knitting a sock and they have about 6 needles sticking out of their work, that's that. It looks terrifying. I personally find it annoying and tricky to do. The third option, and the one I'm going to use, is called magic loop. These are 80cm needles. I'm actually switching to 4.5mm ones just because this is the point in the cuff where I would do that anyway, but you can just take your longer 5.5mm needles as well. I'm 1 stitch off at the beginning of round, so I'm just going to get to the beginning of round and then remove my stitch marker. Now, if all of my decreases were correct, there should be 50 stitches on this needle. I'm just going to half that, so 25, and then I'm going to knit 25 stitches on this needle. 1, 2, 3, 23, 24, 25. I've actually done 26 for reasons that I'll explain in a minute, but aren't especially important. 25 is fine. In any case, it doesn't have to be exactly half, as long as it's roughly half of the stitches. And now I'm just going to go ahead and pull my long needle through. So they're sort of midway along the needle now on the cable, and I'm going to go and turn my sleeve over. So as you can see, the other stitches are further down this needle, and there's a lot of loose cable before the right needle. And I'm going to go ahead and knit the rest of the stitches like this. Okay, so I finished, and I'm just going to get rid of my 40cm needle. I don't need that anymore. Now this is the point where I'm going to start doing knit 1 purl 1, and this is why I have 26 on one side and 24 on the other. I want both sides to start with a knit stitch when I'm doing the knit 1 purl 1, so it makes sense to have an even number on each side. In any case, it doesn't matter too much. We're now set up to do magic loop, so I'll show you how it's done. So I've knit along these stitches, and next I want to knit along these stitches. I'll just turn the work around so the stitches I want to knit next on the front, and then I'm going to pull the cable through so that this needle has the stitches that I'm about to knit on it ready to knit. Then I'm going to pull this needle out of the stitches on the back so that they're sitting in the middle of the cable, and I have a bunch of loose cable here. And now I can go ahead and knit across this side. Like I said, I'm on the ribbing, so I'm going to knit 1 purl 1 along this side. I got to the end of that side, so I'll show you again to knit across the other side. So this is the side that I want to knit along next, so I'm going to turn so it's facing me and pull the needle through so that it's got the stitches on it, ready to knit. And then I can't use this needle while it's stuck on all these stitches I just knitted, so I'm just going to go ahead and pull it through. You do have to be a little bit careful. If your first stitch of the next row is a knit stitch, make sure that the yarn stays behind the work. But I'm now ready just to carry on knitting. You can do this for ribbing, you can do this for stockinette. To be honest, if you don't want to even buy 40cm needles for this project, you can actually do all of the 40cm work, including the whole sleeve, the collar, and the cuffs. You can do all of it on magic loop. And that way you can knit this entire jumper using only the 80cm 5.5mm and 80cm 4.5mm needles. Okay, so here I am with my essentially finished jumper. I'm going to try it on, but there'll be a word of warning. This jumper is going to change its fit dramatically when it's washed for the first time. Washing and blocking a jumper, well, firstly, it will smooth out all your stitches. Any little lumpy bumpy bits from doing the jogless jogs on the stripes or from weaving ends in will become much less noticeable. But perhaps more significantly, all of the ribbing is going to open out a lot, so where currently it cinches in quite a bit, after blocking it will cinch much less. When you wash your jumper, you can press out some of the water and then lie it flat, and whatever shape you sort of lie it in and let it dry in will be the shape that it takes. So when we try our jumper on now, we can have a look and see which parts we want to focus the most on opening out or compacting or whatever it is to get the fit that we want. Just take my hair clip out because this is going to go over my head otherwise. I think overall it's looking pretty good. I would like the sleeves to be a little bit longer, and also obviously I'd like these cuffs to open out, both here and around the waist. I want more of a boxy shape, so this ribbon, when it opens out, I like that fit quite a lot better. It's also a little bit tight in the neck, but again, I'm not too worried because this is going to relax when it's washed. If after washing and blocking I'm still not happy with these cuffs and how far they plant my arms, it's not a problem. I'll just undo my bind off, knit a few more rows of ribbing, and then bind it off again. I have a rinse-free wool wash, but this type of thing isn't really essential. You don't want the water to be hot because it will increase the chance of the jumper felting. To be honest, it's probably not going to happen. You're probably fine, but especially if you think you can't avoid poking it, just make the water cool-ish. And then I'm going to leave it here to soak. I don't have a lot of time. I want to start drying it tonight, so I think I'm just going to leave it in here for like 20 minutes, half an hour. I'll just gently push out some of the air first, and then I will step back and leave it alone, or at least try my best to. So like I mentioned before, this is really your chance to sort of mould the jumper to be shaped the way you want it to be shaped. I'm just putting it on this table because it's sort of slatted, which will give a little bit more air movement from below and maybe help it dry out a bit faster. But to be honest, a big heavy jumper like this is going to take a while to dry anyway. Be careful about putting it on any surfaces that might stain it or that might be damaged by getting a little bit damp. And I'm just going to really go ahead and open up this ribbing and try and give it that boxy, straight up and down shape that I want. And that is that. I now have the jumper fully blocked, it's dried out, and it's totally finished. So, compared to the clip you saw a minute ago where I was wearing the jumper before blocking, you're going to notice that the fit is completely different. Firstly, it's a lot boxier, it doesn't like cinch in at the waist like it did before. And also, the sleeves are so much longer. They were a bit short on me before, probably about here. So they've grown a whole 10 centimeters with blocking. This is something that's going to vary with the yarn that you're using, but it is very easy to undo the bind off and go back and remove or add a bit to the ribbing if needed, if the length after blocking isn't exactly what you want. But yes, I think that's about it. Hopefully you've now finished a cute first, or not first, I don't know, jumper that you're going to get a lot of wear out of, ready for autumn. And I hope you really enjoyed the process and now feel up for attempting some different knitting patterns that are not written by me or not written for total beginners. I think if you go for any simple pattern now, you should be set to go. There will be techniques that you haven't seen before. You're likely to find some German short rows, some different ways of doing increases, maybe you're trying a round yoke or something with colour work. But each time you knit a new pattern, you can just pick up one or two new skills that that particular garment has required for it, and gradually you'll build up the selection of skills that you can do. And YouTube is full of great resources for how to do specific skills. There are clips everywhere showing specific types of cast-ons, increases, how to do different types of colour work. It's all there for you to find and try out. I think that's about it. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll be back soon with another. Goodbye. Now I'm going to show you how to join a new ball of yarn when you run out. This may not work with all yarns, but it will work fine for most. It's called spit slicing. I don't really feel like spitting on camera, so I have a glass of water here, but I think most people do just sort of spit to do this. Basically, you want to take the end that's attached to your work and you want to sort of unply it a little bit. And then you just want to cut off half of the yarn, so it's half thickness. So if you had a 4-ply yarn, you could unravel it and cut off 2 of the plies. If you had a 3-ply yarn, one end you can cut off 2 and then you can cut off 1, I guess. So I'm just going to grab my new ball of yarn. I'm going to untwist the end of this too, and again splitting it in half. And then I'm just going to use this to measure it. I'm going to cut it just roughly the same length as the amount I cut off the other strand. So I'm going to take my 2 ends, both of which are now half thickness, and I'm going to just sort of hold them together, and I want to get them wet. Basically, we're going to be felting these 2 ends together. Now this is where most people just sort of spit on the yarn ends, but I don't want to do that, so we're not going to. Just get them slightly damp, and then what you can do is just rub them together in your hands like this. This produces friction and heat, and that is what is needed to felt the yarn together. As you can see, I now have a pretty much seamless join between these 2 ends. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing this when you're changing colour for the stripes, so I'll show you a different way of weaving in the ends afterwards for when you change colour when you're knitting the stripes. So there are some ends which you can't avoid by splicing yarn together. An example of when this could happen is your cast-on edge and your bind-off edge, but also when you do stripes, it might look a bit funny if you try and splice the ends of your yarn together. So I'm just going to do a sort of mini demo on how to weave in ends, both in reverse side of stockinette and also in ribbing. So this is my second sample, and I've saved a couple of ends. So here I'm going to weave this end from my cast-on edge, because I did a folded collar, into the stockinette. And I'm aware that this jumper perhaps isn't the best example, because it's got a lot of mohair and sort of texture going on, so you can't see things super clearly. But basically, what you want to try to do when you're weaving ends into the wrong side of stockinette is follow the path that the yarn takes when you're knitting. So I'm going to follow this piece here, yeah? And it enters this loop. And then if you look where it goes next, it passes through this loop and into this loop. If you just sort of slide these pearl bumps aside, you can see it a little bit more clearly. So it comes around here, so we're going to follow that, and it enters this bump here, so we're going to go in there. And then if you look, it comes out of that bump and into this next bump here, so like so. Now you'll get more familiar with this pattern, so I'm going to follow this around, through around here, and enter this pearl bump, and this pearl bump. And what I will say, following it around into here and then here, it doesn't really matter so much, right? Like, you can totally just weave your ends in any old way and just check on the right side every now and then that it's nothing too obnoxiously obvious. And that's fine. But I think this is quite a nice looking method, because once you have weaved in your ends like this, I think that's enough, so I can now cut it short. It's sort of invisible. I mean, it's not invisible because it's sort of double thickness, but in terms of the actual pearl bumps and where they appear, it is invisible. I saved an end on my bind off edge here as well. Just ignore those mohair joins, I'll weave those in a moment. Now, with ribbing, I weave it in an even simpler way. Basically, you see all these V's here from the rib. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just insert it into one of the side edges of those V's. And then say here, this is my right, I'm inserting it into the right leg of each V. I'm just going to keep on inserting the needle through all of the right legs of the V's in this column, like so. Now when you weave in ends, basically you want to try to ensure that at least once you are changing the direction that the yarn is being woven in, because that's going to make it much less likely to pull out. So now I'm going to go into one of the adjacent columns of these and just put it through all of the legs on one side of that column, not quite back to the wind off edge, but close. And then I can trim the end. And again, ignoring the mohair tail, so you'll see that in terms of the actual visible stitches, it's invisible. So I wanted to talk briefly about the stripes. I haven't spoken much about the stripes when I was knitting the rest of the jumper because I don't really feel like they contribute too much to the structure of the jumper. You know, you may choose to include stripes, you may choose not to include them, you may do them differently to me. But I'm going to speak a little bit about how I did my stripes so that if anyone wants to recreate that look on their jumper, they know how I did it. My stripes are 6 rows wide and then there is a 14-row gap in between them. As you can see, after I split the body and sleeves, I just carried that on. So there's 14 rows from here to here and 14 rows from here to here. So when the arm lies by your side, when you're wearing the jumper, the stripes sort of match up with the body stripes. Now, when it comes to actually adding stripes in, it's really quite straightforward. Essentially, I'm just going to start knitting with the other colour. I'm just going to slip my stitch marker and then I have my grey yarn here. Just grab the tail of that and start knitting. Now it will be really gappy and messy right here I changed, but we're going to fix that later. Okay, so I have reached the end of the round. You can see my beginning round marker, and normally I just carry on knitting these stitches. But this is where I'm going to talk about jogs. Now because we're sort of knitting in a spiral, if I just carry on knitting across these stitches, there'll be a little step, see? So this white stitch here will appear next to this grey stitch here that's on the needle, and therefore you will end up with a sort of place where the stripes don't quite match up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find the stitch below the one on the needle, so you'll see that this grey loop here passes through this white loop. And I'm just going to go ahead and add the white loop onto my needle like this. I'll just do that again so you can see. So this loop here, I'm going to grab it, and I'm going to have this sort of right leg of the loop be over the front, like how a regular stitch is mounted. And then I'm going to knit these 2 stitches together. Now you can just carry on knitting like normal, just continue knitting in the round. When you change back to the colour, again, it's the first row after you change colour. At the end of that row, that's where you're going to do this sort of jogless knitting into the stitch below, I guess. Now as you can see, this stitch here is now sort of double height on this side and single height on this side. It's a little bit hard to explain, but essentially it helps disguise that little bump. Now this one's extra bumpy because there's a decrease here, but you can sort of see that there's no visible jog. In fact, I'll try and find a better one to show you. So this is the back of the neck. This is my first yoke stripe, and as you can see, I can't see precisely where the beginning of round is. It's somewhere around here. It does look a little bit bumpy, but that isn't really the end of the world. When we wash and block this jumper, that will be hidden a bit. Okay, so I've gone ahead and I've knitted I haven't measured it, but it's probably roughly almost 8 centimeters of ribbing for the collar. And you'll notice that there's this sort of funny line around the middle. Basically, this is one row where I just purled all the stitches instead of doing ribbing. So I knitted ribbing, then I purled one round, and then continued knitting ribbing. And the reason why I'm doing that is you can see when I fold this in half, it like really wants to fold along that purl line. It's almost like scoring a sheet of paper, so it will fold really easily. And it also gives this nice edge, which will be the finished edge of the neckline. This is optional. If you have reached this point and decided that you want the folded collar, but you haven't done a purl round or you just don't like the look of the purl round, you can just do this with straight ribbing. So what I want to do basically is I want to knit together these live stitches with this cast on edge so that the collar is held like this. So this is a little bit fiddly. You want to make sure that the folded collar doesn't get twisted. So you don't want it to end up like this, where all of your ribbing is going to end up sort of bent round. You want to make sure that the correct ribs match up. So you can see this is a knit stitch, so it's going to be a purl stitch on the outside, this purl stitch here, this sort of dip. And if I follow it down, this is the point where I want to knit this together with the stitch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert my right needle through the first stitch as if I'm going to knit it. And then I'm going to find the corresponding point on the cast on edge, which is just here. And I'm also going to insert my right needle through the cast on edge. Now I wouldn't worry too much about what loop you're picking up on the cast on edge. It's more important that it's just well aligned. So then I'm going to yarn over and I'm going to let both of these fall off the needle. So I'm sort of doing a knit 2 together, but my knit 2 together is between the live stitch and the corresponding point on the cast on edge. So again, I'm going through the next live stitch, and then this here is the corresponding point on the cast on edge. So I'm just going to grab a stitch there. Now, I find this to be the easiest way for me to do it. However, I know some people struggle with this, and what they instead choose to do is use a second, potentially smaller 40cm needle to pick up the correct number of stitches. Just sort of put loops onto the needle all the way around. So when it comes to doing this knit 2 together with the live stitches and the cast on edge, they have the cast on edge on another needle, and it really does feel like doing a knit 2 together rather than having to insert the needle and pick up a stitch every time. This is how I find it easier, but feel free to look up or try that technique if you are struggling with this. Okay, so now let's talk German short rows. It's worth noting that you can knit German short rows with the funnel neck or the folded neck, and you can equally do no German short rows with either. So you can combine the two neckline options and the two neck shape options however you want. This is also the trickiest part in this pattern. We're going to have some extra techniques introduced to increase on the wrong side. So this is for adventurous beginners, I suppose. But I will walk you through all the steps, and I think it is possible for your first jumper if you're good at picking up techniques in PAM. So let's just discuss briefly what we're going to do. We want the front of the neck to be lower than the back of the neck, and to do this, instead of going all the way around, for the first few yoke rows, instead we're just going to knit as far as the front and then turn around and come back. So there are fewer rows right at the front here where we're not going to be doing anything, and we'll be building up more fabric here around the back. So we're going to knit round and back, 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 round and back. I think there'll be a total of 6 turns for all of the sizes apart from the smaller size where there'll be only 4. So I'll start off with the setup part and then we'll do the repeat. So what we're going to do first of all is we're going to begin the first round just like we would be if we were not doing German short rows. My yarn does look a bit funny because this is an interesting yarn with some thick bits and some thin bits. Please just try to ignore that. So to start this like we would the regular yoke, what I'm going to do is I'm going to knit up as far as the first marker, then I'm going to be doing my raglan increases, I'm going to go up to the second pair of markers and do my raglan increases here too, and then I will knit 3 more stitches. So as you can see, I've just passed the second set of markers, that's the beginning of round, first set of markers, second set of markers, I've just done my M1L after the second set of markers. What I'm going to do is knit 3 more stitches, so that's 1, 2, and 3. And now we are going to turn our work. Now, if you just flip it over and then start purling, what's going to happen is you're going to get a big hole here. And there are a lot of different ways that you can avoid having these holes, a lot of different techniques. There are different types of short rows, you do wrap and turn. I'm going to do a German short row because I think it's the easiest and it's also pretty invisible. So anytime you do a German short row, you start off by turning your work and then you want to make sure that the yarn is in the front. As you can see, it already is, so this is fine and we can keep going. Now I'm going to insert my needle as if to purl, but I'm not going to purl, I'm just going to slip stitch. And what I'm going to do now, before I start purling, is I'm going to bring this piece of yarn round the top and back through to the front. I'll do it again. So it was already in the front, I'm going to bring it round and all the way through. And if I just give it a slight little tug, what you'll see is I end up with this strange stitch. It has 2 legs on the front and 2 legs on the back, and it's sort of twisted together at the top. That is what you want. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to purl all the way back to the beginning of round. I'm not going to do any increases or anything, I'm just going to purl. Because this is the equivalent of if you were knitting the yoke without the German short rows. You know how you do 1 round with increases and then 1 round without? This purling back to the beginning of the round is the part without. So you can see that I've reached the beginning of round and I'm still working on the wrong side. Now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to want to go out and back again on the other side. So I want to go past this first pair of markers and the second pair of markers and then turn once on the front. But the thing is, I want to still be doing increases on the way out and then no increases on the way back. And what you'll notice is that as we work on the way out, we're now working on the wrong side, which means we're going to have to do our raglan increases from the wrong side. And this is what makes this short row section more difficult than the rest of the pattern. It's not the actual turns themselves, they're quite easy, it's the fact that we're going to have to do our increases from the wrong side. So I'm just going to purl up to the first marker. So I've reached this first marker. If you're working this from the right side, you'd be working it in this direction, so towards the beginning of round this way. And that means that this here would be the first increase you do, which is the M1R. And then this one here would be the M1L. So what we're going to do is we're going to do an M1L from the opposite direction. And this is straight up the hardest stitch in this whole jumper tutorial. So this is called an M1LP and it's a left leaning increase on the purl side. I'm just going to pick up the bar from front to back, like I would to do an M1L using my left needle. And now this is the tricky bit. We now have to purl through the back loop, which means I want to insert my needle from this direction and I want to do it through the back here. So just watch what I do. I want to insert this needle this way. Now can you see? I'm coming in from behind like this and then I'm going to yarn over and pull through. It is tricky and if you are struggling with it, that makes total sense. Anyway, now I am going to slip the marker, purl 2, slip the second marker in the pair, and now I'm going to do an M1RP, which is thankfully much easier. All you're going to do is pick the bar up from back to front and then just purl it like you would any other stitch. So inserting my needle from right to left, yarn over and out. So those are the increases, and we're going to carry on and do those increases again on this second pair of markers. I'll show them to you so you get to see them again. So I'm going to purl up to my second set of markers, there we go, and now I'm going to want to pick up the bar from front to back. I'm just going to use my right needle to help pick up that bar, but I'm picking up my left needle from front to back. And now I want to enter through the back loop from left to right. We'll do that again, through the back loop from left to right. Yarn over and pull through. Slip the marker, purl the 2 raglan stitches, slip the marker, and then this is the easier one. Pick it up from back to front and then purl it like you would any other stitch. Okay, so now I'm almost ready to turn because I'm on the front panel, so I'm going to purl 3 more stitches and now I am going to turn. So, turn my work. Now you'll notice that the yarn is in the back, and like I said, to do these German short rows, we need to make sure that it's in the front. So pulling it through to the front, and then inserting as if to purl and slipping that stitch. I'll just pull this tight, I'm going to tug on it a little, and I'm just going to bring it round to the back, because we need it in the back ready to knit. And you'll see that once again we have this weird double stitch with 2 legs here in the front and 2 legs in the back. And now we can carry on knitting. And basically, you just want to keep on knitting with no increases, because we increased on the last row, on the way out here, all the way back to the beginning of round. Okay, so I'm back at the beginning of round, and I'm going to go out and back again. This section here, from here onwards, is the section that we're going to repeat to add more short rows. So, step 1 is to knit all the way out and do your raglan increases up until you reach the point where you get to that funny double stitch left over from the last time you turned. I've done that, and you can see that this next stitch here kind of looks like 2 stitches from the front, but it's got this sort of twist in the top and then the 2 stitches on the back. This is our funny double stitch from turning last time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to treat that exactly like I would a regular stitch. We're just going to use it so that we know that that is where we last turned. And all we're going to do after that is knit 3 more stitches and then turn again. So this next turn is happening 3 stitches further along than the last one. So I'm turning, the yarn is already in the front, slip stitch purlwise, bring it round and through, and now I am ready to purl. And what I'm going to do is just purl all the way back round to the beginning of the round. So I've reached the beginning of the round, slip the marker, and now basically we want to do the same thing again, but from the inside. So we're going to purl while increasing, all the way until we reach our funny double turning stitch, and then you want to purl 3 more stitches after that, and then turn and knit without increases all the way back. And that is the repeat. So for the smallest size, you will at that point be done with your short rows. For the other sizes, I suggest you do 1 more set. So you'll knit out while increasing, turn and purl back, purl out while increasing, knit and turn back, each time the turn happening 3 stitches beyond the previous turn. And at that point you will be done with your short rows. When I've done that, I will come back and show you what it looks like. Okay, so I'm now done with my German short rows. I'll show you what this looks like. So here at the back you can see we have misted a little section, and where there are raglan increase sections, you can see that these increases have been done. But if we turn it around to the front, you can see that we're just at the bottom of the collar. So all of this fabric just sort of tapers out here, which means that the front of this collar is going to sit lower than the sides and the back. From this point onwards, you can pretty much continue exactly like you would with the yoke without the German short rows. However, note that we have done 3 increase rounds already. So when you're counting increase rounds for the yoke, you have to do 3 fewer than you would have done if you hadn't done the German short rows. In other words, just consider us having done the first 6 rounds already. Oh, and I guess that's like 2 increase rounds and first 4 rounds already if you're making the smaller size and have only done 2 sets of German short rows. Other than that, it's exactly the same. There are still 2 turning stitches somewhere out here, these weird double stitches. But basically you can just treat those like a regular stitch and knit across them on the next round, and it will be just fine.
Hi everyone and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm here with a new video, and in this video I will be sharing with you all of the drops yarns that I've ever worked with and some of my favorites. It's probably one of my most asked questions are questions about drops yarns and also what yarns I really like to use. I've also noticed a lot of people in general asking on the internet if drops yarns are worth it. People seem to be a little bit skeptical because it's so affordable, so I thought it would be really interesting to kind of just look at some projects that I've made in their yarns, see how they have held up over all of the months or years that I've worn them, and yeah, then we can decide together which ones are the best and which ones I would skip out on. I thought the best way to go about this video is to kind of go in the order of the weight of the yarn. So I will be starting with all of the fingering weight yarns. Then I have a couple of the DK weight yarns and then some of the Aran weight yarns. So the first yarn that we have is Drops Flora. So Drops Flora is a fingering weight yarn that is a wool and a alpaca blend. So this is actually 65% wool and 35% alpaca. 50 grams will give you 210 meters, and this is recommended for a needle size of 3 millimeters, which is a US 2.5. Now I knit a sweater with this held double. So technically this is a DK or Aran weight now, but still it's the only yarn that I use, so I didn't use anything else. And I also have not shaved this sweater at all, I think. So I'm going to show you how it's wearing. So this is the Earth Pullover by Ozetta. And I think I knit this maybe at the beginning of last year. So this is a year old now. And I have worn it probably quite a few times also to work. So it's a little bit more hard wearing for a sweater of mine. And I will show you the pilling that it has. So here you can see a little bit of the pilling. But still, if you keep into account that I've worn this, I don't know how many times, more than 10 times at least, and I've never de-pilled this sweater or anything, I think it's still wearing really nicely. Also, just looking at the general shape of it, I don't think anything has really stretched out or like really changed at all. So I would say this has performed very nicely, and this is one of my favorite yarns actually, the Drops Flora. And I think it's a really great yarn to hold double like I've done in this sweater, but it also works very nicely held single with a mohair or a parsuri type of yarn, or just on its own. And then the next yarn that I have to show you is technically a sport weight yarn, but I like to kind of use it also as a fingering weight yarn. So this is the Drops Alpaca, which is a 100% alpaca yarn, and I think one ball gives you around 170 meters for 50 grams, and it's also intended for a 3 millimeter or a 2.5 US needle size. And in this sweater I have held it together with the Drops Brushed Alpaca Silk, which I will also be talking about later. So this sweater does not really show you accurately just the Drops Alpaca on its own, but I've never held it on its own, so I thought I would just show you this sweater in particular, because I've also heard a lot of people talking about the Drops Brushed Alpaca Silk and just the fact that it pills a lot, which I have not really found in my personal experience, and I did maybe expect this sweater to pill quite a lot because it's very soft, very drapey because of the alpaca, so usually the softer the yarn, the more it will pill. But here, that's not really the case. So this is my Fiona Flower sweater that I knit maybe a few months ago, because this is now a released design. And I have worn it a bunch of times, and there's like absolutely no pilling on this sweater. So I think this is definitely one of the best looking sweaters that I have right now, that I've also worn quite a bit. So even here in the underarm section of the body, there really isn't any pilling. So this is also, I think, one of my favorite yarns, but especially with the Drops Brushed Alpaca Silk, I think this is a really great combination. And then the next sport weight yarn that I have to show you is the Drop Snort. The Drop Snort is a little bit more of a special or different type of yarn, because it's a blend of a bunch of different fibers. And I don't have any of the balls here, but oh no, I do. I have one right here actually. And this is 45% alpaca, 30% polyamide, and 25% wool. This is 50 grams for 170 meters, and also intended for a 3 millimeter or 2.5 US needle size. And I have it in this beautiful lilac color that I'm dying to use. But for this specific garment, I have held it double together with the Drops Kid Silk. Now, first of all, the Drops Kid Silk is not my favorite yarn, and I don't really have any of it to show you in this video other than that I've used it in the skirt, because I do find it to be quite scratchy, so it's not really a yarn that I tend to buy or use in general. But of course, it's still a mohair or a kid silk yarn, and whenever you add a kid silk or a mohair type of yarn, that just means that a garment is not going to pill as much. So I have made this little skirt, and to be honest, I have not worn this yet a single time. So we can't really say how well this is going to wear, but I don't have any expectations of this pilling a lot. Of course, it is a skirt, but I think the Drop Snort, because it's a little bit more of a hard wearing yarn, because it is intended for socks, I think this is actually not going to be like a problem at all. And as you can see, this also has a very nice drape, and it created a very beautiful fabric. So I do think the mohair yarn from Drops is very beautiful, and it has a beautiful halo and a nice shine, but I do find it just a tiny bit scratchy. Although in this skirt, it's not really bothering me as much. And now that I'm thinking about it, I do have a pair of socks in the Drop Snort, so I will just grab those for you. So here we have the Drop Snort held on its own, so you can see how fluffy the yarn is in itself. This is really a nice fluffy yarn, probably again because of the alpaca in there. And this also has a really beautiful drape. So these are the Fiorellini socks by In Her Skein, and I absolutely love that pattern in general. It's a very nice one. And these socks I have worn a bunch of times as well, and I don't have any wear and tear as well. So that is very interesting. I don't know if I really expected that, to be honest. I haven't really looked at these socks in a while, but I do know that I've worn them a handful of times in boots, etc. So I think the Drop Snort also does pretty well on its own. Then the next yarns that I want to talk about are all DK weight yarns. So the first yarn that I have chosen is actually a new yarn, because I thought it would be really interesting. So this is the Drops Fiesta, and I have it in two different colors here, because the Drops Fiesta is actually a DK weight sock yarn. So they released a bunch of self-striping colors, like this one that I've knit with a cardigan that I'm going to show you later. But then I also have it in one of the plain colors, so in this beige color. So the Drops Fiesta is 75% wool and then 25% polyamide, of course, because it's a sock yarn, that's why it has that polyamide in there. And then it's 50 grams, 110 meters, intended for a 4 millimeter needle or a US 6. And I actually really love this yarn. I'm just first going to show you what it looks like when you have it knit on its own, which I did with the base yarn, which is still a work in progress, but I thought I would show you nonetheless because you can see a bit of the stitch definition, which is very nice. So I have a little bit of ribbing done for the anemone sweater by Knitting for Olive. The stitch definition is very nice, and I also think it's very soft. And then I held the colored Drops Fiesta. I held that together with the Drops Brushed Alpaca Silk again, and then I made a cardigan. So this is my own design. This is currently in test knitting. This is the Clara color cardigan. So it's just a drop shoulder cardigan with a nice lace collar design. I actually really love it. I have not worn this yet because as you can see it's missing a sleeve, sadly, but I do really love the fabric of it. So I thought it would be really fun to show you just the difference that it makes when you add the Drops Brushed Alpaca Silk to the Drops Fiesta. It of course gives it a very nice halo effect and also makes it just really soft and fluffy and really nice and completely different from when you see it just on its own. So here you can see a little bit of the difference. Of course, it depends what kind of project you're working on or what you prefer, but I really like it when you have it held together with the Drops Brushed Alpaca Silk. Then we actually have another DK weight yarn that I held together with something else, so I'm not sure if I can really review this yarn very properly, because I don't know how much that affected it, but this is the Drops Soft Tweed that I held together with a Suri type of yarn from Long Yarns. I think it was the Alpaca Super Light, which I think is also discontinued, sadly, which was one of my favorite yarns. And I knit the Vivian Vintage Cardigan, which is also my own design. It's actually a released design. I don't know how this one is wearing up. Let me just see. There is a little bit of pilling, but nothing too crazy. And I do really like the Drops Soft Tweed. I do think it's a soft yarn, but it does have a little bit more of a texture, of course, because it's a tweed type of yarn. So when you really feel this yarn, it of course is not the most smooth and soft texture because it's a tweed yarn, but it's still super soft nonetheless. So here you can see a little bit of how this has worn over time, and this is also one of my most worn garments or knitted items in my wardrobe, and I would say that this has also worn quite well. So I do think Drops Soft Tweed is a really nice yarn, but this is not a super versatile yarn in my opinion, so I always gravitate personally towards the Drops Lima or probably now to the new Drops Fiesta rather than the Drops Soft Tweed. But if you're looking for a tweedy type of yarn, then I do recommend this one, and I think it's quite nice. And then the next yarn that we have is Drops Daisy. Drops Daisy is also one of the newer yarns from Drops. I think it was released last year or maybe the year before that. And this is kind of a dupe to the Sunless Garn Double Sunday in my opinion, because it's a DK weight yarn, 100% non-superwash merino wool yarn that also comes in very lovely colors. I think I would just show you what it looks like when you knit it together with something, because that's really how it performs best, and then I will show you what it looks like when you hold it on its own. So first of all, I used it for the first time to knit this sweater design of mine. This is the Sweet Sierra sweater, which is an all-over cable and bubbly texture sweater, and it's a really fun one. And this is not one of my most worn sweaters because I don't really, well, I love this sweater, but it's not something that I just wear from day-to-day life. It's just not as wearable for me as some of my other sweaters, but I do really like it, and I have worn it a handful of times. Also never deep-pilled this one, and there is a little bit more pilling on this one. Like, I'm not sure how well you can tell, but I can just pick off like little pieces like this. So I would say this has pilled more than, for example, the Drops Soft Tweed that we just looked at, and also the other yarns. Even though this sweater I did do the Drops Daisy held together with a mohair yarn. So that is quite interesting, but nonetheless, this is a very nice fabric. And now I'm going to show you what it looks like when you knit the Drops Daisy on its own, which sadly, spoiler alert, is not the best. So personally, I'm never going to use it again, just held on its own. I don't really like how it looks and how it wears, but it does feel very nice. And if you're knitting something maybe for a child, then I would maybe recommend, but just keep in mind that it's going to show a lot of wear and that it may require some more upkeep than maybe like a more hard wearing type of yarn. So here I knit the Celeste sweater by Petite Knit, like I said, in the Drops Daisy held on its own. And this is the sweater that I have that has the most pilling basically everywhere. So here you can see all over the armpit, the underarms, there is a lot of pilling, especially here on the seam of the underarm. But even places where you don't really expect it, like right on the center back of the sweater, even there is a lot of pilling, like everywhere. This sweater is just pilling. The only thing that is not really pilling is the color work section, but I think maybe that's also just because it's a little bit less noticeable, and there are also other yarns in there as well. So all in all, the Drops Daisy is a nice yarn, but just hold it together with a mohair, or else you're gonna have a sweater that looks like this. And this was already after one wear, and I have deep-pilled this sweater so many times, and it still looks like this, which is just not very nice. I don't personally really like to shave my sweaters after every time that I wear them, and this one, even after having deep-pilled it, it still doesn't look very nice. Next up, we have another DK weight yarn. This is the Drops Charisma, and the Drops Charisma, I would say, is the superwash version of the Drops Daisy. So this is a 100% superwash merino wool. Is it merino? Oh no, I think it's just regular wool. I think the Drops, I don't know, they have another one that is merino. I will insert a picture on the screen, but I don't really use superwash yarns very often, but I have used the Drops Charisma, and I got this quite a while ago because I also knit this cardigan in the summer of 2023, I think. So this is the Tallulah texture cardigan, again, one of my own designs. So this is a little bit of an older sweater for me, and I have worn this also quite a few times. Just trying to inspect the pilling. I would say there's a little bit of general fuzziness, like tiny little pilling pieces like this. But if you're looking at the underarms, then it really isn't so bad actually. So I think this is still performing quite nicely, but I do still think that this is a sweater that has like a decent amount of wear still, and I think it's just the general nature of the yarn that it kind of fluffs up a little bit, and that makes it just look a little bit more aged and older, but it's not necessarily pilling. It's just more so like a fluffy halo, but not really in a nice way, if that makes sense. I don't know really how to describe it. Like, you would really have to see. Here you can kind of tell. I don't know if it's really considered pilling, but it's kind of like a type of fuzz that just covers the entire sweater that I personally don't really love, but still, like I said, I don't really classify this as pilling, and I also don't think this necessarily looks bad. So I do think this is one of the better wearing yarns, but personally I don't love Drops Charisma just because of the general feel, so this is not really a yarn that I would use again, but it is one that I would recommend, and especially if you're sensitive to wool, then of course a superwash yarn I think is always going to be a bit better and also easier to take care of. Next up we have one of my favorite yarns. This is also the last DK weight yarn that I have in this video, which is the Drops Lima. So the Drops Lima is actually the DK weight version of the Drops Flora, so this is again 65% wool and then 35% alpaca, only this is knit with a 4mm or a US 6 needle, and this has 50 grams for 100 meters. And I have made a stripe hype sweater by Kutova Kika with this. Also, I think this is over a year old. I think this is also one of my 2023 knitting projects, and also one of my most worn sweaters because this is just like a really easy sweater to just grab and go, and I really like all of the stripes that it has. This is a little bit more difficult